on Q105.
It is 5 o'clock, actually 5:01 at the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. MJ and no crew, just me. Oh, Fester walking in. I knew Fester was coming in because he was texting me that he was across the Howard Franklin. So Fester joining me in studio. Froggy evacuated. So Froggy in an evacuation zone in Town and Country, he evacuated. And I think he's at his mother-in-law's house or something. Now, I'm in South Tampa. I'm in a evacuation zone. I'm in an A flood evacuation zone as well. We did not evacuate. I paid attention to that experimental product that Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News brought to my attention and to all of our attention on the air yesterday, buried within the National Hurricane Center's updates on the second row, and we can go over this, there is a flood inundation map, which is actually, and by the way, the 5 o'clock advisory just out from the National Hurricane Center, so we'll go over that here in just a second. But really an interesting product. It's the Storm Surge Inundation Map, and it's still what they consider experimental. And the numbers on the inundation, on the predictions on the map are vastly different than what the National Hurricane Center had predicted and what you've heard on television and on radio with, for instance, the 4 to 7 foot surge here in the immediate, Tampa Bay area, Pinellas, Hillsborough County along the coast, and in Tampa Bay region, up through Tampa Bay, Old Hillsborough Bay, etc. Now, there is flooding. I mean, for instance, when I went outside this morning at 2:30, my street was clear. When I just left the house, 5:03 now, when I left my house in South Tampa at about 4:15, I left my house, and my street was covered in water. So in South Tampa, I'm in Beach Park, off of West Shore on the water side. So I'm on the west side of West Shore, along those fingers, and my street is now flooded. Manageable. I rented a big Jeep Grand Wagoneer with I said to my buddy at Hertz, I said, what vehicle has the highest ground clearance?
That's the one to get
in the fleet. And he said, well, the Grand Wagoneer is pretty high. So I'm driving a really, really nice 2023 Grand Wagoneer, which is an awesome vehicle. So I'm driving that now because I wasn't going to mess with the X5. I just got that Fields BMW X5 3 weeks ago. So I wasn't going to, take a chance with that. I'd rather flood out a Hertz rental car. All right. Sorry, Hertz. Sorry, Hertz.
That's the truth.
I'd rather flood that sucker out than my new BMW X5 from Fields. So when I left, again, I pulled out of it just shows you what the difference is. At 2:30, there was nothing in the street. Nothing. And I pulled out of my driveway at 4:15. So less than 2 hours later, and there's probably 6 to 8 inches of water on my street in South Tampa. And we're right on the bay. We are right on the bay. And then as I drove through the neighborhood, the streets were also flooded. Pat George is going to join us here in a second. Pat, grab Froggy's mic. I don't know if that's going to be used today. Pat, welcome. Now, Pat George, of course, from the Q105 Traffic Department.
Keeping you updated.
Yeah, live right now. Yeah. So
let me tell you, it was a rough ride into the Howard Franklin this morning.
I took the Howard Franklin as well. So I got the text.
I hit a Home Depot bucket, by the way.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah. I tried to avoid it. It was all over. I moved.
Wait, you sure it wasn't a Bob's Barricade?
No, it was a Home Depot bucket.
So, those are a little smaller.
You got to watch for the debris out there because it is blowing around.
Yeah,
Northbound, by the way, Howard Franklin shut down.
That's shut down.
Yeah,
all right, so let's give you the breaking news as we have it right now. Also, the 5 o'clock advisory is in 130 mile per hour winds. Wow. So that is maximum sustained winds. Now, listen, that doesn't extend that far out from the center. This is kind of a small, tight, compact wind field. But 130 mile per hour winds, and it's kind of hustling right now. It's moving north-northeast at 18 miles an hour. So this thing is kind of cruising right along now. So let me make a note of that. North-northeast at 18 miles per hour, 130 mile per hour winds for the 5 a.m. advisory. So back over to traffic for a second. And folks, let me look at my radar quickly and tell you, where this is. It really passed our latitude. So the hurricane passed our latitude well offshore, 100 miles offshore. It passed our latitude at roughly, what'd I say, about 1 to 1:30 this morning is when it really kind of passed our latitude. By 2, it was a little north of the immediate Tampa Bay area. Here we are at 5:07 in the morning. And as I look at the radar right now, this thing is kind of, if I were to pick a spot here, let me bring up my cities. I'm looking at Ocala, obviously inland, but it looks like it's at Ocala's latitude now, obviously off in the Gulf. But I'm looking at my radar app, and it's a pretty good-looking radar here. And, I mean, there's just an extremely well-defined eye on this thing. It is a classic eye. This thing's tightly wound as far as the wind field, the center of this, but obviously the feeder bands and the rotation extends extensively. So right now, as I look at radar, it looks like a lot of the awful weather right now is not over the immediate Tampa Bay area. For instance, I see a cell over Palm Harbor right now. So over Palm Harbor heading into Tarpon Springs, I see a kind of a nasty cell, just feeder band action. And then I see another cell that is going to loop up and roll over northern part of St. Petersburg and St. Pete Beach. Looks like the coast of Clearwater, which is pretty decent right now, is about to get a feeder band probably in the next 20 to 25 minutes. And then I'm looking, there are some decent-sized feeder bands that are going to roll, I would say, across Tampa over the next hour. So it looks like up Tampa Bay, there's a pretty long stretch. Also, as I look at radar, you've got pretty heavy cells rolling over Valrico, the eastern part of Riverview right now. Brandon has a cell that is moving through right now, and that particular cell extends all the way into Polk County as well. So southwestern Polk County approaching a little to the west of Fort Meade, but Bartow, you're about to get a cell here pretty soon. So, again, right now, it's just the typical sporadic. You get the feeder band action, and you get the blips and the blurps. It calms down. Then you get the rain and the wind comes back. Then it dies down. It's just typical remnants and feeder band action from a tropical cyclone, like what we have with Hurricane Adalia. All right, so let's get back to traffic. I've got the 5 a.m. advisory, which I want to go over that. But again, the facts of the 5 o'clock advisory are it's a 130-mile-per-hour storm at this point.
And look at the millibars, though.
Yeah, the millibars.
940.
Was it 940 on the millibars?
940.
Yeah, so listen.
That's low.
Yeah, the lower the mercury goes, the more intensified the storm gets. And, that's just typical. You look at some of the classic massive storm, Hurricane Andrew with the unbelievably low mercury that we saw back in 92 during Hurricane Andrew. Let's get back. And listen, folks, we'll take your phone calls here as well. So if you're up, if you're awake, wherever you are in the Tampa Bay area, we have flooding. Now, at this point, the storm surge has not been as bad as predicted. But do you have flooding all along areas that are flood prone? Yes. Do you have water on Gulf Boulevard over in Pinellas? Absolutely. Do I have water on my street in South Tampa, right on Tampa Bay?
Did you?
Yeah, absolutely. I drove through it with the Hertz rental car.
By the way, you're not going to get that deposit back on that because they check for saltwater spray, which is, how about that going over the Howard Franklin on the land side?
Yeah, so,
that spray that was coming over, if you're southbound on the Howard Franklin, that's still open, you're going to get a saltwater bath that is tremendous.
No, I didn't get any of that.
Oh, it's horrible now.
Oh, so now it is. All
right. It looked like Hawaii waves coming over that wall.
Yeah, on the Hillsborough side, on on the land part of the bridge.
You're saying southbound?
Southbound, coming into the radio station from Tampa into
Is
St.
open.
Petersburg.
Yeah, I had none of that. So
it's terrible. It's hitting the wall and flying over right around the Kennedy area.
All right, now I saw the spray. I saw that on the northbound side.
Yeah, the northbound side.
Oh, I thought you said southbound.
Okay, so
Hold on a minute.
Pat
The
was saying,
spray is on the northbound side.
that's what
and
I'm
it's
saying.
spraying you as you're going southbound.
Okay,
It's that strong.
I
The
see.
waves
I
coming
didn't
over
see.
that.
I didn't get any of that.
It's terrible right
so,
now.
all right. So I just wanted to clarify. So I got on the Howard Franklin at the Kennedy entrance.
Right there's where the spray is.
Right there at Kennedy, I got on. I had none of that at
I was covered in
at
it.
4:15, 4:20. In fact, I shot a video because I was the only one on the Howard Franklin.
I was
Bridge.
the only one on the veterans from Ehrlich to the airport.
Really? So I shot a video, folks. If you want to see this, it's on my Instagram. I shot a video for a couple of minutes on the Howard Franklin Bridge. And when I first got on, right when I got out of Kennedy, the rain was really, really heavy. And then it stopped. I'm midway. I'm at the hump, and the rain completely stopped. Now, Fester, we're watching traffic cams right now.
yeah, so southbound apparently is still open.
Yeah, southbound Howard Franklin is still open.
But there's standing water on
Right.
the northbound lane
Right.
now.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew, can you bring up the traffic cams?
I got it.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
All right, Fester should have it. But we were just looking at a traffic cam on ABC Action News, and Dennis Phillips is going to join us all morning long. When he has breaks, he will call in. He was telling me that he's probably going to be on the air till about 6 and then probably drive home. So we'll have Dennis on the air during his drive home. We'll probably have him for a bit in the 7 o'clock hour while he is home before he goes to sleep. But obviously, Dennis is a pretty tired dude. But all right, Fester's got the traffic cameras up right now. What I had noticed, guys, when I was heading southbound 275 on the Howard Franklin, that's Courtney Campbell.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Courtney Campbell there, dude. State Road 60.
I'm looking at my bridges.
All right, gotcha.
I'm
All
getting
right,
there.
so
I'm getting there. It's a lot of the three bridges.
Fester's just like a blind mouse over here, just clicking on
Well,
cameras.
there's actually 4, and the Skyway's closed.
Yeah, so Skyway is closed. The Gandy's open. So northbound 275 Howard Franklin is closed. The Gandy is open. So the Gandy Bridge is open. If you need to get from Pinellas to Hillsborough, if you need to get from St. Pete to Tampa, the Gandy is open. The Howard Franklin is closed northbound. Now, Fester, you're looking at Pat. Help us out here and interpret. This says I-275
northbound.
So that's a northbound camera.
All right, so that's a northbound camera. So there's a lot of water on the northbound
Yeah, that's
side.
what we were talking about, those waves.
So the spray, I saw the spray, but it wasn't hitting my car at that point. But I did notice when I was getting on the Howard Franklin on the Tampa side, I did see the spray hitting the wall and spraying all over the lanes.
What speed did you drive?
I drove 55.
Okay, I was doing about 50, and people were passing me in little cars. And I'm telling you, you could run into debris because all the lights are off on the bridge. So you can't see it till the last minute. And they're just flying, passing by.
Now, I had no debris. You said you hit a Home Depot orange bucket?
It was dancing all over the lanes, and I tried to avoid it, but I got it.
Oh, jeez.
Good job, Patty.
Yeah. Yes. Pat hits a Home Depot bucket. Hang on a sec. I think I've got something special here. If I go, here we go. All right. This morning, Pat George from the MJ Morning Show Traffic Department will hit a Home Depot bucket
You know what's also scary is that
on the Howard Franklin Bridge.
if someone's not paying attention because the barricades are gone, and like you talked about it yesterday, they could get off that exit. There is a trooper now sitting at that bulldozer
Oh,
with
there
his
is?
lights on
Yeah.
at 4th Street.
So I saw a trooper at the beginning of the bridge, on top of the bridge,
Right.
Same
and
thing.
then at the end of the bridge.
Yeah, I saw numerous troopers. No troopers, when I drove in at 415, there were no troopers southbound, but I saw 2 troopers northbound. They were on the bridge, and they were running with not the flashing lights, but they have the ability to put just the solid blue lights on. So the FHP had just solid blue lights on. The top lights, the side lights, they were just solid but not flashing, so you could tell instantly that they were law enforcement. Saw the trooper cars.
I got to go set up some traffic for everybody else.
Okay.
But also, Isn't Tampa International still closed?
Oh, yeah.
It is. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Yeah, if you're expecting a UPS or a FedEx package today, that's not coming in.
We got Pat George with a breaking aviation update. Yeah, the airport's still closed in the middle of a storm. Yes, Pat. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think Southwest to Baltimore is leaving anytime soon.
No.
If you'd like to check in with us, if you have any reports of street flooding, any inundation where you are, happy to take your calls. Any reports? Listen, essentially, this is really a surge event, but even then, the surge is going to be on the lower side of things. But whatever you've experienced, or if you're on the roads right now, if you've hit any patches of flooding, or if you've been out in your neighborhood, have you spotted any flooding on your streets? Is there any water encroachment on your home? Anything that you've seen, we're going to take phone calls all morning long and get little reports from all of our listeners, all from the field, all over the Tampa Bay area. 800-990-1047. That is how you get in anytime. 800-990-1047. That is how you get into the MJ Morning Show. Again, where are you in the Tampa Bay area? And are your streets flooded? Where are you? It's really going to be a coastal flooding event, like the Bayshore, for instance. In South Tampa, Bayshore in the typical spots are covered with water. Spray was coming over and water was coming over the balustrade in certain parts of Bayshore. But again, this hurricane, Adalia, has completely passed our latitude. And we're getting, again, the feeder bands. We've got, high tides, which hit at about 3 a.m. If I look at the tide chart and just give you, and we have high tide coming this afternoon. So there is further concern with high tide this afternoon that we will have some residual flooding as well. So let me bring up just the tidal charts here so you know. So St. Pete, in St. Pete, we had a high tide at 3:31 a.m., and then the next high tide is coming at 1:54 p.m. So there's concern about additional water and inundation and potential surge flooding even though the storm's going to be well past us and a lot of the bands and the weather is going to be gone, we're still going to have some residual high tide action. Of course, the full moon that we've had and just the effects of all this water that's piled up in the Gulf. So we're not out of the woods in the sense that the next high tide could bring, you might see some receding of the water, but then high tide, it'll remain to be seen what happens. So St. Pete, a high tide occurred at 3:31 this morning. Then again, it'll be 1:54 this afternoon. In South Tampa, Ballast Point, high tide was at 3:02 this morning. And then the next high tide in South Tampa, Ballast Point, is going to be 2:12 p.m. Up in Crystal River, 3:02 a.m. was high tide, then 2:47 p.m. is going to be the next high tide. Bayport, 2:56 a.m. was a high tide earlier, and then a 2:12 high tide later on. A little further south, Sarasota, high tide was 1:53 this morning, and then the next high tide is going to be just after noon at 12:16 today. So that's what the tides look like. And again, even though this is going to be well past us and making landfall in the next couple of hours up in the Big Bend area, Taylor-Dixie County, we're still going to have some of the residual inundation and some of the storm surge potential. But again, the storm surge numbers that came in and were predicted by the National Hurricane Center, those numbers were really like CYAs. Those were cover-your-butt numbers, and we're not going to see anywhere near the surge and inundation that they predicted of 4 to 7 feet here in the Tampa Bay area.
Well, the storm also moved westerly, right?
It made some westerly jogs. Then a little while ago, it started making an easterly jog, and that's as it's headed toward the Taylor-Dixie County line. We'll have a full update in just a bit. We'll have Dennis Phillips on from ABC Action News coming up in short order. We're just getting rolling here, folks. We've got full coverage all morning long. We're going to grab your phone calls during the course of the morning. As the sun comes up, obviously, we'll have people that can give us reports of, what you've seen around the Tampa Bay area, any flooding in your neighborhood, in some of the lower-lying areas that are prone to flooding, areas on the waterfront here in the Tampa Bay area. But we're just getting rolling, folks. Thanks for hanging out. It is the MJ Morning Show with special Hurricane Adalia coverage here on Q105. We're back in minutes.
MJ Morning Show on Q105.
At 5:28 here on, obviously a little early this morning. We came on at 5 o'clock. Just spoke with the National Hurricane Center down in Miami. We will have one of the forecasters on from Miami in minutes, about 7 minutes away, about 5:35, 5:36. We'll have a forecaster on from Miami with the latest on Hurricane Adalia. Fester, your drive-in, you came in from Lutz. We'll talk about that here in a second. Folks, clearly, if you don't need to be on the road this morning, stay off the road. Obviously, there are essential folks. You've got medical professionals. You're going to have first responders. You're going to have people that are in critical infrastructural roles that need to be on the road. If you don't need to be driving right now, just stay off the road. I mean, things are going to get much better as the morning progresses. We still have significant bands of bad weather that are going to be rotating through the area over the next couple of hours. So if you don't need to be on the road, stay off the road. I obviously had to be on the road at 4:15 this morning to get here to the studio. Fester, you're joining me. Obviously, you were on the road. You drove in from Lutz.
Yeah.
Anything strewn on the roads? You know, you get on where? At Bierce?
Yeah, I'm up there at Beers exit, and it was a clean drive in as far as debris goes, but there was sometimes there was pounding rain, and there was no rain.
Did you hit any standing water on 275? Any hydroplaning, or was all the water pretty much clear off the roads?
No, the interstate drained off nicely. There was no standing water on my ride in.
Right.
I didn't see any accumulating water until I got to the bridge.
Did you see any FHP on the way? Did any of the exits have FHP stationed at them?
Not at the exits, but I saw several Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office vehicles with the illuminated top light bar traveling northbound.
Okay.
So I would see them as I was traveling southbound. And then I saw FHP once I got to the bridge past the airport exit. Like I said, I saw 3 FHP officers on the bridge route, one at each end and one at the top.
Now, as far as some of the flooding going on right now in the Tampa Bay area, I saw earlier some of the local live shots. Gulf Boulevard, for instance, in Pinellas, Gulf Boulevard, Madeira Beach, I saw that the road was flooded. No major inundation into buildings or businesses that I saw in the live shot about an hour or so ago. But certainly in Madeira Beach, for instance, I saw Gulf Boulevard was flooded. But I just didn't see any, massive flooding that affected actual structures, parking lots with standing water. I'm also seeing the Bayshore area in South Tampa. There is, significant water covering Bayshore Boulevard, the typical flooding areas. But there looks to be a foot or so of water on Bayshore in South Tampa. So, again, it depends where you are. The flood-prone areas are going to have water inundation with the high tides passing or starting a while ago. You're going to have some of this high water. It'll recede again at some point, and then we've got the high tides coming again this afternoon, and it's going to remain to be seen what is going to happen with those high tides and if we're going to have another surge of flooding on some of our roads. So if you have any reports, wherever you are in the Tampa Bay area, whatever county that you're listening to us in, if you have any reports of flooding in your neighborhood, if you're outside with the flashlight, if you've been monitoring things, if you're along the water, if you'd like to give us a report, we're happy to take your phone call. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Fester, bring up the power map. It's the first tab. And give me a quick refresh there.
Okay.
Give me a quick refresh so we can get some of the latest numbers on power outages. Let's go ahead and let's click on Pinellas County. Right now, 18,325 in Pinellas County are without power. So as far as the number of customers tracked in Pinellas County, the number is 567,348. So 560,000 customers, and of those customers in Pinellas County, 18,325 are out.
A little over 3%.
Let me move over to Hillsborough County. Far fewer. So in Hillsborough County, you have 673,527 customers that are tracked, and Hillsborough only has 3,555 accounts without power right now. So 3,500 out of 673,000. That's a lower number and percentage in Hillsborough County. If I move up to Pasco County right now, in Pasco, 308,474 are tracked, and about 1,200 are without power in Pasco County right now. If I move up to Hernando, the last we have on Hernando, 102,000 customers tracked, only 105 without power. And that's getting obviously closer to where Adalia is right now. If I move down to Manatee, 243 customers are tracked, 2,800 without power. If I hit Sarasota County, 297,000 are tracked and 6,500 are without power. If I move into like Polk County, 288 without power right now out of 361,000. Hardee County, 9,500 tracked, only 3 are without power. 3 in Hardee.
In all of Hardee County.
Yeah, again,
Okay.
a lot of our inland counties, pretty much spared with some of the feeder bands. We did have some tornado warnings pop up in certain parts of the Tampa Bay area, including some of the inland counties, but those warnings have passed. But for instance, Clearwater Beach, St. Pete Beach, you have water that has flooded streets and parking lots, but at this point, I'm looking at a live shot right now on ABC Action News at Clearwater Beach, and the actual businesses, and you can see the stoops and the entrances to these businesses have not been infiltrated yet with water, but you do have water in parking lots, and you have roads in Pinellas County and Hillsborough County and Pasco. You have neighborhoods that are going to have water in the streets, but at this point, I'm sure you're going to have some flooding and some inundation in some structures, but it is not catastrophic, of course, at this point here in the Tampa Bay area, and it doesn't look like it's going to be.
Right.
So the high tides that we had come overnight at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, those will subside a bit, but then we have afternoon high tides, coming in the range of 2 o'clock this afternoon. We'll give you the exact times again for the tidal measurement points later on during the show. But, again, be aware that we could have another rise of water after we have a little bit of a subsiding when the high tide passes. we could have, another issue with some rising water again as the high tides hit. All right, let's go straight away to Miami right now. And Eric Blake from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Eric Blake, you're on Q105 Tampa Bay. Eric, you were the forecaster for the 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so what do we need to know? What are the bullets? What are the headlines regarding Adalia?
Sure. So it's identified to a Category 4 hurricane as feared. The maximum winds are 130 miles per hour. It's located about 60 miles west of Cedar Key. We expect the storm surge to continue increasing in the Tampa Bay area and points northward.
All right, so we hit a Cat 4 with the 5 o'clock advisory. We hit a Category 4, so maximum sustained winds are 130 miles an hour. Now, the 130-mile-an-hour winds extend how far from the center?
They're very small. So it's kind of undergoing some structural changes right now. The 130-mile winds are only roughly 10, 20 miles from the center, but the hurricane force winds are starting to grow 30 or 40 miles from the center. That's the latest on that.
All right, are we looking at an eye wall replacement now?
That's what's happening. It's getting bigger right as it approaches the coast.
Where are we looking at landfall? Are we looking at Perry? Are we looking at the Taylor-Dixie County line? What are we looking at as far as what's the best guess right now for landfall?
Sure. It's wobbling around a lot. If you've looked at the satellite, the radar, anywhere from Cedar Key to Steinhatchee and Perry, it just depends on how it wobbles at this point.
All right. Any other headlines that you'd like our listeners to be aware of?
Sure. So the peak storm surge has not occurred yet. We're still expecting 12 to 16 feet somewhere there in the Big Bend, near and to the east of where the center makes landfall. The worst of it is not there, and it will be arriving shortly.
All right, and then also, speaking of surge, and what's been very interesting is to compare the predicted surge. For instance, I can speak of the Tampa Bay area, Eric, and for us, the prediction was 4 to 7 feet of surge, and we have not seen those numbers. I was comparing the predicted surge with the experimental product, which I know you're aware of. It's the storm surge inundation, and that's kind of updated live. And that sort of dropped for us during the day yesterday and into the morning. What are your thoughts on the predicted surge versus what the experimental surge inundation map shows?
So, it really depends on, exact track. Earlier today, it kind of shifted a little bit more to the left, so it might have, temporarily decreased the values. But again, we saw it move a little more to the north-northeast recently. There's still another high tide cycle, so the peak hasn't arrived.
Tallahassee, we have a lot of families that have kids at Florida State in Tallahassee. What is Tallahassee going to see from this hurricane?
Yeah, it's a good question. As this larger eye wall takes shape, the hurricane force winds are growing, kind of in all directions. It'll be a close call to see whether they actually get into that outer eye wall now with the hurricane force winds. They'll definitely experience extremely heavy rainfall and gusty winds. Looks like the worst of them will be to their east, though.
All right, let me let you roll. I know you guys are very busy. Forecaster Eric Blake, who gave the 5 o'clock forecast, which hit a little while ago. Eric, thanks for your time. We'll check back with you later on.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so when you look at the forecasts, you'll notice if you go to the National Hurricane Center website and you look at, for instance, the forecast advisories, if you look at the very bottom, you'll see the forecaster's name, and that was Eric Blake, who put out the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Let me bring this up, Fester.
Sure.
And let's discuss
What are you looking for?
Let's bring up the public advisory first.
Okay.
And this is going to be the 5 o'clock advisory, which rolled out about 40 minutes ago. And again, as you heard, maximum sustained winds are 130 miles an hour, which puts this as a Category 4 hurricane. It was predicted early on to be a 3, and then we started hearing rumblings yesterday. Could this actually turn into a 4? And it has. It is now verified as a Category 4. So, I mean, extremely, strong conditions here. So if I look at, let's bring up the 5 o'clock, because you have not only the public advisory, you have the forecast discussion, which is more of a layman's terms discussion on what we're seeing and what you can expect, what they think is going to happen. So the changes in the 5 o'clock advisory, hurricane warning issued for the East Coast of the United States. So Georgia is now under a hurricane warning because once it makes landfall over the next couple of hours in the Big Bend area, it's going to cruise across Florida, then into Georgia, exit out into the Atlantic. And then have you seen some of the modeling? Some of the modeling could have this looping back around, heading south and whacking into the east coast of Florida. Or, and this is crazy, there is also some modeling that could put it back below the Florida Peninsula, through the Straits, and then back into the Gulf.
Oh, my God.
Like a freaking loop-de-loop. I don't know how many times you hear freaking loop-de-loop when it comes to hurricane discussions.
I think Dennis should use that in the next commercial or next segment.
A freaking loop-de-loop is what we could be looking at. So, I mean, you look at some of the changes from the 5 o'clock, and, of course, it's the intensification. We've seen some rapid intensification. We've seen a pretty significant drop in the millibars as far as the barometric pressure goes. But, at this point, folks, the Tampa Bay area will be experiencing, again, coastal flooding. We're still going to get rain bands, and we're still going to get some squalls of wind. Now, I'm looking right now. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch for Hillsborough County, Pasco, Pinellas, Polk, and the Tampa Bay waters beginning at 5:35. That just started. It ends at 3:05 this afternoon.
Now, and that's the big thing with the squalls that we're now going to have in the feeder bands that we're going to get the remnants of are the tornadoes.
Yeah, they can spawn tornadoes, water spouts, obviously. So this just out in the last 8 minutes or so. So Tampa Bay waters, Hillsborough, Pinellas. We're looking, and was it Polk, did I say? So here comes the scroll again. So National Weather Service, a tornado watch for Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, Polk, and Tampa Bay waters. And again, that began at 5:35, and that's going to go through this afternoon unless we get a cancellation on that. Again, Howard Franklin Bridge is closed northbound. So southbound traffic is still running. Northbound, you've got a significant amount of water that is blowing over the northbound side. You've got some of those heavy high sprays that are hitting the wall and flying over. So again, northbound Howard Franklin Bridge is closed. You can't pass northbound. You can't get on the bridge. It is closed. And again, you have pretty significant water now standing on portions of the Howard Franklin Bridge. Of course, it's going to be the approach areas. So it's going to be the lower lying approach areas, not on the elevated portions of the Howard Franklin, but obviously they're going to close the bridge. So you're going to have areas where you're having the spray that's putting a lot of road water down on the Howard Franklin, hence the closure of the northbound I-275 Howard Franklin. I just was looking at the traffic cam. I do see sporadic cars. There is some traffic heading southbound I-275.
Only lunatics like us.
Well, I wouldn't call us lunatics. I mean, we've got a service to do. We've got a public service and a job to do. We're not out joyriding. It's not like, hey, I'm going to go surfing right now off of, St. Pete Beach.
If by chance you're on the road, watch your speed. I was traveling at 52, 55 miles an hour, which is much slower than I normally travel on the bridge. And I was getting passed on the interstate. I think one person passed me while I was on the bridge. Just mind your speed. It's unpredictable. You don't know what's too far ahead of you on these in these conditions. Just take extra precautions.
For those that are on the road, drive a little slower. Pat George from our traffic department, he was in here earlier, and he was talking about cars that were, flying by him. I drove at 55, 58 miles an hour. Whenever I looked down, I was in the 50s on the Howard Franklin Bridge. And listen, when I drove in at 415, I saw spray coming over. So when I got on the Howard Franklin, it was about 4:15, 4:17 this morning, and I got on at Kennedy Boulevard, and as soon as I got on Kennedy, I did see the spray coming over on the northbound side, over the wall onto the northbound lanes, but I had none of the spray on the southbound. Now, you say when you came over, Fester, and you were on about, 4:30?
Yeah, I was probably 15, 20 minutes behind you.
So some of the spray from the northbound side was hitting your vehicle on the southbound side.
More mist than anything, but yeah, because I'm an idiot sometimes, so I roll my window down. I wanted to really, really feel the conditions.
Stop it.
And I got a whole mouthful of salt.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Why would you roll your window down?
Like, why not? I wanted to feel my environment.
All right, Pat George from the Q105 Traffic Center. Pat
Courtney
George.
Campbell Causeway closed.
Okay, all right, here we go. So breaking news here on the MJ Morning Show.
And the waves are coming over that wall a lot worse, I suspect. Southbound Howard Franklin's only minutes away from being closed.
Yeah, so you think southbound is going to be closed soon as well?
It has to be. It's changing quickly.
The
only way to use it is Gandy now.
Yeah, so let me make notes here. Courtney Campbell now closed in both directions.
Correct.
So east and west, State Road 60, Courtney Campbell closed. We've got the Howard Franklin northbound is closed. Southbound is still open, but you suspect that southbound
horrible.
could be closed at some point.
Yeah.
So the Gandy, folks, Gandy is open. So the only way to get across the bay is going to be Gandy. And, of course, other than the bridges, to make it from Pinellas to Hillsborough, you take Tampa Road into Hillsborough. That's how you get across, avoiding the bridges. So anything else of note traffic-wise? What else are we hearing around the Tampa Bay area? Flooding, obviously, on Gulf Boulevard and here in Pinellas County. Bayshore in South Tampa has some significant flooding in the typical places that we know flood. So Bayshore's got flooding. What else are you hearing, Pat?
Well, what in a few hours, they're going to shut down a majority of the roads because when the tides start coming in,
well,
they're going to start shutting down a whole bunch of
When
roads
you say the
around.
majority of the roads, what does that mean?
Anything close to any of the waterways, they're going to start shutting all that down.
What remains to be seen, and we're going to have Dennis Phillips on coming up. Dennis Phillips is going to, he told me he was going to end his coverage from last night, well, really yesterday afternoon, all through the evening, all in the overnight hours. Dennis Phillips, chief meteorologist over at ABC Action News, he told me that he was going to end his duty on Channel 28 at 6 a.m., then head home. So he's going to be able to join us in the 6 o'clock hour coming up several times, and he'll join us once he gets home in the 7 before he gets some well-deserved sleep. And of course, I'm going to be a piggy. I'm going to try to keep him on as long as possible.
Well, we'll talk to him while he's in bed.
Make sure you talk to him about the high tides because he just mentioned we're not anywhere close to the high tide right now.
All right, let me take a quick break here because I want to talk about tides because we had high tide St. Pete at 3:31 a.m. We had high tide at Ballast Point, South Tampa at 3:02 a.m., but we have more high tides coming this afternoon. 1:54 p.m. for St. Pete, 2:12 p.m. for South Tampa, Ballast Point, Crystal River. High tide was at 3:02. It's coming again at 2:47 this afternoon. So we're going to have another bout of high tide, and does that bring more flooding? That remains to be seen. We'll talk to Dennis Phillips about that later on. All right, let's grab some traffic. Pat's got the latest with the cars. We're back in a minute here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. with special Hurricane Adalia coverage here on 104.7 FM.
Well, as you'd expect.
It's 5:58. We're close to 6 o'clock. If you're just tuning in, we have been on for an hour. We did start the show today at 5 a.m. a little early with the latest, obviously, on Hurricane Adalia. The big issue here in the Tampa Bay area is some localized flooding and some of the surge issues. It looks like, though, at this point, the surge numbers of 4 to 7 have not hit the higher side of that. And in fact, I'm wondering, have we hit even 4 feet? Now, I am in communication with some of my neighbors already. Michelle's also keeping an eye in our backyard on Tampa Bay. I got a text a little while ago from a neighbor on my street. He's on the other side of the street where their land is a little bit lower and their seawalls are a little bit lower. And I'm hearing in South Tampa, along some of the fingers on Tampa Bay, that my neighbor, they have some water over the seawall. So water over the seawall into the yard a little bit, but still quite a way to get up the yard and into the houses. And a lot of the houses are built up. You have some of the older houses, and we see this all over the Tampa Bay area. Whether you're in Pinellas, whether you're in Hillsborough, wherever, Sarasota, Manatee, Pasco County, Hernando, you've got a lot of houses that were built, back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. And a lot of these houses were not built up. They were built with first floor essentially on the slab at ground level. And those homes in certain conditions obviously are flood prone. With that, let's officially begin the MJ Morning Show, and we're with you all morning long with coverage on Hurricane Adalia, the aftermath. Another high tide is coming later today.
From the Kemp Law Group Studios, 104.7 WRBQ, HD1, Tampa, a Beasley Media Group station.
Initiate procedure. Okay, the MJ Radio Network. We are go.
Now, stand by for the MJ Morning Show.
MJ Morning Show. Rock and roll. Showtime.
And I'm texting with Dennis Phillips right now from ABC Action News, And Dennis had told me earlier that he was probably going to head home at 6 a.m. right about now. And now Dennis texted me saying he's staying there. So Dennis is not going to be heading home. Dennis is going to stay at the ABC Action News studios in South Tampa, just across the street from Raymond James Stadium. So here we go. Dennis is calling in right now. Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News. I was just mentioning to the audience, Dennis, that you were going to head home at 6, and now you've decided to stay with the team.
Yeah, I mean, come on. How often do you get stuff like this? You track it for 2 weeks. You're certainly not going to bail. After I've been on 13 straight hours, and I still have my voice. I'm sick of my voice. I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, you sound fine to me. Hey, a good job. Good job, by the way. All right, so Category 4, the 5 o'clock advisory. We've seen some rapid intensification. I believe we have an eye wall replacement going on right now. Dennis, take it away.
Yeah, we did. The winds are 130. It's Cat 4. The pressure has actually gone up 2 millibars since the last hour, so that means it's hit its peak. It is still showing some lightning around the center. It's going to make landfall in about 2 hours, and that landfall is going to occur pretty much equidistant from Perry, about 12 miles to the water from where Perry is. I've had some people actually message me and say, oh, man, there's a great Hardee's in that Perry when you're driving on US 19 North. Bringing kids up to school or whatever. Unfortunately, the city of Perry is going to it's going to be a direct hit from the storm itself. It's not going to get any water because that's a marshy area there. So Fortunately, it at least did in terms of the surge for a landfall. It's not going to be nearly as bad as it could have been. And for folks who went to bed early and didn't get up, there was a period of time where we were really concerned about Tallahassee last night. The Hurricane Center kept bumping the track west, and by 11 o'clock, they had that track within about 5 miles of downtown Tallahassee with landfall, 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock this morning with 130-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, that was a scary thing for, obviously, folks who have kids who go to FSU or FAMU. And so what's actually happened is it went back to doing what we originally thought it was going to. It went north until it hit the edge of the ridge. It started to turn northeast, accelerate, and now it's going to be making landfall in a couple hours. All
right, so as far as, again, the parents with kids at FSU, parents with kids at FAMU in Tallahassee, the storm is really going to roll east of them, so they're going to be on the cleaner side. So what effects will be in Tallahassee?
Tropical storm force winds. Hurricane winds only still extend 25 miles out, so they won't even get that. I mean, it worked out about as well as it possibly could for Tallahassee. They're going to get gusts of, 60, 65, but no, considering what Perry's going to see and what Tallahassee could have seen, incredibly lucky. I mean, it really did what it was supposed to be, and it's interesting because the Hurricane Center kept bumping the track west away from their original prediction. Their original prediction yesterday morning is exactly right. But because it was getting so fast and it was picking up forward speed and getting stronger, I think they got a little gun shy. I think they got a little to the point where, oh my heavens, we got a storm that's heading directly due north and it's due south of Tallahassee. We got to bump that track to warn some people, and it worked. I mean, my son's at FSU. I called him. I told him what was going on. I mean, they started planning for what they would do if they would be without power for weeks, because that's probably what would have happened. You mentioned it yesterday, all those giant trees in Tallahassee. Yeah. I mean, that just would have been just horrific.
Yeah, I mean, you've got grand old trees all over Tallahassee. All right, let's talk about the immediate Tampa Bay area right now. Dennis, we've been on since 5 o'clock live. We carried you and ABC Action News live all night long in the overnight hours. We took it over at 5 a.m., as far as the effects locally, we're seeing, some street flooding, typical places that flood. South Tampa Bayshore has got a good deal of water on the road right now. Over in Pinellas County, we've got Gulf Boulevard, low-lying areas. For instance, Dennis, my street, when I left my house at 4:15 this morning, and my street had about 6 or 7, 8 inches of water in the street. The SUV, got through it just fine. There wasn't an issue. But Dennis, I was out in the street. I went out in the street at 2:30 in the morning, and my street had nothing. At 4:15, I had 6 or 8 inches of water in my South Tampa street, right along Tampa Bay in the West Shore Beach Park area.
But you know what's crazy about that? And I got to run back on the studio in a second. What's crazy about that is the water was rising as we were getting closer to low tide. So as we approached low tide, the water and the flow coming in from the Gulf was so strong, it was able to overcome the tide that was going out and pushing it back in. So that really leads to a lot of problems when we go from low tide, which is about now, to high tide, which is later this morning, early afternoon.
Yeah, and that's the question. Dennis, just let me know when you have to run, but I'm looking at the tidal chart. The next high tide at St. Pete is 1:54 p.m. The next high tide at Ballast Point is 2:12 p.m. It's 2:12 at Bayport. Crystal River is 2:47. Sarasota is 12:16. So do you think we're going to see potentially higher water with the next high tide, or?
Well, like I said, the thing is, low tide is still 2 hours away.
Yeah.
So we're looking at that water rising. Have you seen the Howard Franklin?
Yeah, so I came across the Howard Franklin. Northbound is closed. When I came across, southbound was open, and the northbound side is covered with water, obviously not on the elevated portions.
Yeah, well, the water's crashing up over it. I mean, we've been showing it on the FDOT cam for the last half hour.
And I experienced that. It wasn't as bad. When I came over at 4:15 and I entered at Kennedy Boulevard to hit the bridge southbound, I saw pretty quickly over on the northbound side, I saw the spray coming over, and it's gotten significantly worse over the last couple of hours. But yeah, the spray's coming over the road on the northbound side is covered on the Tampa side from what I see.
But again, what's crazy is that water's rising. It's worse now than it was, and in a lot of places, Clearwater. I mean, South Tampa. We're showing. We have our reporters out in the field, and there's more water now than there was an hour ago. And we're at a lower tide now than we were an hour ago.
No,
so that's the point.
Yeah, very interesting point. You'd expect it to be the opposite, that you'd have, at the higher tide, you'd think you'd have more water, but here we're seeing more water when the tide should be, rolling out.
Dropping because of the flow, the push of the storm moving the water in. So the ultimate question, and this is going to be something we're just going to have to wait and see. I mean, this storm's moving really fast. It's moving northeast at 17 miles an hour. It's got 130 mile an hour winds. So at the point of high tide, what time is it now? It's all a blur for me.
It is 6:09.
Okay, so in 8 hours, we're going to be at high tide. So in 8 hours, this storm will have moved 17 times 8, which is what, 125? Something like that?
Yeah, roughly.
I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, so that means it's going to be 125 miles inland compared to where it is right now. So, and it's going to be in Georgia. It's going to be in Georgia.
136 to be exact.
Okay, so there you go. So you're talking about a storm that's going to be in Georgia by then, or pretty close to it. So how much of an impact will that storm, when the center is in Georgia, will it be able to push water around it all the way to the Tampa Bay area? It's a good question, and honestly, I don't know the answer. We're going to find out. My guess is it's not going to be able to push as much because it's going to be so far away. So let's hope that's the case, because if it were to continue and able to push as much water as it is now at low tide, we'd have another 4 feet of water out there. Which,
Dennis,
was 4 to 7.
Yeah, Dennis, hold on one second. We just had a tornado warning roll in for Hardee County, and I'm looking. There are some nasty bands cruising over Hardee County right now into.
We've had like 4 or 5 tornado warnings.
Yeah.
I better run out there and cover it. We've had about 4 or 5 in the last 3 hours. None of them have really shown any issues with damage or touchdowns. But when you get this kind of band, I mean, a hurricane is a giant rotating thunderstorm. That's what it is. And with all that rotation, you get little small vortices, little spins that develop, and they're water spouts or tornadoes. So, yeah, I got to go. I got to cover the tornado warning, and we'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Dennis, just call anytime you're free. Just call the hotline.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Bye-bye.
All right, Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News. So on the phone with us in the Weather Center, he's going to cruise on into the TV studio right now as some tornado warnings are hitting Hardee County. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, meaning there's a confirmed tornado or the indications are that rotation is absolutely there. Tornado warning beginning at 6:03, ending at 6:33 for Hardee County. And I'm looking at the weather radar right now. And again, we've got, chunks of bands scattered throughout the Tampa Bay area. So as, for instance, up near Port Charlotte, all the way up into Hardee County, there's a long line. If I come closer, there is a line right offshore off of Bradenton right now. If I look at St. Pete Beach, Largo, you're getting hit right now. You've got activity which is going to roll over Clearwater Beach here in just a bit. So we're getting the feeder bands. The storm, the center of this storm is well north of us now, but we're getting the remnants of all of this feeder band action. So you're going to have the squalls, you're going to have the heavy rain, it's going to get quiet for a while. There are people listening right now where there's nothing going on.
Yeah.
And then in 15 minutes, you might have some nasty squalls rolling through. All right, let me take a quick break here. We're back in just a couple of minutes. Full coverage all morning long. It's the MJ Morning Show on Q105 with complete coverage of Hurricane Adalia here on 104.7 FM and the MJ Morning Show. Pat Scott. Q105, 620 here on 104.7 FM. Folks, if you have anything to report for us, any traffic issues, if you are roaming around your neighborhood, if you've noticed any street flooding, any inundation where you are, anywhere across the Tampa Bay area, we invite you to buzz us up. The phone lines are open all morning long. I suspect we're going to take a good deal of phone calls. 800-990-1047. Any reports you have from any of the Tampa Bay area communities, if you want to weigh in, you have some reports for us, observations, 800-990-1047. If you did drive this morning, did you have any difficulty anywhere? If you're on the road right now, if you'd like to call us, obviously use hands-free, 800-990-1047 gets you on the MJ Morning Show, 800-990-1047. Pat from the traffic center. Pat, what were you saying?
Well, we had a report of maybe an accident where somebody lost control on the Courtney Campbell Causeway. I checked every camera, could not find any flashing lights, so maybe it was somebody that spun out and they got it back together. But I will tell you, headed into Clearwater in that westbound direction, the lanes are open to Clearwater on the Courtney Campbell Causeway. They are open. We had a report it was completely shut down, and it's showing on the maps that it's shut down with all the dotted lines.
Right.
But it is open. I watched the cars, 3 cars. I followed them from Rocky Point all the way to the Bayshore exit, and they are open and on the causeway.
So Causeway is open. Causeway is not closed.
Right. Into Clearwater, it's open.
Both directions? Or
No. Into Tampa, it's closed.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
The water's all over the
Well, see,
place.
that's where the water's coming in.
It's coming in. So the mouth of Tampa Bay is on that side, just like on 275.
That's why it's closed.
275.
Northbound on Howard Franklin.
275 Howard Franklin northbound is closed because the water is spraying over and flooding lanes on the flat portions, the land portions of the Howard Franklin northbound. And then the same deal on the Courtney Campbell. And the Courtney Campbell sits, very, very low on those flat areas. So northbound Courtney Campbell is closed. Yeah, we're looking at traffic cams right now.
This is a westbound angle, so this is pointed toward Clearwater, and you can see the water almost taking over the whole waterside lane. There's no passing that. That's why it's closed coming into Tampa.
Well, I'm looking at like Ben T. Davis Beach, for instance. Looks like it's totally flooded. The parking lots along Ben T. Davis Beach are flooded on the Courtney Campbell, but it looks like the left lane northbound on Courtney Campbell is okay. You have some water encroaching on the right lane on the Courtney Campbell, but again, Courtney Campbell heading to Tampa. So the eastbound Courtney Campbell to Tampa from Clearwater is closed, but you can still go westbound, according to Pat George. Pat, any other traffic observations? Sunshine Skyway closed.
Correct. And pretty much a lot of Gulf Boulevard, anywhere from Madeira Beach or Reddington Shores, all of that is completely shut down.
Yeah, I've been watching
a lot of stuff in Manatee.
Right on Gulf Boulevard in Pinellas. I've been watching some of the live TV shots all night long, and the flooding on Gulf Boulevard has been happening all night long. It looks like a foot or two in some places.
If that much, no more than a foot.
Yeah, and it might not even be more than a foot. And it looked like a lot of the buildings, the structures, the businesses don't have flooding. It appears to be parking lots and the actual roadways that have the flooding.
And I'll tell you, Harbor Island, how about that bottom garage in Harbor Island? There's nothing there right now, but you can imagine how much water's got to be down in that area.
Yeah, and Bayshore, we've seen significant flooding typically that we see on Bayshore in South Tampa. So, as you can expect, the typical areas that flood are going to get it. But as Dennis Phillips just pointed out a short time ago, we had Dennis Phillips on at the beginning of the show, that even though we're heading toward a low tide, that the inundation of water that's pushing into Tampa Bay and off of the Gulf, that it's superseding the low tide, and we're actually seeing some of the highest water actually when we're heading toward low tide and not at actual high tide.
So Mother Nature is fighting herself.
Yeah.
That's what it appears to be. Pat, any traffic issues, just bust right in and we'll take them all morning long. Pat George from the MJ Morning Show Traffic Center. Let's go to phones. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Let's grab Davika is in Tampa. Davika, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Oh, wow. So there's flooding at my apartment complex. I live right off of Southwest Shore Boulevard by the Green Iguana Bar. So that little street there, that's where I live, and the water's already up to my knees.
Whoa. All right, so that's sort of my neck of the woods as well, because I live just a little north of you off of West Shore as well. So you're near the Green Iguana, so you like near Coachman, O'Keller? What road are you near?
Oh, Flamengo Road.
All right, so
by the Circle K.
Okay, Circle K, you got the apartment complex over there, and you're saying, are you in the apartment complex?
I just came out. The water in the street is up to my knee already. It's moving really fast.
All right, so wait a minute, Davika, are you actually walking on West Shore Boulevard?
No, in the street by West Shore Boulevard, like literally West Shore is right there.
Yeah.
But you know where the Green Iguana Bar is,
Of
right?
course, yep, absolutely.
So my apartment building is right inside that block.
Okay, and on your street, you've got water up to where?
Up to my knee already.
Wow, and are you...
I'm actually on the street right now.
How far a walk are you over to West Shore?
Just 1 minute. Literally right by the iguana, just 1 minute in, my building is right there.
Davika, are you able to walk over to West Shore just to tell me what's happening on West Shore?
Yeah, I'm walking right now. Hopefully
Okay.
there's no snakes in the water or any type of sharks.
No, I don't think you have to worry about sharks.
Okay. You guys have ever been over here by the Green Iguana Bar?
Yeah, I pass it all the time.
Yeah, so that's exactly where I live. So
I've had a couple of P.O. boxes at the Oak Keller Post Office since 1995.
Oh, it's right there.
I'm down there all the time.
So I had to move my car, and I put it in the parking lot across from Green Iguana, and there was no water. Now there's water there. So, there's no traffic out here right now.
Is water covering West Shore?
Not the entire road as yet. Only on my side, the water's coming up. So if I'm driving down West Shore towards Gandy, so that would be my right-hand side where Iguana is, that's where all the water is right now.
Okay, and what about your car? Is your car safe, or is your car...
Right now, for now, it's safe. It was earlier, the tires were covered, so I tried to move it as quickly as possible. And I was thinking of parking it in front of the Circle K because their ground is higher.
That's a good idea, Davika. You know, Circle K is several feet off higher up than the entrance to the Cove or anything like that.
Oh, that's right, the Cove apartment.
Yeah, the Cove apartments.
Didn't Joey B once live in the Cove?
Joey B and I both lived at the Cove. That place is
really
right there. The apartment building is right there.
Almost everybody lived at the Cove in Tampa at one point or another. It's the best.
So I want to know if I do move my car, if they're going to tow it, if I leave it in the Circle K parking lot.
I can't imagine they're going to tow the car. You know, what I would do, though, is that particular shopping center, I wouldn't park it right in front of the Circle K, but you can park it on the side, because you have those other businesses that it's that complex is kind of L-shaped. You got the Circle K on West Shore, and then it L's to the back. I would park not in front of Circle K, but if you need to get your car out of the water, I would say you could park in I can't make it a guarantee, but I can't believe anyone's going to tow you in the middle of this activity.
It's crazy here in Florida, so you never know.
But those businesses are all going to be closed. So
everything's basically closed, but I'm letting you know on this side of the street, the water's flooding really bad.
All right.
So I'm starting to put up everything in my apartment because I'm on the first floor.
All right. Now, how far is the water from your front door in your apartment?
I would say like 6 inches up already. I'm very low on the ground. There's no height in my apartment. Everybody's apartment on the first floor is basically the water's at their door level.
All right,
I'm literally standing in knee-deep water in the street.
All right. So, and what street is that again?
Flamingo Road.
It's Mango Road?
No, Flamingo.
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 Yeah, Flamingo.
You know what? I've passed by these streets a billion times for three decades, and I don't know all the streets that I actually pass. So Flamingo.
If you Google, the Green Iguana, I'll tell you.
Oh, no, I know. So, yeah, the Green Iguana. I know the Green Iguana, of course, so that's Flamingo. And I guess that you mentioned. So you're telling me that you're on Flamingo right off of West Shore, South Tampa, right at the Green Iguana, and you're knee-deep in water in the street right now?
Yes. I was up since 4:30, and when I came out my apartment, the water started coming up little by little, but within half hour, it was rising really quickly.
Again, Davika, how far is the water from entering your front door at your apartment?
Oh, it's almost there, actually.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I got to go measure it.
Do you have any sandbags?
No, I didn't buy it. I didn't go get any.
Okay.
But I'm going to try to put everything up at least 6 feet high and see if it's going to help.
Well, it's not going to get that high, but if you have stuff on, it's not going to get 6 feet in your apartment. But if it starts to encroach, also what I would do though, Davika, is if it's coming close to your door, do you have any plastic sheeting? Or even towels? I would try to take towels.
I put a whole bunch of that already.
Yeah, so do what you can and grab a bunch of towels, and inside your apartment, just cram the towels against the bottom of the door to try to prevent water from coming in.
Okay, no problem. I will do that.
All right, Davika, do me a favor. Please call us back in an hour or two and let us know what's going on. Okay.
I will, MJ. Thank you.
All right, Davika, thank you.
All right, bye.
You know what, Davika, hold on a second. I'm going to have Andrew get your number so we can call you back, okay?
Okay, no problem.
All right, hold on. Davika is on one, Andrew. Just get her cell number so we can check in. Listen, that's my neck of the woods. I mean, that's South Tampa, and she was knee-deep in water on Flamingo right off of West Shore where the Green Iguana is in South Tampa. Up to her knees, and it's about to get into her apartment, she says.
When you talk about Hillsborough County roads that are going to be very affected, especially in South Tampa, West Shore is it.
Yeah, let me grab Bob. Bob is on US 19. Bob, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, good morning.
Morning, Bob.
Hey, the roads were clear all the way until, County Line Road, and I just ran into this wall of water. It's blowing like crazy. I'm headed into Hudson, Florida for work. I'm going really slow.
All right, so you're on US 19, so roads were good, and you're heading north or south?
I'm going southwest into Hudson.
All right, so you're going from Spring Hill, gotcha. So from Spring Hill, you're driving to Hudson, and what type of wall of water did you drive into? I mean, depth?
Oh, I could barely see.
All right, hold on. You're talking. Hold on. You're talking about
standing water.
Hold on. You're talking about blinding rain, or you're talking about standing water on the road?
Blinding rain.
Yeah. Okay. That's
all right.
Yeah. So I wanted to delineate. I thought maybe so you're getting some of the feeder bands and some of the residual bands and blinding rain, but the roads are not covered with water. You're just getting sheets of.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Bob. Thank you, buddy.
Hey, thank you. I listened to you in St. Louis before you guys quit.
Oh yeah, Z1077 in St. Louis.
Yes, sir. Take
All right.
care.
Thank you. Yeah, listen, I've had some inquiries from some other companies to see if we might be available for St. Louis, and listen, we might be back there. We'll see. So, Bob, thanks for the call. Yeah, he wasn't talking about driving through a wall of water. It's just the rain is very heavy. All right, 6:34 at the MJ Morning Show. We're live all morning long, full coverage, every aspect of the aftermath here of Hurricane Adalia. Dennis Phillips is going to join us all morning long as conditions warrant. Whenever he has some availability, Dennis Phillips is going to buzz us up. We'll take a quick break, and we're back in minutes. We'll be taking your phone calls all morning long. We're going to keep track of as many locations around the Tampa Bay area. As the sun comes up, we're going to be able to have more eyewitness reports, people around the area letting us know what's going on with flooding and surge. But interestingly, we do have a lot of flooded areas, but nowhere near the surge of 4 to 7 feet that could have happened. But all eyes are still on the high tide coming later this afternoon around 2 o'clock or so. And the water that's still pushing into Tampa Bay and along the Gulf is really hindering normal low tide. And there's so much water coming in that even though we're headed to low tide, it's causing some of these flooding issues. 800-990-1047 gets you on. We'll take a quick break. We're back in minutes here on the MJ Morning Show, so stand by. It's the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Thanks for listening, folks. Let's go straight away. National Weather Service Office locally here in Ruskin joins us, and forecaster Austin Flannery. Austin, welcome to the MJ Morning Show on Q105.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Austin, let's talk about the latest. We're getting these squalls. We're getting the feeder bands as the system continues to rotate. Austin, the latest as you see it from Ruskin.
Oh, yeah. So it's definitely pretty messy out there this morning. Along the coast, we've got storm surge. We're seeing the water levels coming up. There's been some road closures and flooding that's happening across the area. But there's heavy rain in pockets throughout the area. Folks are seeing some pretty strong gusty winds as the rain bands kind of pass through. They might get some lulls in between, but that's happening too. And then we've got a tornado watch out. So we're also looking at the possibility of tornadoes. That continues on through the morning. So, it's all sorts of stuff going on this morning weather-wise with this storm.
Austin, we had Dennis Phillips on from ABC Action News a little while ago, and we were talking about the interesting dynamic that even as we had the high tide overnight, let's say about 3 a.m., and we're heading toward a low tide now, that the water volume coming into Tampa Bay and along the Gulf Coast, that it is sort of precluding the natural low tide, and we're getting some of the highest water actually right now, even when we're supposed to be at low tide because of the inundation.
Yeah, and that's somewhat of it's going to continue to be a problem through the day, and it's certainly not something for folks to let their guard down about for those along the coast, because as you mentioned, we've seen those water levels come up, And we're looking at an even higher tide this afternoon. And with the winds continuing to just kind of keep that water piled up and keep piling water up, we're really not looking at any relief and potentially higher water levels through the rest of today.
Yeah, that's what I think is important. So I really want to reiterate that even though the storm has passed us, and if we look at the current radar right now, the eye of this is really, getting into the Big Bend area right now as we speak. But these feeder bands extend for hundreds of miles, tailing off, just that whip tail. And as we head into the afternoon, while the squalls and a lot of the bad weather might be gone, we're still going to have a high tide. If I look at the high tides here, Austin, let me look at the current chart. We're looking at St. Pete. The next high tide is 1:54 p.m. Sarasota's 12:16 p.m. Ballast Point, South Tampa is going to be 2:12 p.m. Bayport's going to be 2:12 p.m. as well. Those are the next high tides, and that's going to be potentially the highest of the tides, correct?
Yes. Yep. So today we're looking at king tides, which are just abnormally high tides already, and with the full moon, that's a big part of that reason. But yeah, and it's going to vary, as you just kind of alluded to, the different times along the coast. So really the main theme here is that while the weather otherwise may seemingly start to improve today, we're not going to see a lot of improvement in terms of storm surge and coastal flooding until we get much later, probably into this evening, before we really start to see those water levels improving.
All right, Austin, thank you. Austin Flannery from the National Weather Service office right here in the Tampa Bay area at the Ruskin location. Austin, thanks for joining us, and thanks for your work.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, we will check back in with the National Hurricane Center in Miami probably next hour and scattered throughout the show. Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News will also join us during the course of the program this morning. We had Dennis on first thing this morning at 6 o'clock. He's been there for an incredible amount of time. Dennis has been there for almost 24 hours at this point. So Dennis is still hanging out at ABC Action News at their studios on Himes across from Ray J. Fester, what do you have?
No, so last night I contacted Andrew. He spent the night here at our studios. Yeah. He was here. He was the first one here. He's been here for almost 10 hours straight.
Yeah, Andrew's our producer. Andrew, so you didn't go home to Carrollwood, the comforts of Carrollwood last night.
No, I did not.
And where'd you sleep? What cozy part of the Beasley Broadcast Studios did you find yourself sleeping in?
I camped out in one of the offices.
Oh, was there a couch?
No, I slept on the floor.
You did? All right, Andrew's busy answering all the phones in the producer's booth. Folks, if you want to get in, it's 800-990-1047. Lines are ringing, and Andrew is screening calls. So any observations, anything that you've witnessed? We just had Davika on a little while ago. Davika's in South Tampa, and she was just knee-deep on her street, which is Flamingo, right off of West Shore in South Tampa. If you know the area, it's right where the Green Iguana is, not far from the Cove Apartments, the Circle K, not the Circle K right at the corner of West Shore and Gandy. You've got another Circle K, which is more of a neighborhood Circle K, a little further north on West Shore. So, folks, if you have any observations, if you've been able to venture out, have you noticed any street flooding where you are, any inundation of water in your home? What's the worst of what you got? Again, really, as far as my neighborhood in South Tampa, as far as wind and rain, it really was, typical thunderstorm activity, but we are getting the water inundation on my street. So I'm in South Tampa. I live in Beach Park. I'm off of West Shore, right on Tampa Bay. And when I left this morning at 4:15 to be on the air at 5, there was water in my street. So we had, I'd probably say 6 to 8 inches of water on my street at 4:15. And I'm sure it's gotten higher because of the water coming in, and it has been able to fight the natural low tide. So there are streets that are flooded. Pat George just running in from the traffic center. Pat George, what do you have?
Well, it's perfect that you're talking about this right now, because I was just listening to Greg D. from ABC Action News.
Yep.
And Port Tampa, the gauge at high tide is supposed to be 1.7.
Yes.
and this is right there, 22nd Street Causeway. It's at 6.66. Clearwater is supposed to be 1.5. It's at 5 foot.
Gotcha.
And St. Pete, 1.4. It's at 6 foot.
Interesting.
That's where the gauge is on the.
Gotcha. You know, the inundation, as far as the storm surge, I don't think we're going to see the upper end of what the 4 to 7 feet. I think the bulk of the flooding in the Tampa Bay area is going to be just typical road flooding. Are we going to have some homes and businesses that will be flooded? I don't think it's going to be catastrophic. Listen, it could be, if it's your home and you've got a couple inches of water in your home, of course it's catastrophic. But as far as widespread, I just don't think we're going to see the massive inundation numbers that we were potentially, going to see if you had a worst case scenario play out.
Yeah, I was watching the Weather Channel yesterday, and they have this creepy feature where they do a simulation.
I've seen that.
It is so, because they showed
Gulfport. Hold on.
It was so crazy.
Well, they were mentioning businesses and specifics. Yeah, I saw the same thing. Yeah, the Weather Channel has a video simulation, which you're right, it's a little scary and creepy looking, showing you in really good, realistic, graphic and realistic looking video. They're showing cars floating down the road and everything. All right. You know what? Hold on. Let's pick up on that when we get back. All right, quick break here on the MJ Morning Show. We're about to head into the 7 o'clock hour. Dennis Phillips will join us again. I see that phones are ringing. Andrew, telephones will be with him shortly, so stand by. You get the MJ Morning Show on Q105 with full Hurricane Adalia coverage. I say Adalia. Some are saying Edalia. So I was punching around on the radio yesterday, and I heard somebody say Adalia. I'm like, what freaking rock are you under? Hurricane Adalia?
Way off.
Yeah, all right. 6:52 at the MJ Morning Show. Hey, when it comes to your money. It is 7 o'clock exactly. MJ and part of the crew. It's MJ and Fester. Roxanne is at home. She is monitoring texts, but I prefer that you call in without Roxanne right here in the studio. If you're texting us, I'd rather you call in if you've got some great information for us, any observations around the Tampa Bay area of what you've experienced or what you're noticing as the sun is starting to come up, as daylight is starting to hit. As I look out over our studios here near 4th and Gandy here in St. Pete, I see clouds in the sky. We don't have any rain right now. We've got a little bit of wind at this point near the studio. But if you'd like to call us, 800-990-1047. That's the number to get in. Any comments, any questions that you might have, we'll try to answer. If you have any observations on water inundation, any flooding, any surge, anything that occurred in your area, is your power out? Fester, go to the power chart so we can talk about that in a second on the number of customers out in the various counties. As we approach the 8 o'clock advisory in the next 50 minutes or so, the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory will be out. If you look at radar, the hurricane is well north of us. It is about to make landfall somewhere along the Dixie County line with Taylor County. It really looks like Perry is going to get the direct hit. So this is a Category 4. It strengthened dramatically overnight. It went from a 2 to a 3 into a 4 with the 5 o'clock advisory this morning. It became a Category 4 with maximum sustained winds at 130 miles per hour. And the millibars on the mercury have dropped significantly, and this is a tightly wound, strong storm. Now, hurricane force winds really only extend about 20 miles out from the center. It's really kind of tight. But here in the Tampa Bay area, and we're going to have coverage for you when this does hit. I have a couple of phone numbers up in the Panhandle. Don, the IT guy's father, is right in Steinhatchee. And so not far away from where land. Fester, bring up the Florida map so I can see where Steinhatchee is in relation to Perry. But Don, the IT guy's father, said that he wasn't evacuating. He wasn't going anywhere. So you ought to go to Google Maps is what you ought to do.
I'll get there.
That's what you're bringing. I don't know what you're trying to bring up over here. Yeah, but just go to Google Maps.
Google Maps.
So, Don, the IT guy's father, who is in Steinhatchee, was advised to evacuate, and he's like, I'm not going anywhere. So we'll try to get a hold of him a little bit later on. So if you go to Steinhatchee, it's right there. And then
Steinhatchee's right on the water.
Yeah, Steinhatchee's on the water. Now roll over to Perry. Perry, it's not far. And, Steinhatchee is going to be on the dirty side of the action. So let me check radar right now. Maybe we'll try Don, the IT guy's father, right now to see what's going on.
Yeah, Perry's about 10 miles inland, 12 miles inland, and it's about 40 miles northwest of Steinhatchee.
Yeah, let me roll to the radar. Say that again. What was declined? Okay, all right, gotcha.
Okay.
All right, so Andrew's talking to me in my ear. All right, so as I look right now, the eye is just to the west of Steinhatchee. I mean, by just a couple of miles, it looks like. So it looks like it's coming on shore just south of Perry. Let me see if I can get Don, the IT guy, because right now they're getting whacked. Let me see if I can get Don, the IT guy's father, on the air. Let me just dial him up cold. He's expecting our call. He said we can call him, and I don't know what's going to happen here. 356. All right. So Don, the IT guy, well-known friend of the MJ Morning Show. Calling up his father right now in Steinhatchee, where they should be getting pounded right now with a Category 4 hurricane.
Hello?
Hi, it's MJ from the MJ Morning Show. Don told you that we could call you this morning. Is this Don's father?
No, this is Daybreak. We don't have a Don.
No. Don. Don is your son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, Don gave me the number and said that Don's father would be happy to talk to us. Is he available?
Yeah, here he is.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I can. Hey, Don's father, I got to get your name. I don't know your name.
Yeah, it's Jim Zerbrick.
Yeah, Jim.
Hey,
so,
Jim.
Jim, of course, we've got a great relationship with your son, Don. We call him Don, the IT guy. And you're in Steinhatchee, and this eye is just to the west of you right now. What is going on in Steinhatchee?
Well, I'll tell you, the bird feeder is doing a 360 hanging off of a tree. I mean, to put it mildly. Now, we're expecting this surge to pour in close to me. We are 16 feet above sea level here, and we are on stilts, but the wind is pushing every bit of 80 or 90 right now.
Jim, how far off the water are you? Because Steinhatchee's right on the water. Are you right on the Gulf?
Well, if I could climb on the top of the roof of my house, I could see over the trees and see the Gulf. Yes, I'm about 1 mile from the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay, so you're inland a decent amount. Now, in your area, along the Appalachee Bay area and along Steinhatchee, they're calling for potentially 15 to 16 feet of surge.
Yeah, and I'm in the fishing business. I'm a commercial fisherman, so I had to say goodbye yesterday. Hopefully not for good to my boat. It's down there on the river. It's too big. It's almost 50 feet. Too big to pull out. Where do you go?
Absolutely. So, Jim, what do you fish for?
grouper, snapper. We had just got back. We came in early. Once we saw that the storm was going to be headed this way. So it's going to be devastating. I rode it out on my boat during Hermine, which was in 2016, and it was an 80, 90-mile-an-hour storm with a 10-foot surge. And I can only imagine if it does go to 16 feet.
So, Jim, what do you think's going to happen to your boat? How's it tied up? Is it moored away from a dock? Is it on a dock? How is your boat secured?
Well, here, floating docks is what everybody has. Down in St. Pete, where I'm originally from, everybody had solid, poles, and you backed it in between two poles. And that's a death sentence during a storm like this.
Yeah, so the question is, Jim, with the floating docks, if the water gets too high, the docks will float off of the pilings. So what happens to your boat?
Well, I'm kind of an ingenuitous. I went ahead and telescoped extensions that as the dock comes up. Now, I can't do anything about it if it goes 16 feet.
Yep.
We were anticipating 12, 13. We did it during Hermine. We saved the docks. John, we're talking $500,000 investments for, these big aluminum docks.
Yep.
But they brought a crew in because the guy who owns my marina owns 7 marinas in the Keys, and he's been through this, right? So they roped everything off the way they thought. Their plan was it wasn't about my boat. It was about keeping the docks there at that location.
Now, what is going on right now? If you look out the window, the sun is coming up at this point. If you look out the window, are the trees sideways yet? What do you witness? Are you getting sheets of rain? What is it like in Steinhatchee right now?
Well, we just got done with some rain, the sheets that you're talking about. Listen, these trees are whipping like I've never seen before. The last time I did stay, last hurricane, I stayed on the boat, so I didn't get a chance to look at trees. But they're not bent over like I saw. I was in Panama City after Michael. And if that's what ends up happening here, it's unbelievable. But no, these trees are they're bent over at 30, maybe 40 degrees.
All right, and what about your structure? Are you worried about your roof at all? You said you're up on stilts, so you're up about 16 feet off the ground. But what about your roof? What about windows?
Well, actually, I'm 16 feet above sea level, but I'm 9 feet above ground after that.
Gotcha.
But, the house was built in 1980, okay? So do the math.
Yeah, so that's pre-Andrew hurricane codes here in Florida.
Right, exactly. You're exactly right.
What do you think you're going to see when you venture out later today, once this passes, and when are there going to be any issues for you to leave your house? You think the roads are going to be problematic for you to drive to the marina to see if your 50-foot fishing boat is okay?
I think that's going to be inevitable until sometime this afternoon. Listen, our law enforcement, everything, they're also, they've got their job to do, right? They know that as soon as it gets calm, there's people everywhere that will take advantage of it, right? And go in and look at places that have been destroyed, maybe pick something up. But so I'm hoping to get out. Listen, we're flood prone here. Yeah, you're exactly right when you described this area. We're the storm surge worst area in the United States, actually, for a storm surge.
And also, Jim, your area up around this area of the Big Bend has not seen this kind of a storm, I believe, in well over 100 years. I think you have to go back to the 1800s.
Yeah. As older I'm getting, of course, I wasn't there. But historically, I really frown on a lot of the evidence. You have to take some of it as anecdotal because of how bad it went. Look at the technology, right? So, but no, I don't know. This could be the worst of all time for this area. Hey, Hermine was pretty bad, but we've had tropical storms that have been pretty serious here also.
Jim, do you have power right now?
No, we haven't had power in about 2 hours.
Okay, so so you lost power. The cell towers, miraculously, we're calling you on your cell, and the cell tower is still operating, whatever you're pinging off of near your house. So that's pretty incredible. So the cell tower must be running on generator. and we're getting a signal, and you actually sound good, but your home in Steinhatchee is without power now for 2 hours. All right, Jim, listen, thanks for coming on. We'll keep in touch with you. I'm going to put you on hold, and Andrew is my producer. Andrew is going to give you our hotline. And do us a favor, if conditions worsen or if there's anything you want to report to us as the hurricane moves just miles, the eye of this is just miles from where you are up in Steinhatchee, up in the Big Bend, call our hotline. We'd be happy to talk to you all morning long. If not, we'll check back in with you, and hopefully you guys make it through it okay.
All right, that sounds good.
All right, Jim, I'm going to put you on hold, and Andrew's going to give you our hotline number down here in St. Pete. All right, Andrew, grab him on Hot 1, please. That's Don, the IT guy's father.
Wow.
And Don said, hey, my dad will talk to you. He's a fisherman, and he's up in Steinhatchee. And, for a while, Steinhatchee was kind of the target for this. It's moved a little bit more to the west, obviously. This thing's been wobbling. This thing, went further north than they expected for quite a while. Then it took a couple of westerly jogs. Then it kind of bounced a little bit more to the east. There was a big concern late last night and early this morning that Tallahassee could get whacked with this thing, but it's going to stay to the east of Tallahassee as far as the worst of the weather. All right, let me grab a quick break here and stay on time. We're going to start an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ next. And we're going to go over power outages. Oh, we didn't get to the Weather Channel simulation.
We will, because that's something I think we have to talk about.
We got to talk about the Weather Channel simulation product is crazy. So hold on. We'll get to that here momentarily on the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. Stand by. When it comes to your... It is 7:22. MJ and a crew. We start an hour and 20 minutes or more of nonstop MJ right now. No commercials, no music. We do that every single morning right around this time, hour and 20 minutes nonstop MJ. 7:22 now. I'm on the early side. Pat George joins us from the traffic center. Pat, latest from your angle?
Well, we start out the morning with everything, the waves coming over the walls and the Howard Franklin northbound shut down. Well, now the tide is going out. So the waves have calmed down, and I have not seen footage of Upper Tampa Bay, but that's got to be pretty low right now because you can see on the Howard Franklin that the construction equipment, some of the barges are on the ground as the bay is sucking back out.
Oh, look at this. Hold on a minute. We're looking at the live traffic camera. We're looking at I-275 west. Well, it's 275 south. It's the camera facing
Which that's
west.
Open.
Yeah. So it is open. And I just saw 3 or 4 power trucks just get on.
Lots of power trucks.
Lots of power trucks are heading toward Pinellas County right now. I just saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 power trucks, literally just as I looked at the traffic cam. And again, this is the one that's posted right where the entrance ramp, once you come off the Veterans Expressway, like, for instance, I use this ramp because I come on every morning at Kennedy.
I use the same one.
I get on at Kennedy, and we're on that same ramp, and just 7 or 8 power trucks just got onto the Howard Franklin heading southbound toward the west, toward Pinellas County. And from this same traffic cam, which is blowing all around, the winds, are still pretty strong out there. So the camera's getting jostled quite a bit. But we're looking now at the northbound side of the Howard Franklin, and traffic is totally shut down. So Howard Franklin northbound 275 is shut down. Southbound is open. And look at the water inundation, and this is just before you get to the split. So if you're headed northbound, you get the split 275 north, and then you have the split to get off onto Kennedy, and then that's also the airport split. So just before that split, where the water is very close to 275, the water is still on the roadway. And it is receding, but the whole roadway is covered
in debris.
It looks like debris and sand as well.
So you would think that they could open those lanes, especially out of Clearwater on the causeway.
yeah.
I just looked at a view on the causeway. There was all that mulch and everything that comes up in the bay covering the causeway headed into Tampa.
Oh, yeah.
So even when this calms down later today, they're going to have to get bulldozers out there to clean the lanes.
Yeah, so how extensive is the debris going to be? You know, how quick, once the water recedes, how quickly can they open it up? Because right now I'm looking still, now we're looking at a northbound facing camera. So we're looking at I-275 northbound Howard Franklin. Again, just before the split, when you get to the end of the Howard Franklin, you got the split to the airport, and then to the left, you've got 275 going north toward the West Shore District. And we're looking still
It's still a little rough.
Yeah, water is still, the spray and the waves are still breaking over the edge, and you've got the entire northbound side of 275 just before the split at the end is completely covered in water. Every single lane is covered in water. And
the
then,
other side.
And what's interesting, if you look at the other side, if you look at the bay on the it would technically be the north side. The north side, the water's gone. So the water is receding. You still have water pummeling on the southbound into the northbound lanes, but on the south side, it's sand. So the water's receded, and it looks like there are a couple of construction barges that are sitting on sand right now because there's no water there.
And that water, all that water flooded out in the last 45 minutes?
Yeah, very, very quickly. So we're seeing a drain from Tampa Bay as the water's going back out. Now, the big question is, folks, with the high tide coming back again, and we've spoken about this numerous times during the course of the program, when you look at the high tide schedule, and this is a concern, we've got the king tide. We got the highest of the tides today coming later this afternoon. So St. Petersburg, we're going to have the king tide, the high tide, at 1:54 p.m. Sarasota gets the high tide at 12:16 p.m. In Ballast Point, so South Tampa, Ballast Point, high tide at 2:12 p.m. Bayport is at 2:12 p.m. And then up at Crystal River, we're looking at 2:47 p.m. for the high tides. And again, this is a king tide. So we're going to have the highest of the tides later today. So what is that going to mean? Are we going to see water levels rise again? And we had a very interesting dynamic this morning in the sense that we were headed toward low tide, but so much water was surging into Tampa Bay and along the Gulf beaches that it negated the natural low tide. And we saw some of the highest water during the low tide after the high tide versus the actual high tide early this morning at 3 a.m. So that just shows you the volume, the amount of water that we've had push in. So, Pat, let's go over the roads here quickly. You know, most of those that are listening are not on the road. The bulk of the
maybe a handful of drivers.
The bulk of the Tampa Bay area, they're at home today. You know, work is canceled for many, or they're working from home. Most businesses are all closed this morning,
and a ton are watching you on the live stream right now.
We got tons of people watching the live stream on MJ TV, so you can watch us every morning. If you go to mjmorningshow.com, you click on MJ TV at the very top. Look for MJ TV, click on that, and then you can watch us. Yeah, so we're looking again at these traffic cameras, and this is going to be, this is what? This is, that's Courtney.
That's a Howard Franklin.
That's Howard Franklin. Okay, that's Howard Franklin. And again, southbound traffic's moving, northbound's not. All right, so let's talk about the bridges. Gandy is open both directions.
Correct.
So Gandy.
Skyway's closed.
Both ways. Gandy is open. So you need to get from Clearwater to Tampa.
Use 580.
Well, you can use Tampa Road to Hillsborough, but if you're coming from Pinellas County right now, the only way to do it on a bridge is going to be the Gandy.
Correct.
Because from Pinellas and Clearwater, you've got The 275 Howard Franklin northbound is closed, and the Courtney Campbell headed to Tampa again is closed. Courtney Campbell State Road 60. The Gandy's wide open both directions. What else do we need to know?
Well, if they do close all the bridges around, 10 o'clock.
Say it again?
If they close all the bridges around 10 o'clock,
Right.
like they say they might.
Right.
It has not been that way since 1924 when the Gandy was first opened.
Really?
The only bridge we had back then is when they built the Gandy. If they close them all, we're going to go back to 1924 and have to use that land way up there in the Oldsmar area.
I don't foresee the Gandy closing, though, do you?
The bridge, of course not.
Yeah.
But getting to it, it's going to be flooded.
Yeah, if the Gandy approach over by the Redneck Riviera, if
that's a really low-lying area.
If that does flood, if the roadway gets flooded over,
it is. It's going to happen.
Well, again, let's see what happens with the next high tide coming, and we'll see what's going on. Folks, you can call us up. We're taking your phone calls. Pat, thank you. And then
I just spoke to Froggy's wife, Kim.
Yep.
This is the backyard of their house.
Okay, so, all right, hold on a minute. I'm looking at an image. I'll hold this up on MJTV.
Yeah.
And it looks like water is about to encroach their screened-in enclosure, but it doesn't look like the.
But that's going to get higher.
Yeah,
Look at our parking lot
again,
here. That water was not there this morning in that land area right across the way.
All right, hang on. We got a lot of stuff going on. I got Road Ranger Bob calling in, one of the Road Rangers. We'll talk to him in a second. We are now looking at water inundation beginning in our parking lot here at the Bay Point Center, the old Koger complex near 4th and Gandy. I'm looking at the wooded area, and there's a lot of water in our wooded area right now.
That wasn't there when we started the show.
No, and we're starting to see water up to the curb lines in our parking lot. So we're going to follow and obviously monitor our situation here, but the water is actually seemingly climbing here in St. Pete. Let me grab Road Ranger Bob. Bob, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Good morning, MJ. How are you doing?
We're doing well, Bob. Where are you right now?
Actually, I'm patrolling I-75, but I just got an alert that FHP is getting ready to shut down the southbound side of the Howard Franklin Bridge.
Oh, wow. All right. So hold on a minute. So when are they going to shut that down?
Very soon.
All right.
Very
so
soon.
Again, Road Ranger Bob, one of the road rangers that you see on the road, the assistance trucks for accidents and disabled motorists. So you just heard, how long ago did you hear that they were going to shut down Howard Franklin southbound?
Just came across maybe 2 minutes ago.
So this is fresh. This is breaking news. Bob, do me a favor. Can you also give us an alert and call us back when you hear that they've actually closed it?
Sure.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the traffic. I'm looking at the traffic cam right now. Traffic is moving on the Howard Franklin southbound. I'm looking at the Tampa side, right where you enter on the Tampa side, 275 south. That is open right now. I'm looking at cars traveling, but we'll monitor this. But let us know when you hear that it is actually formally closed.
Yeah, they're just prepping for it right now, so it will be happening shortly.
All right, so that'll leave, let's see, the Courtney Campbell is still open from Tampa to Clearwater. Courtney Campbell from Clearwater to Tampa's closed. Any word on whether they're going to close the Courtney going to Clearwater?
No, I haven't heard anything yet.
All right, and then the Gandy is still open in both directions. What have you seen? Obviously, traffic is extremely light this morning on 75.
Yeah, it's very light. I'd say from where I'm at right now, I see maybe half a dozen vehicles on the road.
All right.
Northbound 75. So.
All right, Bob, do me a favor. Any updates, any information that you get over the radio when you hear that the FHP has closed 275 southbound, Howard Franklin, if you could give Andrew, the producer, a call back, we'll put you back on, okay?
Sure, no problem.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Day.
You too. Appreciate it. That's Road Ranger Bob, one of the Road Rangers that you see on the roads, and they do amazing work.
And you got to figure, they get all the information that the police have regarding traffic because they're there to help a lot of the times.
All right, folks, 800-990-1047. If you're on the road now, what's it like where you're driving? If You're in your neighborhood now with the sun coming up. What do the water levels look like? We're looking at water that is increasing here in our office park. It seems to have risen pretty steadily. I couldn't see it because it was dark out. When I came in, there was no water in our parking lot, and now the water's in our parking lot. And this is low tide. So this is another example of the water has been coming up during the low tide. But still, not near the 4 to 7 feet that was predicted.
Right.
And, I thought what was fascinating was looking at the modeling from that experimental product. And we talked to you about this on yesterday's program. And if you go to the National Hurricane Center website, it's really fascinating to look at this. The easiest way to do this is in your browser, just type in NHC, November Hotel Charlie.
National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, so NHC for National Hurricane Center, and then the first item will be National Hurricane Center. Click on that, and then when you click on it, you'll see the current active storms. That'll be the large image that you'll see when you go to the NHC. The first thing you'll see is the graphic that shows the Gulf and the Atlantic, and you'll see the different depressions out there. You'll see Franklin, you'll see Adalia, and scroll past that. Then you're going to see Tropical Depression 11. Then you'll see Hurricane Franklin, and then you'll see Hurricane Adalia. You'll see the public advisories. You'll see the forecast advisory discussion. Then you'll see 2 rows of little graphics, little images. And the second row, the second from the left, is going to say Storm Surge Inundation. You click on that, and that's an experimental product, which is more of a real-time surge predictor. And I watched this yesterday vary from high to low, and it's been really accurate. And this actual real-time inundation map, this has been pretty accurate when it came to my neighborhood. And it's always been lower than what was predicted from the National Hurricane Center, and that was the 4 to 7 feet. So if you look at this, in my area, for instance, it's really around a foot or so, and that's really sort of where we are as far as above that high tide. Now, I'm getting reports from my neighbors. I'm in South Tampa. I'm in Beach Park area, right off of West Shore, not far from West Shore and Kennedy. And along West Shore Boulevard there, I've got neighbors and friends that are reporting. A friend of mine just sent video of water over his dock. Now, he's across the street from me. They're a little bit lower. On my side, Michelle was looking out a little while ago, and Michelle said that the water was kind of up level with my dock, but then I have a ramp that kind of does an incline up to my seawall to my backyard, and the water was not to my ramp yet, and the water was not over my seawall because I'm a little bit higher. So I don't know if I'm going to even get water in the backyard over my seawall. I think it's going to stay contained below my seawall. All right, folks, if you want to phone in, what is happening where you are? Let's get reports from all around the Tampa Bay area, whether you're on the road, whether you've ventured out with the sun up now. What are you seeing? What is the flooding like in your area? Are your streets flooded? Where are you? Have you had any water encroach or get into your home? 800-990-1047. That's how you get on. 800-990-1047. So we'll take your live calls. We'll take your reports right now wherever you are. 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. Let's grab Michelle in Lakeland. Michelle, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi. Inland in Lakeland. Go ahead.
Good morning. How's everybody? Hey, MJ. In Lakeland, I'm over here near Lakeland Linder Airport. It's just raining really hard, and the winds are starting to come in.
All right, yeah, so let me look at radar right now because, again, we've got some nasty bands that are going to be happening for quite... Man, as I'm looking at my phone, I'm getting texts from neighbors, friends.
Sure.
I just got a TPD text from a friend in TPD. I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, but I look at the radar right now as I zoom in. You've got some nasty heavy bands right now over Clearwater Beach, over Largo right now. So you've got numerous spots in Pinellas County. You've got Indian Rocks Beach is getting hit right now. You've got a really strong cell that's heading toward Madeira right now. Offshore, it probably will whip around. But then you got portions of Pinellas County that have, nothing at all.
Almost all of St. Pete isn't covered.
Right now, your heavy weather is over Safety Harbor. Heavy weather right now over Oldsmar, over West Chase. The western portion of West Chase, you're getting some heavy stuff right now. I'm looking at my phone. I'm getting tons of texts. I'm going to go through my texts because I'm getting HCSO is texting me right now. TPD is texting me right now. So I'm going to share all these texts in just a minute. But I'm looking at the radar right now. Northdale is getting hit right now. You look at, you've got, again, these bands that are just producing heavy winds and heavy rain in portions of the Tampa Bay area. But then you have areas that are like open right now. I'm looking at Dade City, and Dade City looks like they've got nothing right now. But a little to the northeast of Dade City, you've got heavy cells. I'm looking at your radar right now, Michelle, over Lakeland. And, I'm seeing some heavy cells over Lakeland right now. Also, Lakeland Highlands, heavy cell right now. Plant City looks pretty clear right now. On the radar
we're only about 15 minutes away from Plant City.
Yep.
Oh.
So again, you're getting these bands where you're getting heavy rain and wind, and then you'll have some areas where there's nothing right now, and these things are just whipping around. I appreciate the call, Michelle. Have a good one.
You too. Be safe, you guys.
You bet. All right, 7:41 at the MJ Morning Show, live with complete Hurricane Adalia coverage here, the aftermath here in the Tampa Bay area. Of course, the storm is gone. We still have these feeder bands, obviously, and we have another king tide. We got a high tide coming this afternoon around 2 o'clock. So what's going to happen then? Let me go through all these texts because I've just been hit with a ton of texts, and phones are loaded.
Yeah.
If you're on hold, hang on. I'm going to grab your calls in just a bit. We're waiting for Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News to buzz back in with us in just a bit. All right, let me go with TPD first. I've got TPD officers that are friends of mine. They're sending me stuff here.
Are you getting pictures or just reports?
All right, so Bayshore Boulevard at South Willow, I'm getting a video just sent to me. Yeah, some nasty inundation from Old Hillsborough Bay over on the Bayshore side, and there is significant water on Bayshore at Willow. But that's a trouble spot. That's a prone spot to flood. So there are. Do me a favor, TPD friend. Do me a favor. Clarify. I have from you. They're requesting us to close it. You're talking about Bayshore?
Bayshore?
Well, Bayshore, areas of Bayshore are closed already.
Should be closed already,
But
that's right.
My TPD buddy that just sent me this text, clarify, what are they requesting you to close? All right, hang on. I got HCSO texting me as well. Roads underwater on 41 and Riverview Drive. So this is coming from an HCSO deputy friend of mine. Roads underwater on 41 at Riverview Drive and at Madison Avenue, about 1.5 feet of water. And this, again, is in the county. This is, 41 at Riverview Drive and Madison Avenue, about 1.5 feet of water in the road. All right,
if you look at Riverview right now, they're in the middle of a pretty intense rainstorm right now. It's moving quickly, but they're in the middle of it.
All right, so my TPD friend, back over to TPD, he sent me video of Bayshore and South Willow is just underwater right now, and he's clarifying. So TPD is confirming what the road rangers said, that they're requesting a TPD to assist in the closure of 275 southbound Howard Franklin Bridge. So I'm getting, we're getting stuff in real time here. We're getting information from our sources as it's happening before it's even making news and other media outlets. So, folks, any reports, any of my law enforcement friends, keep the texts coming, and I'll share stuff all morning long. I'm getting images now from Davis Islands. A good friend of mine on Davis Islands is now sending me images. Yeah, so streets are flooded on Davis Islands. I don't see water into the yards terribly thus far, but I see a lot of the roads on Davis Islands appear to have, 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of water. But a lot of the lawns are still not covered. The water on Davis Islands in many places, according to the images, are up to the curb line, but not up into the yards just yet. Starting to encroach.
Yeah.
We'll see if it goes higher. Let me go back to phones. And again, folks, thanks for calling in. Thanks for your reports from all over the Tampa Bay area. 800-990-1047 gets you in. 800-990-1047. Got to get a hold of Froggy's wife, Kim. They evacuated, and they have a picture from their yard. Water is coming up on their home in Town and Country.
It's only going to get higher.
Well, again, we'll see what happens with the king tide coming. The water should recede. Then king tide is going to hit later this afternoon. But is it going to normalize, or are we going to have, because the storm is going to be well past at that point. You don't have the storm pushing the surge in like we did a little bit earlier today. So we'll actually see what happens. But listen, you clearly have to be on alert. All right, Dennis Phillips will join us in just a bit. Back to our phones. Kim is in Hudson. Kim, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, MJ, how's it going?
We're doing well. What's the story where you are in Hudson?
We are up on Hudson in right on 19, and all of the roads are closed all the way out to 19 underwater. They have the underwater rescue teams out there on 19. All the roads, Sea Ranch Road, Clark Street, all underwater all the way up to 19. They're all blocked off. There must be at least 2 to 3 dozen emergency vehicles blocking all the roads, and they have boats out, and they're going up and down the streets.
How deep do you think the water is, if you were to guess?
I would say maybe 3-4 feet high, all the way up to 19.
Wow. And again,
19, MJ, you can go down 19, but as soon as you go to make a turn onto Clark Street, like I said, Sea Ranch Road, it's all underwater.
Gotcha. And again, we always know that in Pinellas, Pasco, your areas to the west of 19, for instance, even alternate 19 in Pinellas, County, we know the areas where there could be inundation, and it looks like that has actually verified. Have you seen any cars stuck in the water? Have you seen any cars submerged?
Oh, yeah, cars underwater. Like I said, they have the boats out.
Yeah, no. So I got that, but I know that the search and rescue, the water teams are out. So you are seeing cars. The water is how far up on the cars that you've seen submerged on US 19 in Hudson?
Oh, up towards the doors, towards the windows.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty high. All right, Kim, thank you very much for checking in.
All right, MJ, you take care. Bye, Faster.
You bet. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Getting a report like that of the water rescue teams up in Hudson on US 19 because you've got cars submerged. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of phone call and the report that I'm looking for. That opens up a line, folks. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Gets you on. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. Kimberly is in Clearwater. Kimberly, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Good morning. Hey, so I was over off 580 in McMullen Booth. Had to go over towards Drew Hercules to check on my business. All the typical outside lanes are flooded, minimal traffic, but there are lights out throughout that area. Lots of police presence, so that's good to see. The winds have somewhat died down for the moment, which is a relief.
Again, that's going to come and go because I'm looking at the radar here, Kimberly, and the radar just shows, pretty extensive banding. It's like tentacles of the bands, as landfall has occurred. So landfall, Adalia has hit land. So landfall has been made up near Perry, Keaton Beach, to the west of Steinhatchee. Landfall as a Category 4, 130 miles per hour. Landfall has been made, actually a little earlier than expected, but we do have landfall. And we still have extensive tentacles of these bands that are going to be with us for several hours, and that's where we're getting the wind, the squalls, and the heavy rain. Kimberly, how's your business?
Dry, thankfully. All the employees are safe.
Excellent.
So I'll be back and forth making sure everything's fine. It's good to see most people are staying off the roads and heeding the warnings. So that's a relief.
That's the smart thing. Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate it. My buddy Craig is on hold. Oh, Bob, hold on. Craig, stand by. I got the Road Ranger back. Let me grab Bob the Road Ranger back. He's on the road right now. He's working 75, but is listening to the radio. Bob the Road Ranger, what's the latest?
I just got word that some of our road rangers have been dispatched to the Howard Franklin Bridge to shut down 75 going southbound across the bridge. And there's
275 southbound.
Right. 275, yes.
All right, so road rangers are going to assist law enforcement in shutting down the Howard Franklin southbound.
That is correct. And there's a lot of ramps coming out of, I guess it would be eastbound State Road 60 and out of the airport that need to be closed down as well.
Yeah, so the feeder coming out of the airport, coming out of the veterans, you've got the ramp, which I use every morning, which is the Kennedy Boulevard ramp, is going to need to be shut down. That's how I entered 275 South this morning.
Yes. Yep, that's correct.
All right, Bob, thank you for the update. Road Ranger Bob checking in. All right, Pat just rolled in here, brought up a traffic cam. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll go back to your calls here in just a second. So, Pat, you just brought up
we've been talking about Gandy Boulevard being open all morning long.
So the big building's Gandy.
That's the
track.
Goodwill store, and then Derby Lane is flooded also. So that means the water's coming.
Yeah. Well, is this as high as it's going to get right now? Is the king tide going to bring it higher? All this remains to be seen. I think it is. All right, so we're looking at a traffic cam right now on Gandy, and if you know where the dog track is, right next to the dog track, you've got the Goodwill headquarters over there and the Goodwill thrift shop and their operations over there. The entire parking lot of Goodwill is flooded. So I would imagine the parking lot at Derby Lanes is probably completely flooded.
Oh, it's exactly the same. Yeah. It may be worse.
Yeah, and, Derby Lanes, that's where Amazon, they stage all their vehicles. Correct. I don't think they're staging Jack this morning. I don't think anything's going on. But Derby Lanes, those parking lots are flooded. However, the water has not encroached on Gandy. So
not yet.
Gandy is clear. All the lanes are water-free on Gandy over here in St. Pete, which this is a half mile from our studios. This camera is literally, as the crow flies, a half mile from where we are right now. All right, waiting for Dennis Phillips to call us back from ABC Action News, chief meteorologist. That'll happen in just a bit. Let me go back to your phone calls. Let me go back to Craig. Craig's my good friend. He's the owner of Pit Crew Tire. He's in Ozona. Craig, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Welcome back.
Good morning. How are you today?
And by the way, Craig, also, how many years were you Pasco Fire and Rescue?
25 years.
25?
25 years.
So
retired 5 years ago.
Yeah, 25 years with Pasco Fire and Rescue. Craig, what's going on in Ozona?
Actually, Ozona, Palm Harbor. I drove all the way down to the Waffle House here in Clearwater on Sunset Point Road. Everything looked really good, but I heard them talking about Pasco. God bless my brothers up in Pasco, because when it floods up there, you work a 24-hour shift. You don't get any sleep. It's basically, I can tell you right now, it's like the no-name storm that we had back in 97 up there that just came in overnight. That's the type of flooding that you're going to get up there, all through the coast up there.
Well, your brothers, your former colleagues up in Pasco certainly are going to be earning their money today.
Yes, they are.
All right, Craig. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you checking in. Let me grab Tony. Tony is in construction. Tony, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, how you doing, MJ? We don't get a chance to talk to you all the time, but we're glad you're here. You guys can go through.
Thank you.
We're out here on the Skyway Bridge right now. We've been out here since 3 o'clock this morning.
Oh, whoa. So, Tony, you're with Walsh Construction, and you're on the Skyway Bridge?
Yes, we at the beginning of the Skyway Bridge. We have to close the lanes down and don't let nobody go on the bridge today.
All right. Yeah, because the Skyway is closed in both directions. So, Tony, you've been out there since 3 a.m.
Yes, we've been watching a lot of heavy wind and the layers come in different bulks. We can watch over the bridge and see the layers of wind come and go.
So, Tony, explain. So, you're with Walsh Construction. Are you doing road work?
Yeah. We the infrastructure management. We're not construction. We just the maintenance crew.
Oh, I got you. So you're the infrastructure management for the Skyway for the DOT.
Yes.
Gotcha. And why did they have you out there at 3 o'clock? What was your job that early, and what are you doing right now?
All we do is set up the barrels, make sure the barrels and the debris and stuff. Make sure the barrels are down, and we sit out here with the highway patrolmen to make sure everything. You got runaway drivers that like to come through with the barrels.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. So, Tony, over here on the Howard Franklin, over the last day prior to the storm approaching, the construction crews building the new Howard Franklin, they took up all of those orange barrels. They picked every single one of them up. In a lot of cases, on some of it, they left the big, heavy, black rubber bases, but they took the barrels up. Are you seeing the barrels blown around where you are?
No. Those big bright things hold the barrels in place because they're made of plastic.
All right. Well, that's good. Hey, Tony, thanks for checking in, my friend.
Yeah, the barrels have all been picked up.
Tony, thanks for listening, and thanks for the update.
So, Pat, we're looking at a video now. Is this Gandy Boulevard in Tampa?
Can't get off into Tampa.
Okay,
you got to take the overpass.
All right, so hold on a minute. All right, this is right by the Coast Guard Auxiliary.
Yes.
Yeah, so
all right.
Remember Davika called in a little while ago? And she was
yes.
at West Shore, not too far north of Gandy, and it was flooded. Now Gandy Boulevard has issues, and if you're headed over the Gandy Bridge into Tampa, you have to take the overpass.
All right, I'm looking at two TPD Explorer cruisers, Ford Explorers. I'm looking at two TPD units that are sitting right at Gandy when you come over the Gandy Bridge from the Pinellas side and you get over to Tampa. You have the boat ramp and the Coast Guard Auxiliary off to the right, and you have the fork. You can stay on Gandy Boulevard below, or you can get to the left lanes and take the new Gandy flyover. Right now, TPD has the Gandy access.
Yeah.
That access is blocked off because it's underwater. So all traffic coming over the Gandy now has to get up on the elevated Gandy flyover. Of course, there's going to be no tolls because all tolls have been suspended by the governor. So you don't have to worry about a toll, but you're not going to be going on the surface road, on Gandy as you pass, Gandy and West Shore.
Manhattan.
Past Manhattan. You're not going to be able to access that right now because it's underwater. Like Woody's Car Wash is down over there. You're not going to be able to access that at this point. All right, folks, we just had a line open up, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. That's how you get on. Any reports wherever you are in the Tampa Bay area, as you look outside, are you on the water? What road flooding have you seen? Let us know. 800-990-1047. Pat walked out. Pat just walked back.
It looks like the Howard Franklin, both directions now closed, and possibly the causeway now. We said it might happen around 8 o'clock.
Yep.
And it looks like you can't get there from here now on either one of those.
All right, it's 7:59 now, and from the traffic center, Pat just walked back in. So now the Howard Franklin is closed in
At
both
West Shore.
In both directions.
Correct.
All right, so you're not going north and you're not going south on the Howard Franklin right now. The Gandy remains open. So Gandy is open in both directions, but when you get to the Tampa side, you can't stay on Gandy Boulevard. You're going to have to go on the elevated because you've got flooding on Gandy and you can't access that. Bayshore, you've got, pretty extensive flooding. We've seen this in the past. You've got pretty extensive flooding over the seawall and the balustrade onto Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. You've got the leaves, you've got the debris, all kinds of crap is going to be left all over the place. But it looks like you've got a foot or so of water on Bayshore right now. That looks like, not far from TGH.
Yeah, that looks like right by the Publix.
Yeah, it looks like near Publix, near TGH, that whole area. It looks like Willow area.
Yeah.
It's probably Willowish is underwater, and water is lapping up the street off of Bayshore. So you're going to have inundation into the side streets off of Bayshore. But it doesn't look like any of this water is anywhere high enough to encroach on any homes or businesses at this point off of Bayshore, because the water appears to be up to curb level in most of these areas. All right, now hang on a minute. Let me go back to my and phone. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll go to your calls here in just a second. I got a whole bunch of texts again that rolled in, and let's see here. I'm getting reports from Davis Islands. I just got video from Davis Islands, and the road in front of Derek Jeter's old house, it's like a river.
Wow.
So on Davis Islands, what's that? Bahama Circle. So Bahama Circle on Davis Islands, water is flowing down the road like a river, but it doesn't appear to be encroaching on the yards at this point. So the grass is still relatively dry, other than the rain, but we don't seem to have any water incursion issues into homes or garages, at least on that portion of Davis Islands. Hang on, I got another neighbor sending me video. Let me take a look at this. So I've got another neighbor across the street from me, and again, they've water on the edge of the seawall and approaching the grass a little bit, but it's a long way for the water to get up the lawns on my street and into the houses, and a lot of the houses are elevated. Hang on a minute. So I'm gonna. This is one of my neighbors. I'm gonna play the audio because he's narrating the video here. Hold on.
All right.
I'm gonna play this. So one of my neighbors just sent me this video.
Stand close still there. Completely in the water.
Yeah. All right. So the edge of his seawall is underwater, and it's coming up on the grass. But it still is a long way to get to the house. Plus, the house is a little elevated. Yes, Fester.
No, we got lines are jammed.
All right,
every line. Mike is next.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at the traffic cam.
No,
all right,
everything's still same with the Gandy, but every line is jammed.
All right, let me go back to phones. Do me a favor, get the power outage chart up so we can track the latest power outages. We'll give you, county by county, how many customers are without power. If you are without power, we'd love to hear from you. If you're listening on a battery-operated radio, that's why we always say, part of your hurricane preparedness, have a battery-powered radio. Of course, you can listen to us on the various apps, whether it's the iHeart app, the TuneIn app, the Odyssey app, my Q105 app. Online, you can click on Listen Live at mjmorningshow.com. But also, nothing also beats having just an old-fashioned battery-powered radio to listen to us. So if your power is out, give us a call. Let us know where it is and when it went out. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. Mike is eastbound on I-4. Mike, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Morning, MJ.
Morning, Mike.
I just drove from Tampa to Lakeland on I-4 eastbound. There is numerous accidents out there for people driving in the rain. Right lane is holding water in certain spots, causing people to hydroplane. I've built numerous roads around this area, including the old Howard Franklin, 19 from 49 to 126, the Gandy Boulevard by you. If you're out driving, it's a 3-lane road. You need to be in the center lane. The water drains to the outer lanes. It's a 2-lane road. You need to be in the left lane to slow it down because your water always drains to the right because the roads are super elevated. That's where you're going to have your standing water to hydroplane.
I think that is great advice, Mike. I really appreciate it. How many accidents have you seen on I-4?
I've seen 5 coming through. 3 of them off in the ditches and 2 rear ends.
So what do you think? As far as the ones off on the ditches, you think they hydroplaned and they just lost control, going too fast?
Yeah, I think they were in the right lane, and since the water's draining that way, they hydroplaned and slid off into the ditch.
Yeah, again, slow down. If you're on the road, slow down.
But you don't think about it.
By you. Watch out for 4th Street and Gandy. That always floods.
Yep. All right. Well, listen, we'll see what it's like when we get out of here today. I'm going to look out the window because I see, we've got flooding in the wooded area right next to us. And let me look out the window. Yeah, we've got water, coming up on the curb in our parking lot. But it doesn't look like it's getting higher here near 4th and Gandy where we are.
Mike is right. The way these 3-lane highways are built, the highest point is the middle lane.
Yep.
And you don't think about that. You think about the left lane being the fast lane or the clear lane or the passing lane. That's where you don't want to be because the water has nothing to drain off of because there's usually the retention wall right there.
Very good advice. Daryl in Gibsonton. Daryl, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hello.
Hey, Todd. So the Apollo in Apollo Beach, the Manatee Viewing Center parking lot is under about 1.5 feet water. Dickman Highway.
So that's by the Tico plant, right?
It is. Dickman Highway, which is the road right in front of it, is under 2 feet of water. And interestingly, that the sheriff that told you that 41 was shut down, it's the northbound lanes or the inland side that's shut down. Southbound is still flowing.
All right. We appreciate the update. Thank you, Daryl. That's exactly what we're looking for. So if you know the Manatee viewing area, listen, I've been there several times with the kids growing up. So he's saying, a foot and a half of water over at the Tico area where the Manatee viewing is. All right. 800-990-1047. That's how you get in any reports that you have. Line just opened up. Any road reports, any flooding reports. What are the streets doing in your neighborhood? As you walk out your front door, you look out the backyard. What's going on in your neighborhood? Where are you in the Tampa Bay area? What are you seeing as far as water inundation, any of the surge, any of the water collecting or rising? What is going on in your neighborhood? Love to hear from you. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047 is how you get on. Jill is in Largo. Jill, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hello.
Hi, good morning. Let me switch from my headphones really quick.
Okay, sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it's even better.
Okay, well, because I didn't want to put my phone in my pocket because I would lose you because I was on hold, and I had to clean. I cleaned the Niagara Tap here in Largo on Seminole Boulevard. It is raining again, and I can see the water coming on the parking lot, maybe a quarter of an inch. But I drove from Belcher down Ulmerton Road to Seminole and made the left to come to work.
Can I ask you, why do they have you cleaning the place at 8 o'clock in the morning during a storm?
Well, they just told me that if they lost power, they would text me because they're going to open if they didn't lose power. They did not lose power, so
gotcha.
They're going to open. So, and I've been here almost 2 years cleaning the tap, so I don't mind coming in. I said if I can't make it, I
nothing like a beer at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Amen to that, brother.
I'm sorry.
Amen. But they don't open till 11. They don't open till 11.
Okay.
But
nothing like a beer at 11 a.m. All right.
It's raining. It's a little bit windy. I didn't see any flooding down Ulmerton Road or any accidents, and it was not a lot of traffic, but traffic seems to be picking up as the daylight's coming out. So, and I didn't have any damage to my trailer except for a little bit of the lattice came unscrewed on the carport, but I parked all the way up close to the house, so it did not rip it off. Thank the Lord.
Well, Jill, thank you so much. And
I love you guys.
I love you too, Jill. Thank you very much, and stay safe.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Let's go to Wesley Chapel and Stro, S-T-R-O, Stro. I guess what the beer lady just called in. I wonder if they sell Strohs over there. Let's go to Stro. Is Stroh's beer still around? I'm not a beer drinker, so I don't. Stro in Wesley Chapel, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, what's up, MJ? I was just calling because westbound State Road 56 by Wiregrass Mall, there's like a 7-foot gator in the middle of the road.
Are you serious?
Dead.
Hold on.
I'm dead serious.
Hold on. It's alive?
No, it's not alive.
You said it's dead. All right. So there's a 7-foot gator in the middle of the State Road 56?
Yeah, I had to drive by it twice because I was like, what is that? And then, sure enough, the second time I came by, I mean, it's pretty fresh too.
So what do you think? It was in the road in water and someone ran it over?
That's weird because in that little spot, there's no lakes, but it was definitely trying to, cross the road at some point this morning, and it got whacked.
Oh, man. Why'd the gator cross the road at State Road 56 at Wiregrass?
At Wiregrass Mall, you betcha. Everybody needs to look out in that area.
Is the gator still in the middle of the road?
What's going on, though?
Is the gator still in the middle of the road right now?
It's still in the road.
All right, well, someone's got to drag it off. And
I'm sure one of these country boys out here will grab it real soon.
Yeah, hey, nothing like some gator tail, man. All right, buddy, thanks.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right, look at these reports we're getting. I mean, we're getting a wide variety of very fascinating reports. Again, confirmation, Pat rolled in from traffic just a few minutes ago and said that the Howard Franklin is now closed in both directions. And I just got confirmation from my TPD sources as well that the Howard Franklin is now closed both directions, northbound and southbound. So, I'm looking at how am I getting home? Because clearly I'm not going to be taking the Howard Franklin home. I guess I could take the Gandy home, but I'll have to take the flyover because typically if I take the Gandy home, I'm staying on the lower portion of Gandy, but that's closed because lower Gandy is closed due to flooding when you come across the Gandy Bridge from Pinellas, and I would typically get over to the West Shore light and take West Shore up, or if they're doing construction, I'll go to Manhattan, but I can't even get there now. So I'll have to take the flyover, and then it's going to be interesting because I call it the South Tampa Shuffle.
Yeah.
And, when it comes to just regular summertime thunder showers, when you get an inch or two of rain, we get some of those areas in South Tampa where the streets flood. And over the years, you kind of, working over at Gandy and Dale Mabry in the old, 93 studios for all those years, I just learned all the roads that flooded. And I called it the South Tampa Shuffle.
I know all the back roads that get through the floods.
When I had to get through to get home, I knew the ways to go. But now I'm going to have to take the flyover and get off, I guess, where I can. I don't know if I can get off at Gandy and Dale Mabry and then take that up. But then again, you get the flooding that happens around Carriage House Plaza, near Neptune and Dale Mabry. You get the flooding around in there. So, Henderson, they did some drainage work, but it's still not perfect.
You may not be able to get off until almost downtown.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I'll figure out.
Hyde Park.
And also, we're gonna decide how long we're gonna stay on this morning. So, we'll see. Let me grab Christina in Dunedin. Christina, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm here in Dunedin. I thought I'd give you a simple report what's going on over here. It's a very interesting phenomena. We have east of Alt 19, which is close to a waterfront road as you get pretty much. Looks as though nothing even happened. But west of Alt 19, the entire length of Dunedin is completely underwater. It's probably knee height. I saw a gentleman's car. It was up to the doors. And it's ugly over here by the water.
All right, thank you. Dunedin report from Christina. This is what we're looking for, just the different geographic areas throughout our listening area. And listen, Q105 is a 100,000-watt radio station. We've got a pretty broad area, all the way out to the east, to the north, to the south, ships at sea out in the Gulf. Wherever you are, if you'd like to give us a report, give us an update. What are you seeing? We're getting a lot of very good information and a lot of color commentary this morning, and this is what we're looking for. If you want to add to it, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. All right, I'm waiting for Dennis. I've been communicating with Dennis.
Now, is he still at the TV station?
Yeah, he is.
So he was going to wrap that up about 6 o'clock?
No. Then he said he was going to stay a little later. All right, Pat George has just rolled back in from the traffic center. Yes, Pat.
Hey, Pat. Have you looked out the window lately?
Yeah, I have.
The creek's starting to come up around here.
Yeah. No, we looked a while ago. We've been monitoring that. Yeah.
The parking lot across the street starting to get full?
Yeah.
Oh, you have that big rental vehicle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have our personal vehicles.
Yeah, so I rented a big Hertz Jeep Grand Wagoneer.
It looks like something that should be like in Afghanistan.
Yeah, it's a nice vehicle. You saw it? I've got the.
Oh, it's a monster.
I've got the rental.
I pulled in. I said, "Only MJ."
So
last night I told my wife, she's like, "Are you driving in tomorrow?" I was like, "Yep," and she's like, "You taking the caddy?" And I'm like, "Yeah." That's a fairly low car. And I said, "Next storm, I'm renting a car. I'm going to build a company. You should build a company, MJ. You should turn in your receipt." I mean, that vehicle helped you get to work. I told her, I'll rent a car for one day, take out all the insurance, and build a company. Forget it.
Listen, a lot of South Tampa park their cars in a couple of different parking garages. I'm going to tell you right now, the parking garage at West Shore and Kennedy, the Intercontinental parking garage.
Yeah.
It is packed. South Tampa has parked all of their cars, to get them out of the low, lying areas. You got a lot of cars from South Tampa in that Intercontinental Hotel parking garage, right next to the Publix where Sports Authority used to be. That parking garage is packed with cars.
Can I tell you a story? Yeah. When I worked at Q105 back in the 80s.
Back on Gray Street?
On Gray Street.
Yeah, that was South Tampa. That was,
we had these, super troopers, and I drove the Bill Curry van back in those days. Well, my news director told me, "Can you go check the Howard Franklin Bridge?" Well, I got on the bridge, and I went over into St. Petersburg, and I turned around, and I saw the water coming up fast. And I get goosebumps when I tell this story. But as I turned around at 4th Street and came back, the water had come up so fast over 4th Street, and it was up to my doors when I got onto the Howard Franklin. And the only thing I could see, that's when they had the low concrete walls.
Yep.
The only thing I could see, the water came up so fast, was the hump.
That's it.
The hump of the Howard Franklin, and I had to drive back into town, and I didn't think I was going to make it. When I was going up the hump, I said, what am I going to see? How deep will it be on the other side? But you cannot imagine how quick it comes in.
Yep.
When I went back, and the water was from the Gandy to the Courtney Campbell, all level across the bridge. I drove through that, got on the hump, felt safe, got off, and just made it into Tampa.
Wow.
You should have parked at the top of the hump and just rode it out.
Yeah, listen, Bill Curry can afford the busted van.
I mean, it does the old...
One of the scariest sights ever when you see nothing but water and the hump.
You know what? That would have been the best thing that happened to Bill Curry Ford. If the publicity they would have got.
Bill Curry boating. Anything new on the roads, Pat? We do have confirmation. So Howard Franklin closed in both directions.
Courtney Campbell still open, headed into Clearwater.
All right, we're going to go straight away to the National Hurricane Center. Let's go to Miami right now. And Dan Brown from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Dan, thanks for joining the MJ Morning Show again. So we had landfall. Give us the latest.
Yeah, so Adalia made landfall around 7:45 this morning as a high-end Category 3 storm. It's currently moving north-northeast about 20 miles per hour. It's located just south of Perry, Florida, heading across the northern portions of the state toward southeastern Georgia by this afternoon.
Dan, do we have any confirmation on what the storm surge was up in near Perry? Do we have any idea what the storm surge was?
It is still ongoing. Water levels are still rising pretty quickly up, in the Cedar Key, Florida Big Bend region. So that, catastrophic surge is still ongoing as we speak. We have some tide gauges showing the water levels that are rising pretty rapidly.
Gotcha. And that includes, obviously, Appalachia and that whole area.
Correct. That entire area where they're getting the onshore winds just east of where the center made landfall is the biggest concern. And then also those, damaging winds are spreading inland. We're getting reports of, hurricane force wind gusts well inland now up around Perry, likely to spread further inland all the way up into southern Georgia here this afternoon.
All right, so it's hauling now at northeast at 20 miles an hour. This thing's moving. It's going to be in Georgia before you know it. As far as an exit point, Dan, are we looking at Savannah? Where do you think this thing's going to roll out?
Yeah, it does look like somewhere up along the northeastern coast of Georgia or southeastern South Carolina. We do have now, since yesterday we've issued hurricane warnings for portions of the Georgia and South Carolina coast, again, thinking that this system could remain a hurricane until very near the coast. It's still supposed to exit closer to Charleston as the tropical storm, but again, there's going to be damaging winds that will spread very far inland with this system.
Now, Dan, what do you make out of some of these models that have this thing making a loop and coming back toward Florida?
Yeah, right now it looks like once it exits the coast, there's going to be some strong wind shear. It's likely to weaken. Current forecast has it kind of slowing down and kind of meandering southwest of Bermuda. We'll continue to watch model trends.
All right. Dan Brown, National Hurricane Center in Miami. Dan, I know you guys are slammed. Thanks for making the time. Have a good day. We'll probably talk to you again before it's out.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Dan Brown down in Miami. They're a busy crew down there. So landfall's been made. So it was a high Category 3. We did reach with the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. We did apparently have a Category 4. So this did reach Category 4 status for a short amount of time, but then landfall as a high Category 3. Let's before I go back to phones here, folks, we have a line open if you want to try to get in. Any of our listeners, if you're on the road, if you're in a neighborhood, give us a report. What's going on? Flooding in your neighborhood? Do you have a home or a business that has been flooded? Roads in your neighborhood? Are you able to get out of your neighborhood? Are you with power or without power where you are? Whatever stories, whatever information you'd like to share, 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. That's how you get on.
A lot of people in the Bay Area right now are out of power.
Yeah, so let's go over that list here quickly. Again, I'm waiting for Dennis Phillips. He just texted me. Hang on a minute. I'm just getting word from HCSO. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, they're getting ready to close the bridge at Causeway and 22nd Street by the port. So that's about to be closed by HCSO. So heads up on that in Hillsborough County.
That's south of Ybor area. If you're taking Causeway as you lead into Brandon, wow, that's a big road.
Okay, I'm getting word Dennis is still on TV. Please, so Shay can call us. Shay from Channel 28, one of the meteorologists over there. Let me send this text to Dennis, and I'm going to give them the hotline. Dennis has it, but I don't know if Shay has it. So hold on a minute. Let me just paste this in here. All right, so Shay, one of the meteorologists at ABC Action News, she's available to call us, and we'll hear from Dennis a little later on because Dennis is doing live TV right now. So Dennis will call us when he is actually available to speak. So power-wise, we'll talk to Shay Ryan. She should be calling in just a bit. But let's go over some of the power outages right now. And we've got the county-by-county map. Is this refreshed with the latest?
Yeah, this is brand new stuff. In this morning when we got started, the entire middle panhandle area, the whole Big Bend area was blue, meaning there weren't a lot. Now it's lit up.
It is nasty. We've got some areas with 100% power outage in the panhandle. Let me start with our area first. In Pinellas County, out of 567,000 customers, 23,700 without power.
That's up by 5,000 from the beginning of our show today.
Yeah, it was about 18,000. Yeah. So in Pinellas County, 23,719 customers without power right now. And, of course, Duke Energy and all the power, they're working, as hard as they can to get power restored. Trust me, they want those meters spinning around going, they want those things working, trust me. So 23,700 out in Pinellas. Let's move over to Hillsborough County. Hillsborough, it's pretty low actually, out of 673,000 customers in Hillsborough County, 4,587 are without power. Let's roll up to Pasco County. Out of 308,000 customers, 3,200 without power. If I drop down to Manatee, out of 243,000 customers, 3,096 without power. Let me grab Shay Ryan. Shay, I'm just going over some of the power out. Shay, is this you?
Yes, it is.
All right, Shay Ryan from ABC Action News. So, Shay, we're just going over the Florida power outage map right now. We just talked about Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota. Out of 300,000 customers, 7,000 without power. Polk County, very low, 361,000 customers, 952 out. Did I hit pass? I hit Pasco. If I go to Hernando, out of 102,000 customers in Hernando, only 725 without power, so it's not a lot. Now, if Shay, as I move up here, Citrus, 94,000 customers, 7,000 without power. I go to Levy County, 24,000 customers, 8,700 without power. In Dixie County, listen to this. Dixie County, 10,000 customers and 6,200 without power.
Oof.
Yep. So let's move up from Dixie. Let's move into Taylor County. 13,700 customers, 7,300 without power. So 75% without power. Moving up to, how do you say it? It's Lafayette County. Out of 4,456 customers, 2,000 without power. Let's see here. Wakulla County. I've driven through there. It's a pretty cool place. Some nice back roads there. Wakulla, 17,000 customers, 11,500 without power. So you can see some of the areas have been whacked. Now, you know what we're going to do? After we finish with Shay here from ABC Action News, I want to call Don, the IT guy's father, again. Shay, we have a guy we talked to earlier in Steinhatchee. And right near the water in Steinhatchee. So we're going to call him back because they got, whacked pretty hard. So, Shay, let's go over the latest. It was a Category 4, but the Hurricane Center has confirmed that it did hit land about 7:45 as a high 3.
Yes, and so now it is still packing 120 mile per hour winds. So it's still a Cat 3 storm as it's moving inland, and so that's pretty impressive. The good news is that it is moving quickly. So still moving at 18 miles per hour, which is very fast, especially for a storm that is that strong. So this is good news in the sense that it will move through quickly, limiting the amount of damage it can do.
Now, the surge, we didn't quite see 4 to 7, but still, we do have areas that are flooded. We're getting reports from all over the place, from Bayshore in South Tampa. My street in South Tampa in the Beach Park area, my street has water in it, water over some of the seawalls, but not really getting close to the houses. What are you hearing as far as flooding? Listen, over in Pinellas County here, we've got Gulf Boulevard, underwater. What are you hearing about the worst of the flooding in the Tampa Bay area, Shay?
Well, we're hearing that there are some homes that have been affected in the Oldsmar area, Tarpon Springs in the downtown area. We're seeing that the shops are flooded. We're actually seeing quite a bit of flooding along the coastline. So, I mean, I would say that the storm surge, even if the numbers aren't, totaling as high as expected in some areas, the impact has certainly been substantial. And with a lot of the bridges being at least partially covered, we've been watching the Howard Franklin and the Courtney Campbell with the waves, crashing over them. And this has been significant. And I would say anybody who's considering trying to go out and take a look really should stay off the roads. We've been watching on our cameras people who have been trying to drive through it, and it's very dangerous.
We got a report, Shay, on US 19 in Hudson. We had reports that Pasco Fire and Rescue and the boat teams were out, that there were some cars underwater on US 19.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
We have the Howard Franklin is shut down in both directions now. When I came in this morning, the Howard Franklin was shut down northbound, but now both are shut down. So the Howard Franklin is completely shut down now. The Sunshine Skyway is completely shut down. On the Courtney, we knew that the Courtney coming to Tampa, so Courtney eastbound shut down. Fester, what are we seeing on the latest on the Courtney going from Tampa to Clearwater?
Still closed down. A lot of debris in the road on both sides.
So Courtney is completely shut down. Howard's completely shut down. The Gandy is open, but Shay, we reported this earlier. When you come over to the Tampa side from St. Pete on the Gandy, you have to take the elevated Gandy, the new flyover, because Gandy is flooded just past the Coast Guard auxiliary boat ramp over there. So you've got to keep on the upper portion.
Right. Yeah, and that's, I think, a lot of the issue is that there are a lot of side streets as well that are flooded. So it's difficult to get around and navigate, and you don't know once you go into one area whether or not you're going to get caught. And what we've seen, which has been very odd, is that even as the tide has been coming down, the water levels were going up. And it seems like it has now started to steady a bit. But keep in mind, we are going to be getting another high tide later this afternoon. And with an onshore flow, there is a continued risk for more flooding. And that is the concern here as we're getting to daylight. We know that a lot of folks are going to want to get out and take a look at what's going on. And we just really want to emphasize how dangerous it can be.
You know, Pat, look, we're seeing some traffic now. Courtney Campbell.
It's been that way still. That's going into Clearwater.
Okay. I thought it was closing both doors, so it's not.
No.
All right,
still into Clearwater is fine, but it's getting hammered from heavy rain right now.
Correction. So the Courtney Campbell is closed coming to Tampa. Courtney Campbell is open, but very little cars. Courtney Campbell is open from Tampa over to Clearwater. So, Shay, as far as the king tide coming later, you know, Dennis was on with us in the 6 o'clock hour, and Dennis made the observation, and this is, you know, really amazing, that the highest levels of water that we got were actually as low tide was coming in.
Right.
You know, as we're having low tide, because the amount of surge, the amount of water inundation overpowered the natural effects of the tide going out, and we actually had higher water, Shay, with low tide approaching than we did with the high tide at 3 a.m.
Exactly. And that's why we emphasize the power of this storm and the power of the storm surge. And why I say, you know, I wouldn't pay so much attention to whether or not we have made it to the 4 or 7 feet above, you know, tide levels, because like you said, at low tide, as the water is supposed to be coming out, we were reaching some of our highest levels. And again, the tides differ from north to south along the coast. The bottom line is we are seeing significant flooding. We're seeing levels along Bayshore Drive that we really haven't seen. And, you know, so it is significant and it is dangerous. And we knew that from the beginning, this was going to be the worst of the impacts of the storm. It's not a rainfall event. This isn't a wind event. This is a storm surge event for us. And storm surge flooding is what we're getting, and it is going to continue to be an issue more than likely for the next several hours at least.
What are your thoughts with the king tide, the highest of the tide? St. Pete at 154 this afternoon, Sarasota 1216, Crystal River at 247, Ballast Point, South Tampa at 212, Bayport at 212. What are your thoughts on the king tide? Are we going to see even more flooding, or is the storm, past us enough and obviously making landfall headed toward Georgia at this point? Is it going to pull back the effects of the surge?
So the surge will decrease some, but so we no longer have a storm surge, meaning the storm surge happens as the storm is approaching and you get that push from the low pressure from the storm.
And of course, the issue is that, we've got a very shallow continental shelf, just the nature of the geography of the west coast of Florida. And, I'm a scuba diver, and, to get into 60 feet of water, I mean, we go out 12, 14 miles,
Right. And so now it's just a west wind. So now it's more of a strong onshore flow. So it's not the storm surge this afternoon as much as it is a strong west wind. So west to east flow pushing against our coastline. So it won't be quite as intense as what we see with the storm surge, but it is still an intense high tide that we are going to see. So would it be as extreme as what we were encountering at low tide? I would say probably not, but there is still a concern about flooding. Would it be any worse than what we've already seen? It's hard to say. Probably not.
Shay, I'm looking, and that's good to hear. I'm looking at my radar scope app right now. You've got radar in front of you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at all of these bands. I mean, just it's like splashes of paint, all over the Tampa Bay area. Can you point out some of the significant bands of weather right now? The tentacles, the tail, the whip of the streaming effects of Hurricane Adalia. Kind of point out some of the significant areas of banding right now.
Okay, so what we have, hold on one second. Now, of course, my radar just switched. I'm looking at a loop. So as the outer bands that are moving through, one of the things to keep in mind is that we do have, with those bands, that threat of the isolated tornadoes. And we've had a few tornado warnings. We've been watching some spin. The good news is that we haven't had any reports of any significant damage as a result of them. So we certainly, have that going for us, and that has been a good thing. However, as we move through the rest of the day, we do have that tornado watch in effect until 3 o'clock. And I'm just having trouble getting just as you say radar, and I said,
but listen,
right in front of me. Now I'm having trouble with my computer.
I've got the image in front of me. I'm looking, Sun City Center's got some stuff right now. Riverview is getting hit. Parts of Brandon getting hit. Over Town and Country's got some real heavy stuff right now. So there's some, I'm seeing some pockets of red and deep orange over Town and Country right now. Safety Harbor, kind of spotty, but looks like it's headed your way.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Now I'm back.
All right.
So right now, it looks like we've got a band that's about to move on shore around Tarpon Springs, and we're seeing right around downtown Tampa. It's actually moving right over the Courtney Campbell. We've got some very heavy rainfall just south of Carrollwood as well.
Yep.
Most of this is nothing more than what you would see in a summertime storm, though. So these are moving through pretty quickly, and they will continue to move in that counterclockwise motion around this storm. And as I'm just going to zoom out here a little bit, and we're going to continue to get breaks. In fact, it looks like some of the heaviest rain and the heaviest bands that are going to move on shore right now. After that, so what I'm talking about is what is moving into like the East Lake area of Palm Harbor, around Holiday. Once that moves through, the coastline is going to start to get some decent breaks from Pinellas County on north, and the rain will really lighten up. It's what's south of Tampa Bay around Sarasota, and then moving on inland around Arcadia into Sebring and then Polk County. That's going to continue to be a little bit heavier for a bit, but and what we're getting going through Tampa right now, again, give it maybe a half an hour, and once that moves through, the rain is going to be a lot lighter. There are going to be a lot more breaks. You're going to maybe even start to see a little sunshine coming through from time to time.
As us long-termers know that when these storms clear out, when it's gone, there is a lot of times not a cloud in the sky. They are gone. Right. Everything is sucked out like a vacuum. Now, as I look at the bottom part of the capabilities of the radar. So you're looking at the same image. Shay, take your image at the ABC Action News Weather Center, Shay. Take your image all the way out and look at the bottom of that circle to the extent that the radar from the Tampa Bay radar extends. Take a look at that. And is that the end of it?
So like where the southern tip of Florida is about the end of the storm.
Yep.
Yeah, that's about it. So
how long is it going to take for all that to cycle through?
So that is going to take, that's going to move through south of us. So I would say that most of the Tampa Bay area is going to be free of the main part of these outer rain bands within the next couple of hours, so by noon. And then after that, because of that strong west wind that we were talking about, we are still going to get some showers and even some heavier pockets of rain that can move on shore into the early afternoon. And that's not necessarily directly associated with those outer rain bands, but it is a west wind because of Adalia.
Shay,
if that makes sense. So it's loosely connected, but not directly.
Shay Ryan, meteorologist, one of Dennis Phillips's colleagues at ABC Action News. Shay, always great to have you on, and we'll probably have you on again later, and I think Dennis is going to call us as well. We appreciate the time. Thank you, Shay.
No problem. Good to speak with you.
All right, appreciate it. Gotten word that Sheriff Chad Chronister could be calling us momentarily to give us an update on HCSO operations. You know, we've had word out of Pasco that the boat rescue team is assisting on US 19 with some submerged cars. You know, again, it could have been a whole lot worse, folks. You know, you can see what happens. This thing is 100 miles offshore. I mean, there were times where the center of the storm was 130 miles off, and look what this can produce. You know, again, you know, the Tampa Bay area, and of course, it's the Indian burial ground that keeps the real storms away from us.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Were there any Indians buried in 1921? I think there were. But the last time we took a direct hit was 1921.
That was a doozy.
Were you here, Rox?
Yeah, I was here in 1921. I was alive then, and
I'll tell you what, that Botox is doing wonders for you.
Isn't it?
Roxanne.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. 8:40 in the morning, and Roxanne has arrived.
I have arrived, and I stuck to my original plan. I drove when it was daylight so I could kind of see what was happening, because I've had people in my family, a person flood a car, so I don't want to drive into a big puddle and not be able to get my car out. So I drove in, and an earlier caller named Mike, he made a really, really good point. Stay in the middle. Stay in the middle lanes. If there are 3 lanes, get in the middle, because that is the highest point.
You're from West Chase.
Yes, I'm from West Chase.
How did you drive in? Because the Howard Franklin is closed. So how did you drive in?
So I came the back way. I went down Tampa Road, and then I went up US 19. And actually, I went through Safety Harbor.
Down US 19.
Down US 19. But it felt like I was going up because it's kind of an up ramp.
Okay.
Yeah, she took the up ramp on US 19.
And that's why I chose it, because I wanted to be higher. But there are still dips. And as I was driving along US 19, I was thinking to myself, how much water is going to come up here? So you just have to definitely be mindful of the drivers around you. The most treacherous part is when someone was speeding past me.
Yeah.
And slamming water,
sloshing water
all over. That, yes.
So how did that Fields BMW X5 operate?
It operated very well, and I want to take care of it so much so that when I got into this area of town, that's when I encountered problems. And MJ, you may not have seen them yet, but I sent a couple of videos, and you can't get in the back way now. There was a car I was driving behind.
Whoa. You're talking about the office park?
The office park. So
how's my Hertz rental car? Is it above water?
I'm sure it is, but I didn't take a chance. I didn't go that way, because when I came down MLK, I turned left to go the back way into Executive Center Park here.
Okay.
And one way I went was all flooded. Then I turned left down the next street. That was all flooded. I had a car in front of me putting on the brakes and turning around, and said, I'm not going to try and buy it myself.
And listen, folks, if you don't know how deep the water is, don't drive through it.
Don't test it.
Don't test. If you can't see the general rule of thumb is, if you can't see the road and it's covered with water, don't drive through it.
Okay, and then when I got to 4th Street to take a right on 4th Street, the right turn lane was completely covered in water, so much so that I went straight as if I was going over Gandy and then hung a right. That's how deep the water was there already.
Wow. A little dedicated turn lane?
Yeah, so it's starting. There are pockets, even in our back parking lot here by the bank, completely flooded in the bank now.
Hopefully we've reached the peak and it's going to subside. The question is, with the king tide, the highest of the expected tides coming, how is that going to affect things around 2 o'clock this afternoon in a lot of locations? But the storm has passed, so the inherent surge of the wind being pushed or the water being pushed in by the circulation, that's subsiding. So are we going to be able to hopefully have seen the highest of our water actually during the low tide, or the introduction of the low tide after the high tide at 2-3 o'clock this morning? That remains to be seen, because the king tide, the next high tide, is coming at around 2 o'clock this afternoon for most of the Tampa Bay area. So we'll see how it plays out. Let me grab some phones here. Fester, bring up the call screener.
While you're doing that, I just want to mention too, be careful of looky-loos on the road, because it looks so different. and there are things to see. If there are tree branches down, and people are, craning their neck and not looking at the road to check out what they might not normally see. Like maybe I'm craning my neck to look at a big line of power trucks driving by, which I did, and I sent you guys the video.
We saw a video live. We were watching the traffic cams. We saw these trucks go onto the Howard Franklin Bridge, and I thought, oh, Roxanne would be in such heaven.
Yep.
I think we've got Sheriff Chronister on. Is this Sheriff Chronister?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Excellent. Sheriff Chronister, Sheriff Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Welcome back to the MJ Morning Show on Q105. What's the latest from HCSO?
I tell you what, we're faring pretty well with 3,000 without power. We had brought our day shift individuals for today in last night, so they at least got a little bit of sleep. We're starting to go out and about. We have some trees down, but more so what we're seeing, MJ, is because of the surge, we're seeing a lot of flooded roads. And I got to tell you what, I'm a little disappointed that everyone's letting their curiosity get the best of them. Shelter in place. Unless you have to be out and about, this isn't the time to be around. I'm out and about, and I see in South Tampa, Bayshore, Town and Country, and even down by the Alafai River in the south end of the county, where people are out driving around. You have a truck and you can't wait to use it, and they think it's Monster Jam, and they're out driving around. Listen, these poor individuals already have 2 to 3 feet of water in their homes. You're driving by at a high rate of speed because you like to see the water splash everywhere. Now they have 4, 5, almost 6 feet of water in their cars and everything else. And then I see the same thing happen on the roads. They're passing these cars that have to be somewhere. Maybe they're trying to get the airport opened up, getting the utilities, going where they need to be. And same thing, I just stopped a truck in South Tampa flying down the road who was drowning everyone out. I don't understand it.
All right, so Sheriff, you just made a traffic stop. You lit somebody up for driving recklessly.
Absolutely, for going down West Shore Boulevard and flooding all the other cars.
Yep.
And everyone's trying to do their best to get to where they need to be.
Good.
What are you driving? What vehicle are you in?
I have a big 2,500 truck, so I'm lucky. I have a big Hurricane truck that helps me get everywhere.
Excellent. Have there been any extraordinary calls for service to HCSO overnight or this morning?
Not so far. We had a couple hundred calls for service overnight, but nothing extraordinary. Nothing to report. I got to tell you what, for the most part, everyone's been behaved. There was only one person that had to be booked in throughout the whole county.
Wow.
So again, and I was commending our community last night, my last show that I did, that people heeded the warning. In those few days, we gave out over 71,000 sandbags. We started yesterday with 150 people in the shelters. We ended up with almost 1,100, which means, okay, those individuals who couldn't find a friend, couldn't find some place to go, they ended up coming to a shelter. So I'm happy. For the most part, the community's listening. The roads are pretty bare. I've been out since 4 o'clock this morning, but I have to tell you what, MJ, as soon as it became daylight, people let the curiosity get the best of them, and here come the trucks. They want to go out and drive around.
Any message to anyone that would want to behave badly and potentially loot any low-lying evacuated areas?
Yeah, we're out there. We have, you remember, I have all the school resource deputies, all our detectives. They're out and about. They have Jeeps, they have trucks, they have SUVs. They're out and about. You try to take advantage of someone who's already down in their luck, it's an enhanced charge. And listen, I cleared out booking for you. We'll find a special place for people like that.
Sounds great. Sheriff Chronister on the road, the sheriff himself on the road since 4 o'clock this morning, serving the people of Hillsborough County. Sheriff, great to have you on. Anything that I need to know, just give me a text on my cell, or have Jerry, give me a text if there's any.
Whoa. Sheriff, what did the one person do? The one person that got booked overnight. What did they do? That was so egregious.
Yeah, Fester wants to know the one booking. What did they do?
I believe, and don't hold me to it, I believe it was a shooting.
Okay, well, he deserves to be booked. Yes, good call on that one.
Yeah, there's no discretion on that one. We can't walk that one off. We can't say, listen, get back with us. So I think it was one guy who decided to
And right before that, it was when they said there was two, there was only one. There was a lady who decided to go to a hurricane party and had too much to drink and was out driving and smashed into another car. That's right before things really got bad. So there were two, and then we were she ended up bonding out, so we were down to one overnight.
All righty. Well, listen, we're a big county. It's a big agency, and for one person,
pretty good.
Yeah, people are pretty well behaved. So continue. Don't drive like a maniac. You might get pulled over by the sheriff himself.
Right.
Sheriff Chad Chronister, if there's any message you want me to get out, just hit me up on the cell. You got my personal cell number. Have Jerry give me a text. Whatever you need from us, we're happy to help.
Absolutely. I'm glad you guys are safe and sound. Thanks for getting the word out to our community and keeping them safe. Always appreciate you guys.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right, Sheriff Chad Chronister, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. We've got a call into Gualtieri from Pinellas. They've got, I guess, they've got a little presser coming up, so we'll try to get Sheriff Gualtieri on when we can. Phones are pretty busy. I'll tell you what, bring up the screener. Let me see what we have on the screener. Let me grab a couple of these quickly. We're also going to try to get Dennis Phillips on as soon as he has a break. Dennis was going to go home at 6 a.m., but decided to stay, and Dennis has been on Channel 28 pretty much nonstop. But as you know, last couple of days, we had Dennis on Monday and Tuesday for an hour straight each day. Taking your phone calls and everything. Let me grab a couple here before I take the break. These have been on hold for a while. Sally is in St. Pete. Sally, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hey, MJ, how are you?
Doing well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, so getting reports over by 9th and 83rd, and it looks like that Target area, that intersection, it's completely flooded. It is way flooded. So there's if you're going through, you can't see the road, you can't see anything. And apparently all of the canals are starting to get filled up. So that's what's happening is there's nowhere for that water to run off.
We're starting to see it here in our office park. We're surrounded by some water right now.
We're about a half a mile north of where she's talking.
Yeah.
You're talking that Gateway area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Target right down the street.
She's
here.
right down the road, 9th and 83rd.
Yep. I know it. As long as those big red balls in front of Target don't float away.
Those balls ain't going anywhere.
I don't think so. Sally, thanks for the call. Let's grab Tiffany up in Holiday. Tiffany, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Good morning, guys. I was over by Strawberry Memorial. It's completely underwater up to your knees. It's about 2 foot away from people's houses over there. And some poor guy was outside, and he's like, I was wondering if I should leave. And I'm like, I don't know. It might be getting a little bit worse with the high tides coming in.
We've got the king tide coming, and, there's a chance, though, that the king tide might not be as bad as, believe it or not, the water inundation during the entrance of the low tide because of the surge being pushed in by the hurricane still moving up and having bands still pushing water in. So we'll see. Tiffany, thanks for the call. We'll grab more calls in just a bit. Stand by. Also, I want to call Don the IT guys. We'll do this next. If the cell tower is still standing, I want to call Don the IT guy's father up in Steinhatchee. He is in his home, didn't leave, a mile inland, and of course the hurricane passed probably the eye wall, probably within 15, 20 miles of where he is up in Steinhatchee, up in the Big Bend area. So hold on. We'll try to get a hold of Don, the IT guy's father, in just a couple of minutes. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Dennis Phillips hopefully will join us when he has a break from TV. Again, I've got to, during the break here, I got to go through my text. I have 100 texts from law enforcement friends from all over the Tampa Bay area. I've got neighbors. I've got to go through text, and I'll share with you what I can. Froggy and his wife and kids and their new French bulldog, Pugsley. What's the name of the dog?
Miss Elizabeth.
I'm sorry, it's not Pugsley.
Lizzie.
It's Miss Elizabeth. They evacuated. They're in Town and Country, and they left their house, and they have a picture of water coming up to their back porch. So we'll talk to Froggy or Kim, Froggy's wife, in just a bit. Let me grab a quick break here. We've gone over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ, and we'll grab more of your calls coming up. We'll call up into Steinhatchee, hopefully, in a few minutes. So we're loaded next here on the MJ Morning Show. Let me see. The National Weather Service. All right, folks, if we did play a song here, because typically I'd play one song. I'd say, something obnoxious like, now another one song in a row on Q105. If I had played the song here, you're not going to believe what song was actually scheduled.
Who schedules this stuff anyway?
I don't know. Is this Slick Rick, our program director?
Yeah, can't we have like a second set of eyes on this?
So if a song were to be played here, this is what was scheduled in the computer. You might recognize this as Deborah Harry and Blondie. Yeah, the tide is high. This is the song that was scheduled as the water's moving up around the Tampa Bay area. The king tide on the way around 2 o'clock. No, I'm not going to play the whole song. Yeah, that's it.
Really?
Yeah, that's all I'm playing
Really?
right there.
Of all
Yeah,
days?
that's all I'm playing. I'm shutting it off. All right. Hey, Andrew, what about other songs we could have had scheduled?
So yesterday we had Watch Out for the Rain. What was the song yesterday, Andrew?
Watch out! What do you?
I remember it was a rain song.
Oh yeah, Eurythmics. Watch out for the rain.
Watch out for the rain.
It's called Here Comes the Rain
Here
Again.
Comes the Rain.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fester thinks it's Watch Out for the Rain by Annie Lennox and the Eurythmics.
Watch out for the rain. Yeah, that would work as well.
I just had to remove Blame It on the Rain from our music lineup because that was going to play today, too.
Are you serious? No, we don't play that, do
No,
we?
we don't.
We should. That's a good song.
Milli Vanilli.
We could have come out of the commercial break with this. Which, of course, the fabulous Scorpions. Here I am, rock you like a hurricane. right. But that is not on the log. I don't think that's not. Make sure that's not running today. After we shut things down, whatever time I decide to end the show today, yeah, should Rock You Like a Hurricane play today, or should it not play?
I don't know. I'm really torn on that. Gosh.
All right, let me dial up to Steinhatchee, and let me call Don the IT guy's father again. Roxanne, you came a little late. Did you hear Don the IT guy's father on the show?
I did not, no.
Yeah. He's up in Steinhatchee.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's a fisherman. He's a commercial fisherman up there with a 50-foot boat, and, hopefully his boat's going to be okay. Hopefully he's okay. Let me dial him quickly again. All right, 3. All right, we're calling Jim. Jim Zerbrick, who is Don the IT guy's dad. And let's hope the cell tower is still standing and that they can answer. Because I think they would have gotten the worst of things after we spoke to them this morning.
Hello.
Jim, it's MJ from the MJ Morning Show calling down in Tampa Bay again. How are you doing, Jim?
Can you hear us, Jim?
Hello?
Jim, can you hear me? Hello, Jim.
I think he hung up on
I don't think he could ever hear us.
Well, that was we could hear him, but
Yeah.
I don't think he was able to hear us. Maybe the cell tower is damaged. Who knows? All right, let me try it one more time. 3, 4. Yeah, that was interesting because we could hear him, but I don't think he could not hear us.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Look at that.
3523561.
Yeah, that's weird. Let me dial it up again. So now it's going right to voicemail. So, hang on a sec. He's buzzed us back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Jim, we got worried for a second. Jim, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's hitting the fan here as far as the water. Since we talked, the water is out here at my front of my property.
All right, so wait a minute. You're a mile in from the Gulf, and the water is at your property?
Yeah.
All right, how high is the water?
What would you say that water was? 2 feet? Absolutely. 2 feet plus, so far, and it's rising.
All right, Jim, what's the condition of your house? Any damage at the house, and what do you think the winds hit at your house?
The winds hit with gusts of 100, sustained of 70, 80, a lot of trees down, pieces of trees. But we all of a sudden, getting phone calls. We still got this wonderful cell tower working, right? So we're saying, no, we haven't seen the water yet, haven't seen the Gulf, and all of a sudden, 5 minutes later, there it is.
All right, folks, we're on the phone with Jim Zerbrick. Jim is the father of Don the IT guy. If you're a regular listener of the MJ Morning Show, you know that Don the IT guy is a friend of the show. He's helped us with all of our computer issues. Don is the one that secures all of these Microsoft Surface Pros that we've given away. And we've got Don's dad is in Steinhatchee. And as the crow flies, how far are you from Perry?
40 miles.
All right, so it's a little further than I thought. So, at Perry, they had winds that I'm sure hit 130 miles an hour. So you're about 30, 40 miles away. You think you had 100-mile-an-hour gusts. Any damage at your house? Anything that you can see?
We don't know. I haven't got outside to look at the roof and everything. We're getting ready to start to generate, get the generators going. We haven't had power since 5. So, but it's just been too nasty out. And I was worried about the water. And, there's no sense of putting the generator, getting it going, and all of a sudden you got to get the generator out of there. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Florida outage map. Are you Dixie or are you Taylor County?
Taylor County.
All right, so when I look at Taylor County, this is incredible. Jim, there are 13,771 customers in Taylor County. 10,312 are without power right now.
Yeah, 80%.
Oh, yeah, 3,000 have power out of 13,000. Now, Is there anyone that can give you a report down at the marina where your fishing boat is?
Well, no, nobody's going to be able to get in there because that's Dixie County, and that water is probably 6 foot deep on the highway. But there is a live cam at the Dead Man's Bay Marina, the new marina that was built in town here. And they've got a live cam that you're able to get on, and you're able to look at the conditions right there at the mouth of the river in the Gulf.
Did that stay up during the storm? Is it still operable?
Yeah, we just were looking at it.
Wow. And what does it show?
It shows that the building, it shows a lot of water. Oh, it shows roofs.
What about boats? Are boats intact? Any boats overturned? Any boats submerged?
We haven't listened. They did a really good job of pulling everything out. It was unlike Fort Myers, right, where people left stuff in the water. Like I told you, I left mine in. It's too big to haul out. So where was I going to take it? But all the small boats, the pontoons, we're the scalloping capital of, the state.
Yep.
And so a lot of the boats are small, but no, all those boats were taken out. But you can, that's a really good cam shot of how deep the water is on the that's over the seawall now. So you got to figure it's 6 to 8 feet.
And in Steinhatchee, where you are, you said you were a mile inland, correct?
Yes.
When you look out your windows, you said a lot of trees are down or bent over?
Yeah.
How close is your nearest neighbor, and are they as high as you?
No, they're not as high. In fact, there's 2 of my neighbors are here now. They had to evacuate. They live about a quarter of a mile down the road from.
Yeah, because I heard another male voice in the background. So you had a neighbor down the road that had to evacuate because their home was too low, so they came to your elevated home.
Right, that's where we're at now.
Do they have water in their home?
Did the water get? Yes. It's very possible. It's very possible now. When they left, it was right there at the doorstep of their mobile home. So yeah. So now, because it's gotten worse, because the water has climbed all the way up a little farther up towards my house here.
Wow. All right. Listen, Jim, I'm glad you're safe. By the way, what's your cell service? Because it's pretty remarkable that the tower stayed intact and is still working well. Who do you use?
Well, this is unusual. AT&T. We've been really down on them lately. But like when it mattered, when it counted, it's like that quarterback that's on the bench that hasn't been playing worth a darn, right? And all of a sudden he wins it for you.
Yeah, AT&T, the cell tower stayed up and is providing service, right in Taylor County. Near where the hurricane came ashore. All right, Jim, great to have you on. Thanks. I wish your neighbor who's sheltered at your place, I wish him the best of luck, and I hope that the incursion of water did not happen. And Jim, I will check back with you maybe tomorrow. Do you think you'll be able to see if your boat's okay by tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be over there tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim, and I appreciate it. Stay safe, and I appreciate you coming on.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News joining us. Dennis, you've been a busy guy.
Yeah, that was one of my longest ones since Charlie. I was on 16 straight hours.
Wow. So you've just wrapped?
I wrapped. You know what? We made landfall. I watched Paul get blown around in the hurricane. Really, he was in the eye wall, and I mean, he got beat up.
No,
Paul. Like, right.
Paul's your reporter. He was up up near the bend, right?
Yeah, he was in Perry.
So, what's Paul's last name is?
Legrone.
Dennis, you're breaking up a little bit. Say it again.
Paul Legrone.
Right. He does anchoring as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I've seen him many times. So, Dennis, what are your thoughts? Oh, by the way, so you just finished up 16 hours on ABC Action News, and now we're going to do 2 hours with Dennis Phillips right now.
Well,
yeah, that's what I was afraid of, Dennis.
I got you in the car as long as, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get home or if the roads are flooded. I'll be in the car for at least 40 minutes. You get that?
Wow.
You got 40 minutes.
Dennis, you were breaking up a little bit. Let's see if the cell signal stabilizes, or we might have to call you back. Can you hear me, Dennis? Yeah, we lost Dennis. All right, I'll tell you what.
So we call Steinhatchee in the middle of a category 3 plus.
No, Steinhatchee.
My apologies.
Yeah, Steinhatchee.
We call there, and the cell service is actually great. And we call 10 miles down the road from Tampa, we can't get a signal.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, we had great service with Dennis on Monday and Tuesday.
Absolutely.
All right, here he is again. All right, Dennis, let's see if this sells a little better.
At the light at Hillsborough Avenue and Himes.
Yeah, all right, now this sounds good. This is crystal clear now. All right, so Dennis, landfall as a high Category 3. How long do you think was it Category 4? And, of course, listen, it's a couple of miles an hour difference, but how long was it for before it hit landfall?
Man, time is all a blur the last 16 hours. I think it was about 2 hours. The landfall occurred around 8:30 at Keaton Beach, and it went from 1:30 down to 1:25. I think it was about 2 or 3 hours. I think it was 2 hours. I think it was the 6 o'clock advisory where they bumped it up to 1:30.
Dennis Phillips, ABC Action News, chief meteorologist and superhero when it comes to dealing with these storms. As we look back now, and we're still processing landfall, an hour and change ago, what stands out? What do you think is most important to recognize here?
Well, the flooding. I was real pleased with the way the forecast went. We said we wouldn't get hurricane force winds. We didn't. We said we'd get tropical storm gusts. We did. The rain bands came through as expected. We had several tornado warnings. Everything went as expected. But I'll tell you, when I'm seeing the video of the flooding over the Howard Franklin, by the way, I thought about you because I remember you saying, oh, yeah, I drove across the Howard Franklin. I was going to drive across it in my rented vehicle so the water wouldn't cause any problems. And the other side of that Howard Franklin was shut down from the rain, and I thought about you because, how was that drive? Was it crazy driving over it?
It wasn't terrible. So I had heard that the Howard Franklin was shut down. I left my home at 4:15 this morning. So typically I arrive at the studio about 5:30. This morning, I was shooting to arrive at 4:30, and I did. I left the house at about 4:15, and I had heard that Howard Franklin 275 North was shut down, and southbound was still open. I was the only car on the bridge. In fact, I shot a video. It was just eerie. No cars. I finally saw like 1 or 2 cars on the Howard, and it's just an eerie video. I shot a couple of minutes while I was driving, and it's on my Instagram at Certified MJ Radio. If you want to see it, Certified MJ Radio is where you can see my creepy drive-in. But it wasn't bad. Dennis, when I got on the bridge on the Tampa side, I get on at the Kennedy exit. That's where I get on, near where the old Fox Jazz Club used to be. So I get on over there, and I had some squalls, and I had some pounding rain for like a half a mile. I looked off to the right, and I saw the northbound lanes. I saw the water spraying over the seawall on the northbound side of 275. But then about a half mile down, it just stopped, like somebody turned a switch off. The wind wasn't bad. I had no rain. You can see it on the video on Certified MJ Radio on Instagram, so it wasn't terrible. I get across the Howard Franklin, and I get off at the MLK Ulmerton exit, Dennis. And as I'm going down MLK, I see that there are 2 St. Pete police officers. They're blocking off the entrance to 275 northbound. And I stopped and said hi to them. And, they said, yep, we're shutting down per FHP. We've been asked to station here and shut it down. But as far as my ride in, Dennis, it really wasn't that bad at 4:15 in the morning.
Wow. And I guess when you're one of the only cars on the road, probably harder driving in one of our afternoon thunderstorms with 60-mile-an-hour winds and torrential downpours.
Now my neighborhood's interesting. Now I'm, basically where I am. I'm in South Tampa. I'm in Beach Park. I'm right off West Shore. And when I went out at 2:30 this morning, I walked down the driveway into the street. The street was no standing water. Then when I left at 4:15 this morning, there was about 6 or 8 inches of water in my street. So it just shows you what a difference just a short amount of time can make.
You did see the video of Bayshore, right?
I did. So, we've talked about that all morning long. At the deepest point on Bayshore in South Tampa, Dennis, how deep is the water?
Jeez. Well, I mean, I wasn't there. I was just looking at it from the video, but it seemed to me that it had to be at least 3 feet. And that doesn't include the rise that it took to get over, the wall itself. I believe we looked at the gauge and it was 6.9 was the level for the bay right there, and the forecast was 4 to 7, and they were at 6.9. I believe that was the number we went with.
But does that if it's 6.9 on the gauge and they called for 4 to 7, is that really covering the spread on the 4 to 7 storm surge? Or would if you actually had 7 feet of surge, would it be even higher than that?
Well, it's. I don't think the forecast. Well, the way that they worked it is they said above ground level, whatever that means.
Right.
It was 4 to 7 feet above ground level. So I'm not really sure if that's different from an actual surge total or not. I'll be honest, we don't deal with it very often because we rarely get it.
I'll tell you what's fascinating, Dennis, and you brought this up when we had you on. Folks, if you were with us early this morning, we had Dennis on right at the beginning of the show at 6 o'clock. We had Dennis on for a bit. And what you brought up, and this to me is fascinating, that the water levels here in the Tampa Bay area, the flooding was highest and higher when high tide was done and low tide was approaching. So the water technically would be leaving the bay, low tide pulling the water out, but the water, the force of that water, the surge was so great, it overpowered the low tide, and we actually had the highest water climb in streets over seawalls during low tide.
Yep, that's exactly what happened, and that shows you just how much power is in that water when the storm's coming through. Now, the big question, and we'll find out the answer in a few hours, is what's going to happen when because that was a high tide. Remember we talked about this yesterday. The high tide overnight, high tide was 1.7 feet on average. This upcoming high tide is 3.0 feet. It's 1.3 feet higher this next high tide than the last one. The other side of the coin is, though, the storm is going to be farther away. So it'll be in Georgia by then, or close to it. It's almost in Georgia right now, believe it or not. So that's going to be the question. What's the bigger force? The fact that it's farther away, or the fact that we have 1.3 feet higher water to begin with? So I don't know that answer. I think it's going to be interesting. I mean, this is new territory. This has never happened before in this area, and not that I've ever seen, at least. I mean, we had the no-name storm, we had Ada, we've had other times where that area floods, but not like this. So it really is fascinating. And between noon and 3, we're expecting another round of heavy flooding.
All right, let's pick up on that in a second. Dennis, let me get a break out of the way here. So I'm going to call you right back. I'm not going to make you hold on during the break. I'll call you right back after a quick break. Let's talk about the king tide, which is coming around 2 o'clock to most of the Bay Area today. So hold on. We're back with Dennis Phillips next on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Also, we got to get hold of Froggy. Froggy evacuated his house in Town and Compton this morning. Town and Country, I'm sorry. It might have been intentional. All right, so Froggy did evacuate, so we'll try to get a hold of Froggy in just a bit, and we'll be back with Dennis next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hey, if you're making a move... Morning Show. Dennis, I spoke to him during a little bit of the break, and I said, hey, listen, just drive for a second. So Dennis is trying to drive home, and he's hitting all kinds of flooding.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so he's like, I'm talking to him. So I go to commercial break just a few minutes ago, and I said, all right, Dennis, let me take a break. I'll call you back afterward. And I put him on hold, and he was still there. So I go to commercial break after I finish the twocollegebrothers.com commercial, because I do those live. And I go to Dennis, and he's like, oh, man, it's all flooded. I can't go this way. He's like, I don't know if I can get home. So Dennis is like fighting to get home.
He's got to figure it out, man.
Well, I got to find out exactly where he was driving. So hang on. Let me, hopefully he's all right. Let me call Dennis back, and let me dial him up here and see if he's through the water, if he's figured out a way to get through the flooding. Because, Dennis is trying to leave ABC Action News. Channel 28 is over on Himes, right behind the stadium.
He's going to Palm Harbor.
And he's driving to Palm Harbor.
So he's taking Tampa Road.
Most likely he's going up Dale Mabry, up Himes to Hillsborough, and then, crossing over to, Tampa Road or Hillsborough to Tampa Road, and then over maybe McMullen Booth up, or, then over to Palm Harbor. So hang on, let me see if I can get Dennis back on the line here. All right. And, I got to give out the Trip a Day song. Yeah, we're still doing that. So, come hell or high water, we'll do the Trip a Day song.
Or both.
Yeah. Hope Dennis is all right.
Up?
Dennis, you okay?
I'm okay. I just don't think I'm going to be able to get home.
Oh, son of a... All right, Dennis, hold on. Let me give out the Trip a Day song here quickly, and then we'll find that. I was telling the audience that... I'm talking to you during the break, and you're like, oh, man, it's flooded. I can't get home. All right, hold on to that thought. Folks, the Trip a Day song today is Cruel Summer by Bananarama. No, it's not Rock You Like a Hurricane by Scorpion. It's not Here Comes the Rain Again. We almost played The Tide is High by Blondie this morning.
Awful.
But today's Trip a Day song, you're listening for Cruel Summer by Bananarama. It's a cruel, cruel summer. All right, when you hear Cruel Summer by Bananarama, be the 7th caller and win a 3-day staycation to Captain Hiram's Resort in Sebastian. So Cruel Summer by Bananarama is the song that you're listening for. Cruel Summer, Bananarama. It'll play sometime guaranteed before 6 o'clock. Be caller 7-800-990-1047, and you win. Simple as that. All right, so Dennis, where did you run into the high water leaving Channel 28?
Man, I don't know where I am. I'm somewhere off of Hillsborough Avenue, past the airport, and the roads are all blocked off before you get to Memorial, and now I'm just driving around aimlessly in back roads. don't have any idea where I am.
Can you turn up on Sheldon?
I'm trying to get towards Sheldon. I think I'm going in that direction, but I don't ever drive back here, and there's a lot of dead ends. It looks like, and I just hit another one, and
you could probably knock on anybody's door.
U-turn.
You can knock on anyone's door, and they'll let you in.
Well, Dennis, do you want me to? Well, do you need to use your phone for GPS?
I mean, I've got one in my car.
Hang on a minute. That sounds like AT&T to me. All right.
Oh my God, you're losing me.
All right, hold on, Dennis, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I got you. All right. So,
this is a nightmare.
Oh, boy. So the weather guy that's been on for 16 hours straight is just trying to get home now, and roads are closed, roads are flooded. Hey, Dennis, let me give you some advice, because I'm sure you never heard this as a weather guy. If you can't see the road, don't drive through it.
Yeah. Turn around, don't drown. By the way, is it Cruel Summer by Bananarama or Taylor Swift?
It's Cruel Summer by Bananarama. Yeah. That's the song of the day. So, Dennis, other than waiting to see what's going to happen with the king tide coming up in the 2 o'clock hour, what else? I mean, it looks like right now here in St. Pete, there's no rain. There's very little wind right now. If I look at the radar, I mean, there are still all these splotches. I mean, the amount of trails and tails and still the remnants here from the circulation are still painting a pretty bright picture all over the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, what is this sign? Welcome to Georgia. What in the heck? I definitely made a wrong turn somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, we still have a tornado watch, so there's,
Yeah, we're having some trouble with AT&T. I think Dennis has AT&T.
We may have to give him a little while just to get out of this lurch of a traffic situation.
Well, what you do is when you get a bad cell, I'll try him back here quickly. We've had really good service with him the last couple of days. Hang on a sec. Let me get Dennis. Let me try Dennis one more time. Hey, Andrew, see if Dennis is calling in. Andrew.
All
right, hang on. Let me see if this is Dennis. Andrew's not paying attention to us.
Nah.
Andrew, Dennis, is that you?
No.
Yeah, I got 100 lines ringing in here. Let me try to get Dennis back. Let me dial him on the hotline because all the other lines are ringing here.
Thank you.
27, all right. All right, calling Dennis back. Let's see if we can get a cell through to him. I just want him to be able to get home.
Thank you for calling advertisingtampabay.com. My name is Daniel. I'm a reception.
What the heck?
Okay, that is not Dennis.
That was not Dennis.
That's not even close to being Dennis.
All right, trying Dennis back. Listen, hey, with the storm and the cell phone conditions,
it's a live show.
Yeah,
you get what you get.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel good now. I think we're going to get a good cell connection now with Dennis.
This stinks.
All right. All right, Dennis is back with us. All right, Dennis, this sounds pretty good now.
I'm on waters, by the way. Just so I'm on waters.
All right, so you're on waters now.
Yeah, I'm going west on waters, so I don't know. Anybody know if Oldsmar, like Tampa Road to Hillsborough, is shut down with water? Because, by the way, there's a lot of trees down. I don't know where I was, but wherever I was, there were a lot of trees down, like whole trees. And a lot of roads are closed, man. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, we've been dealing with, obviously, the major roads that are closed. I've been getting reports, Dennis, from TPD friends, HCSO friends. I've been getting reports all morning long about areas that have been closed down. We've been covering, obviously, the Howard Franklin closure, the northbound 275, the Courtney Campbell closed again coming into Tampa from the Clearwater side. So we've been covering all the major bridges and some of the other road closures, but I'm sure there are plenty of roads. We don't have all the information on everything, but it sounds like you're hitting some of the closures.
So you're on waters right now?
I'm on.
Take
All right, hang on, Dennis. Your cell's going in and out again. All right, so Dennis, where are you? Because Fester's on the Fester's on the map. We're going to try to navigate you. We're going to try to GPS you home here.
We're going to give you turn-by-turn directions all the way to your driveway, Dennis. So keep going on Waters into Country Way, and it'll spit you out onto Tampa Road in Oldsmar. Then you make your right, and you'll be back on Tampa Road. It looks like clear sailing on Tampa Road into Palm Harbor.
Dennis, did he get that?
Nope.
What the hell was that?
No, he didn't.
No. Now we're getting.
No, he didn't.
He's going to have to hear it on the radio.
He's screwed.
That's crazy.
All right, Dennis.
Yeah.
Let him figure out how to get home, man.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He's stressing out.
I'm going to try him one more time.
I don't know if we need to give this level of stress to our meteorologist. He's already had a hard day. And here we are. How come ABC 28 doesn't send a driver for this guy? Isn't he like your most valuable asset?
Oh, he is.
Why wouldn't you have a driver? Why would you have like a tank ready to take him home?
Yeah, I don't. Hang on. It's taken a while to connect. Sounds like some of the AT&T tower.
I don't have AT&T. I have T-Mobile.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, I apologize. I apologize to AT&T. All right, it's T-Mobile. All right, no, this sounds good now.
Well, that's because, I'm going through rain and stuff. Now I'm on the intersection of Sheldon and Waters.
Okay, keep going straight into Country Way.
No, shouldn't I turn left on Sheldon?
Yeah, but isn't Sheldon and Memorial, isn't that underwater? Isn't that what you said?
I don't know. I'm about to find out because I turned left on Sheldon, so now I'm going south on Sheldon. No, south or north. Yeah, I'm going south on Sheldon, and we'll see if I can get to Memorial and make a right on Hillsborough.
Good on you, Den. All right.
All right. So, folks, we're on the phone with Dennis Phillips, chief meteorologist at ABC Action News. So, Dennis, I have relatives in Chiefland, and Chiefland not far away from Perry. So I've got Michelle's sister lives up in Chiefland, so I've got to call her to make sure she's all right.
Yeah, Chiefland, you're right. Chiefland was pretty close, although they did not get the eye wall. So our reporter, Paul Legrone, was literally right in the eye wall. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it blew him over. I think it blew him over on camera, and then we kind of dumped out of it. But it was bad. I don't think it was as bad as it was in Chiefland. But were you guys paying attention to what was going on in Tallahassee last night?
Yes. So why don't you tell, for all of our listeners that don't know, and again, we have a lot of listeners that have kids at FSU. We've got listeners with kids at FAMU. So let's talk Tallahassee.
Yeah, it was really crazy because, yesterday morning the track was eastern Taylor County, pretty much where I'm from, by the way. And throughout the day, the storm it kept moving north. It wasn't turning at all toward the state. It just kept moving north. And at some point, the Hurricane Center and the model started trending west toward Tallahassee. So at 11 o'clock, they bumped to the track about 25 miles to the west. And then all of a sudden, it kind of caught your attention because you're getting close to Tallahassee. And I've got a son at FSU there. And, like you said, there's a lot of parents with kids there and whatnot. So by the time we got to the 11 o'clock advisory or the 5 o'clock advisory, it had shifted as it did again at 11. And by 11, it pretty much had it due south of moving into Tallahassee. So all of a sudden you went, oh boy, there's more police up here with roads blocked up.
Yeah, you're going to want to avoid that intersection of Sheldon and Hillsborough.
Yeah, it's closed.
Yeah,
you're right.
I tried telling you that, but you didn't listen.
Memorial's totally closed.
So I got to pull a U-turn and go back the other way?
You can cut through on a side street called, oh crap, I got to find it.
Is that West Bay?
West Bay Boulevard. And then that has some back streets that'll take you to Tampa Road.
Yeah, so what you want to do is, if you can, you want to
more. You're telling me to pull a U-turn? I'm at more. I got to pull a U-turn.
Hey, Dennis, if you're my husband's right in that area. If you get into, I don't want you to get into a jam in your car because that would mean hitting some floods. But he's around that area. He just got turned away at Memorial somewhere. He said Memorial's totally closed.
Okay,
that's horrible. All right, so I guess I got to pull a U-turn, right?
Listen, if it's just a matter of taking a nap, just go to Roxanne's house.
All right, so how do we get... Folks, we're on with Dennis Phillips from ABC Action News. He's trying to get home after 16 hours.
Pull the U-turn. Now I'm going north on Sheldon.
Okay,
going back the other way.
Okay, okay.
Now I go to Countryway, right?
Or West Bay.
Yeah, there's a
West Bay Boulevard off of Sheldon.
It's not a major road. If you're south of it, you'll see it on your left.
West Bay. Is that better than Countryway?
Well, I think it's like 3 miles or 2 miles south, so it's closer to where you're trying to go.
Okay. Going into Oldsmar, I do know there were some houses flooded in Oldsmar. I mean, I wonder if those roads are all closed too. You know what? This is good because I'll be able to tell everybody where the bad roads are and not to go out on the road like me.
We'll get a live.
Anyway, go back to the Tallahassee thing. Yeah. So by 11 o'clock last night, it became really evident that the Hurricane Center was bringing a track very, very close to Tallahassee, to downtown. I mean, within like 3 or 4 miles of Tallahassee. And considering the hurricane force winds extended about 25 miles out, all of a sudden these areas, my GPS is telling me I need to make a legal U-turn. This is ridiculous. All right, anyway. So my point is all of a sudden I'm calling my son, and a lot of people were calling their kids saying, whoa, you're going to have a hurricane in 8 hours. And the track would not change. I mean, the NHC was saying it was going to go due north right in the northern Gulf Coast and impact Tallahassee. So, yeah, we were starting to get kind of nervous. And then about 3 in the morning, 2 or 3 in the morning, it was probably 2, I guess, it just made that turn, kind of like Charlie made the turn to Punta Gorda, and it just locked right back into its first track, which was yesterday morning.
Dennis, we had that northerly track. Then we had those wobbles and jogs, and I saw you on TV talking about all these westward tracks that with each advisory, it was punching a little further to the west, and then it moved to the east.
Yeah, it did. Well, and the reason it did is it went around the high. I mean, it was supposed to do that from the beginning, but I really think that the Hurricane Center got a little gun shy because when we talked about this yesterday, they're responsible for so many people being impacted by a storm. And when this thing was not turning like they thought it would, like the models thought it would, they're getting a little nervous, and they're like, well, maybe this is going to go west, so we're just going to bump the track another 25 miles west. And then when that went 25 miles west, they did it another 15 miles west because it kept going. And then at that point, they're like, all right, it's just going to go into Tallahassee. And then go figure, about 3 hours later, it finally did make that turn and went west, or went rather northeast, and went the way that the original forecast was. I think they got a little nervous that there would be no one in Tallahassee thinking this was going to come, kind of like what Fort Myers happened last year with Ian, and they would be in a bad place. But luckily for Tallahassee, it did turn, but unfortunately. And the area that got hit, I mean, it's a very rural community. It's a lot of marshy areas, and you don't want to wish it on anybody at all, but you're hoping that the least amount of damage would happen. And the area that it hit, probably compared to what would have been in Tallahassee, was just a better place to go. Unfortunately,
Dennis, we spoke to Jim Zerbrick. Jim is the father of a friend of the show, Don, the IT guy. And Jim.
Linebaugh. Can I go on Linebaugh?
Fester, take a look at the map.
You're all the way. You're at Sheldon and Linebaugh?
Yeah.
All right, so turn left on Linebaugh.
Yeah.
Take it through West Chase.
Past Racetrack.
Yeah.
And follow it all the way till it dumps you out to the Super Walmart in Oldsmar.
Right,
exactly. That's what Doug is right there. He said, tell Dennis, go Sheldon toward Linebaugh.
Yep.
Linebaugh, go to Tampa Road. That's the only way you can go.
Yeah, so
I don't even know if you go, because I travel that way when Linebaugh turns into a different road after it crosses Racetrack.
Forest
Lakes, thank you. And sometimes that goes a little bit down, so I don't know if there's flooding there. So
you can go either way. So
you can.
So Linebaugh, you have the option if you're heading west on Line. Oh,
damn
jeez.
We're just We're just trying to save Dennis Phillips.
We're going to hold up Save Dennis Phillips signs.
No kidding. All right, he's on Linebaugh. He's on a major road.
That is crazy. Hey, let me. What is going on with T-Mobile today? Let me get Dennis back. I ought to know his number by heart now, but hang on. Let me call Dennis back, because we want to get Dennis home. Dennis Phillips, after 16 hours on ABC Action News, We got. Hey, folks, this is live radio. This is real life right here, baby. All right, let me try it again. 727.
Do you know how many people listening right now were watching Dennis Phillips last night as they were going to bed, or up into the wee hours of this morning, like we were?
And now we're trying to get him home.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm still at the same light. You might not be able to hear me.
Okay,
still.
no, I got you loud and clear. This is good. All right, so Dennis, go down Linebaugh, and you have the option. Go west on Linebaugh, and you have the option of turning left on Racetrack, or you can cross Racetrack and get on to Forest Lakes, and then Forest Lakes will put you right back into Tampa Road. It's right near where that Walmart Supercenter is. Then Tampa Road, back over home.
Yeah, I know that area. Matter of fact, my daughter's softball clinic place is right there on the corner of Linebaugh and Racetrack Road. So it's E-Line softball. So yeah, I know where I am once I get over there. I just wonder if there's water anywhere on that spot.
So I'm looking on the Google's map, Tampa traffic map, and it's all green.
It looks like it's all green. Now, Dennis, a couple of things. Earlier, we kept getting interrupted earlier this morning, but not by your cell phone, but Fester and I were about to talk about the Weather Channel and kind of the creepy animated graphics they have, where they have where they have like video that looks real, where they're simulating flooding and cars floating down the road. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't really have any thoughts because I didn't hear anything you said because it was cutting out.
All right, Dennis, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, boy, the water is high over here by West Chase. Wow, this lake over here, it's really high.
Yeah, that's where Roxanne lives over near there. All right, so Dennis.
Right by Chipotle.
Yeah, what?
The grind breakfast.
There you go. Hey,
West Chase Elementary. Okay, got it.
All right, so you know where you are. So, Dennis, let me repeat what I said. Fester and I were about to talk about this earlier this morning. We both saw this kind of creepy video, this creepy graphic on the Weather Channel, where they have like a real-looking simulated video of like cars floating down the road or flooding, where they have, it looks almost like Google.
Oh, yeah.
What are your thoughts? Because it was almost like they're using Google Maps or Google Street View, and then they're simulating the water and like businesses and homes getting flooded and cars. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I hate it. I know the system. It's offered by Weather Central. No, it's not by Weather Central, by the weather company, which used to be WSI. It's our vendor for our weather graphics, and they offered it to us, and I hated it. I didn't like it at all. I mean, but it's new eye candy, so it's kind of one of those things like they like to use it just because it is eye candy, but I think it's kind of cheesy and
because, Fester and I, independently, Fester's like, hey, man, I saw something on the Weather Channel. And I said, Fester, I think you saw exactly what I saw on the Weather Channel. And both Fester and I both agreed that it was just like a creepy, sensationalistic kind of product. I think we lost Dennis again.
Oh, no, he's there. I just heard him.
There you go, Dennis. Go ahead.
He's just listening to the entertaining show.
This is not a good commercial for T-Mobile this morning, is it? Hold on. Dennis is back. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Dennis.
Wait, I want to know if Roxanne had the birthday party.
Oh, great question, Dennis. Great question. So one of my girlfriends who was really gung-ho, she's like, I don't care what you bitches are doing. She said, I'm going to be at the beach on Tuesday. And I'm like, well, I think it ended up being closed. So we went and had a nice lunch at International Mall yesterday and got home before the weather even got bad. Thank you for asking.
So you didn't have the beach party at Clearwater Beach yesterday?
We did not.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Dennis, drive home safely. Dennis, thank you for all of your help during this process. And, listen, hopefully this is the last of the season for us. Hopefully this is our close brush for the year. But the problem is that the statistical peak of hurricane season is still coming up. It's September 10th or 11th is the peak. And typically for us, it's kind of like late September, October that we typically have to worry about here.
All right.
He's gone. I think he's been gone since my birthday comment.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's been gone for a while.
So
just let him go.
Dennis, have a
Thank you, Dennis.
Dennis, we really appreciate you.
We do.
T-Mobile's not working very well today. It was great on Monday and Tuesday.
Well, but in a major storm situation, Dennis, if you need any more traffic navigation, just hit me up on my cell. I'll be happy to give-
and if you need a tow or anything, Doug's out in his sister's Jeep. So
I have to look at my text. I've got 100. I got 100 texts right now from law enforcement friends, friends of the neighbor, all kinds of folks. So let me go through my texts and share information with you. We got to call Froggy's wife. Or Froggy, because they evacuated their home.
I called her like at 7 a.m. Froggy was still zonked out of sleep. He might be up by now. Who
Also, we'll take your phone calls. So we'll grab more phone calls from around the Tampa Bay area. We got great reports this morning on roads, got great reports on flooding issues. So we'll grab more of your calls coming up. We are going to stay on a little late today. So we are going to go a little later today in the aftermath here on the MJ Morning Show. So while we would already typically be shutting down the show, we're going to continue. Let me take a quick break, and we're back in minutes live, the MJ Morning Show on Q105. We're going a little late with the MJ Morning Show here on this Wednesday, on this hurricane aftermath. Listen, look at the flooding. I mean, look how far offshore this storm was. I mean, this was 100+ miles offshore. We did not get hurricane winds. But look what the power of this storm did with the water from the Gulf, and look at the flooding that we have around the Tampa Bay area. In fact, we were mentioning Davis Islands numerous times, and I mentioned my buddy Mark, who's a physician, lives on Davis Islands, and he sent me numerous pictures this morning, the Derek Jeter Street with, 6 or 8 inches of water, but no water really getting up close to the houses. I got Mark on the phone. Mark, welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how was my pasta last night? What do you think?
It was phenomenal.
Yeah, Mark, his wife and daughter, they're up, getting situated up in the Northeast, up in New England in school. So Michelle and I, because Chloe and Julian are gone, we invited Mark over last night. I fired up some Rumo Penne bronze die cut pasta. I used my homemade pomodoro sauce I made, and I microplaned some Sartori Parmesan on top. And what would you say? Was that restaurant quality?
That was pretty good. I have the Ronzoni at home for the hurricane, and I did have to fire that up, so it was definitely great.
No Ronzoni. No Ronzoni, please. All right. So, Mark, you just tried to navigate Davis Islands. You were trying to get to TGH?
Yeah, I have to go to the hospital at some point, and so I drove around a little bit.
So, what's the issue? Your car, you are not comfortable in driving through some of the water on Davis Islands right now?
Yeah, I got a SUV, like a Volvo. It was just a little much. I went all the way downtown. Downtown is about, I would say, maybe a good 8 inches coming up to the buildings downtown. But then the junction of the East Davis and West Davis got just a little too deep.
What about any flooding up to homes, or is it really just on the streets on Davis Islands from what you can see?
I didn't see any flooding up to homes, but like I said, in downtown, there was the water was at least up to the building.
All right, Mark, appreciate it. So water is going to subside here, so maybe in a little bit you'll be able to get to TGH. Do you have a case today?
No, I just got to see some patients.
Oh, you got to do some rounds, yeah.
I marked my driveway, and it seems like it's stable, so I don't know if as high tide comes, it's just going to stay like that, or maybe not recede somewhere. Who knows? But it's about stable over the past 2 hours.
Gotcha. All right, Mark, I'll talk to you soon. Good luck getting to TGH.
Yeah, take care. Good job.
Thank you, buddy. All right, so Mark is a surgeon, and obviously has got to go.
Yeah.
He did some surgeries early in the week. He's going to see patients that are recovering at TGH. All right, let's hit the phone lines. Also, we got to call Froggy.
Yeah, Froggy is conveniently still asleep.
Of course
but
he is.
His wife, Kim,
right.
the real boss of that family.
All right, then we'll go to a bunch of your phone calls. Phone lines are loaded. If you'd like to try, one just dropped off, so a line did just open up. 800-990-1047. So if you'd like to get in, if you have any stories on flooding, any stories on any damage in your neighborhood, any observations, any tips, anything you'd like to share with us. We love our listeners being eyes and ears because we've got a very large area, a lot of square miles in the Tampa Bay area, and 3 million people. So we rely on you guys for a lot of information on what you're seeing as far as flooding in your neighborhood, roads, streets. If you've been out driving for whatever reason, you can fire up the phones now. We'll grab your calls. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. 800-990-1047. All right, let me give Kim a buzz. Kim is Froggy's wife, and Kim says that Froggy's still sleeping. They had to evacuate. They're in Town and Country, and they evacuated because they had water encroaching, and also they're in an A zone. So
Yeah.
they left. Let me call Kim. 813. All right, calling up Kim, Froggy's wife. I believe a neighbor of theirs sent them a picture. That's what you showed me.
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, Kim.
Hey, Kim. Kim, Froggy's wife, folks. Kim, what's the latest at your house? Have you been in touch with any of the neighbors?
Yeah, so both of our neighbors on either side of us, they ended up staying. So they're the ones who have been sending us like pictures and videos of our house.
All right. Now, Fester showed me the image earlier where the water was getting close to the back screened-in porch.
Yeah.
Did it get any higher than that?
As far as we know, not yet. But we don't know what this next tide is going to do. I mean, we can't even get to our house. I mean, they keep talking about the intersection of Memorial and Sheldon. That's right where we live. I mean, we can't even get access to our home right now.
Yeah, we just had comically Dennis Phillips. Were you listening by any chance?
Yeah, I heard him. I was going to tell him, I'm like, he should just swing by our house and give us a status update.
Yeah.
Or he could have come evacuated to Froggy's parents with us.
Yeah. So Dennis Phillips was trying to get home, and we had all the problems with his cell service. But listen, it was real life playing out right here on the MJ Morning Show. Rox, you have a question?
Yeah, no, Kim, I was going to tell you, Doug is in that area right now. He said he was trying to get on Memorial. He said it's totally closed.
Yeah.
And he said, it's just flooded everywhere there. But if you're getting the updates from your neighbors, that's good to keep an eye on things.
I mean, I sent Fester a picture of our street. I mean, we can't even drive. We're luckily in a cul-de-sac, so the cul-de-sac is not flooded, but the street, everything leading up to the cul-de-sac is completely washed out right this minute. So we can't even get down our street, nonetheless, into our neighborhood. So, we just kind of hunker down. I mean, Froggy's still sleeping. I mean, not a care in the world. We're good.
Yeah.
What's new?
His boat is looking good.
Yeah, no, not a care in the world, Kim, because you've got it all covered.
Yeah, don't worry. It's fine. It's great. No worries. No bubbles, no troubles.
Well, listen, it seems like good news, at least, that your home is not flooded in Town and Country, because you guys are right on a Tampa Bay canal in Town and Country. And, the interesting thing, Kim, is while we have the next high tide, and it's a king tide, coming up at about 2 o'clock, 2:12 for a lot of the Bay Area, it might be that the king tide is actually less of a problem than the water surge during the low tide, which overpowered the low tide. So when the water was going out technically in low tide, the hurricane was still pushing water in at a greater rate than the low tide receding, and that's what gave us all of this high water. So there's a chance with the wind subsiding, the hurricane totally passed us, already made landfall a couple of hours ago in the Big Bend area around Perry, that, hopefully this king tide is not going to be as bad. So that's the hope. Kim, thanks for coming on, and tell Froggy to call us up if he awakens, okay?
Yeah, and I will say this for Froggy, because Fester did mention it. He did do a solid job of tying up the boat. And because I'm seeing pictures of, like, the mouth of our canal into our main canal that gets out of the neighborhood. Right. And there's a pontoon boat floating, and it's banging into people's stuff. So I'm like, hey, at least it's not us. At least it's not our new boat. So, we're good.
All right, so wait a minute. There's a loose pontoon boat in your canal bouncing all around like a ping pong ball?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
We're not fancy like you, MJ. We're old school Town and Compton. Like, we have original 1960 homes. We're not like built up. We're just like, bring it. And so, we're hood. I don't know if you know.
Oh yeah.
Well, the good thing.
Yeah. I'm all fancy schmancy over here.
You're
fancy. Are you going to deny that? Really?
I mean, you're gonna put up a big fight,
dude.
You rented a car to come in, so your other car didn't get a raindrop on it.
Did you open the gate to get the water outflowing through your yard, or
Kim,
no?
You put the moat up.
Hold on, look at me. I'm fancy schmancy.
So, Kim, the big news that everybody wants to know is there any report of your famous neighbor, Keenan Thompson? How did he fare?
No, I think he moved out with the divorce.
Oh, did he?
He and the wife got divorced. So I don't know if they still own the home or not. But apparently the pontoon boat is from that neighborhood, which is called Troydale. So it's from one of those, and my neighbors are all upset because they're like, "Oh, he damaged my dock," and
Yeah, for those that don't know, if you didn't hear the story previously, Kenan Thompson got divorced from his wife.
Oh.
But Kenan Thompson, a lot of people didn't know this. Kenan Thompson, I think the longest running cast member on Saturday Night Live right now. Kenan Thompson, he lived right behind Froggy's house. Right across the canal was Kenan Thompson. And
yeah, so when they were shooting from home and doing skits, during COVID, and he was shooting from his house, and it was funny because we were watching and we're like, oh my gosh, there's our turquoise kayak in the background. Like,
oh yeah, when they during COVID, when they were doing like the really jimmied up SNLs where they were doing just the clips and people shooting videos at home. You could see Froggy's dock, behind Kenan Thompson shooting for SNL from his home. All right, Kim, give Froggy our best.
Take that with your Derek Jeter and all your famousness. We, our house is SNL famous.
SNL famous.
Hey, Kim, there's a lot of police presence right now, so at least since you guys aren't there, nothing bad will happen in the neighborhood because there are cops everywhere.
I'm not concerned. I mean,
what are you suggesting? Their home's going to get looted?
I'm just telling
Nothing
you.
bad will happen unless they have a raft.
Yeah, I know. Good luck. I mean,
Roxanne's talking about Froggy's home getting looted right now. Come on. All right. Thank you.
I said it was town in Compton. I mean,
it's fine.
Tough neighborhood.
All right,
Nice,
Kim, I'll
it's
talk
nice.
to you later.
All right, bye.
All right. Froggy's wife, Kim. Phones are loaded here. The MJ Morning Show, Hurricane Overtime. Phones are loaded. Let's go. 800-990-1047. As soon as someone drops off, you can get in any story, any report, your neighborhood, flooding, traffic, flooding on roads, anything you experienced, you can call up 800-990-1047. DJ is a Pasco County EMT. DJ, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Morning, MJ.
Morning, DJ. What's the story up in Pasco?
In Newport Richey, we got some good flooding on Main Street and down over by the Gulf. There's a lot of areas underwater.
Now, we got a call from somebody up in Hudson that the Pasco Search and Rescue, the water boats were out trying to rescue people on US 19.
Yeah, we were hunkered down last night, but my supervisor got a lot of alerts saying they were out a lot last night doing water rescues.
All right, so DJ, turn your radio down because it's going to confuse you because there's a 20-second delay.
There we go. I got it turned down.
Yeah, no problem. What are you on duty right now, DJ?
Oh, yeah, we just got done dropping off someone right now.
Was it storm-related or some other medical condition during the storm?
Some other condition, not storm-related.
Okay. Well, DJ, listen, EMTs, fire, rescue, police officers, deputies, you guys are always there for the communities that you serve, come hell or high water, and literally high water.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, DJ. Thanks for checking in. All right, that opens up a line. 800-990-1047 is how you get in. If you have any reports of anything storm-related, let's grab Wes in South Tampa. Wes, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Morning.
Yeah, I'm in South Tampa right now. I live on Harbor Island, but it was impossible getting there. They've got everything shut down to get over the bridge that goes right there by Bayshore. But yeah, I finally made it over here to work. Doesn't look as bad over here, but kind of waiting to see what's going to happen.
Now, Wes, were you able to get off the island?
Yes, I was. I had to kind of go around, and I had to get on the crosstown. There was no way to get off of Harbor Island right there by Bayshore.
How much flooding did you see on Harbor Island getting out?
There was no flooding on Harbor Island. It's just when you come off of Harbor Island, that's where most of the standing water was.
Gotcha. Well, Wes, what type of work do you do that you have to be at work this morning?
Oh, I own a sandwich shop. It's in South Tampa called Barrows. Everything else looks pretty much closed around here. So, I'm opening up today to see what we'll get, see if anyone's going to, maybe order Uber Eats or, they don't want to drive out. But we're here all day.
Barrows, is that the corner of Henderson and Del Mabry?
Yeah, it's close. It's at the corner of Henderson and Lakes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah.
You know what, Wes, I'm going to stop in. I'm going to make a point to come see you and get a Sammy.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, we'd love to have you over here. We're here Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yeah, Wes, what's your signature sandwich?
I would say our California curry chicken salad. It's homemade. That's our most popular item.
Sounds
we
good.
Go through a ton of it.
What type of bread? What does it go best on?
Everything. We use La Segunda pumpernickel bread for that.
Yep.
We also do Cubans. We use all Boar's Head products. So yeah, we've been here 40 years and we're still doing it the same way.
Yep, I know. I was there a while ago. I need to get over there because I like a good sandwich. Wes, thanks for checking in, buddy.
All right, y'all be safe now. Thank you.
You too.
Wes.
All right, that opens up a line, 800-990-1047. Kathy in Port Tampa. Kathy, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi, MJ. I live on Morton Street. It's the second to the last street to Picnic Island. The street behind me is Drimmer Street. So from Picnic Island to Drimmer Street, it's under 3 feet of water. Morton Street, there's no water.
Hold on, three feet of water?
Yeah, or 2 feet. And then on Morton Street, we have no water. But if I go to the left on Commerce Street, totally flooded. And then we walked on to the block next to us, Idaho, from Elliott all the way down, flooded. Morton Street, where I'm staying, there's just water in the ditches and ravines. But 3 feet of water, just one street behind me, totally gone.
Kathy, do you know of any homes that have been flooded, any inundation inside dwellings?
No, that's the thing. These streets in Port Tampa, the city is really good about ravines in front of the houses. And I'm looking in my backyard. There's no water going up. All these houses have to live 5 feet above elevation, go up the stairs. However, the garages are ground level, but I don't see any flooding on my street. Of course, we're not supposed to go out of the house. I'm looking at the backyard. It looks like the industrial fence broke open and a cart is leaning against a tree behind my yard. But, yeah, my backyard, looking past that street, is just not there.
Well, Kathy, I'm glad that the homes have not been flooded. Best thing, stay off the roads because they're flooded and just stay in. And I appreciate you calling, Kathy. 800-990-1047. Yes, Rox.
One of the texters just said, hey, don't forget the 911 folks. Nothing, without them, nothing happens. And that's true. And I've been keeping up with my brother with the fire department, and he said they've been dealing with flooding issues, flooding calls, and fires, too.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but Roxanne's brother is a Pinellas Park fire captain. Right?
I think he's chief.
Is he? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I demote him?
I think you just demoted him.
You just
I think he's the chief.
Wait, you think or you know?
Well, now you messed me up because you said that. I'm like, no, he's the chief.
Your brother's the chief.
He's the chief. Yeah.
He's a station chief.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, all right. So let me upgrade. Roxanne's brother is a fire chief in Pinellas Park. So not too far from where we are right now. Luigi is on the Selman Crosstown Expressway. Is this Luigi from Pasquale's?
Yes, say MJ.
Luigi's is the chef and owner of Pasquale's on West Shore in South Tampa. Luigi, what do you have?
Well, I am in Riverview and driving down. There is a car in the ditch on 301 and Bloomingdale, and then I hit the crosstown, and there is some major bands of heavy rain. But I just passed downtown Tampa, and it seems that the skies are clean. I'm just going to the restaurant to check that my refrigerators and the electrical stuff is good so I can open up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think power is okay. My street in South Tampa, no power issues for us. For the most part, when we look at the Florida power outage map, as you can imagine, the serious power outages are out where landfall was, and you got a lot of power out up in the Big Bend area. But when you look at Pinellas and Hillsborough and Sarasota, Manatee, even Pasco and Hernando, the power outages are not that great. So, Luigi, I think you're going to be okay. And
yeah, just checking my walk-in coolers that they're not tripped or something. I always want to check out that nothing is wrong at the restaurant because I cannot afford to throw away food.
Now, Luigi, we did hear that down on Flamingo, down near West Shore and Flamingo, where the Green Iguana is, that side street had a good amount of water. So, listen, a lot of these streets in South Tampa, my street, for instance, I left at 4:15 this morning, and I had 6 or 8 inches of water on my street, which I had to drive-through in the Hertz rental vehicle to get out of the neighborhood. Luigi, thanks, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Let's grab, it's Jacob, our good friend Jacob. Jacob, where are you located?
I am visiting my dad right now. I'm visiting him in Sefner, even though I don't live here anymore, MJ. You know, I just come in here and visit my dad sometimes.
All right, so Jacob, where do you live typically? In Brandon?
Yes. I live in Brandon, Florida. Yes, I live with my brother, Caleb. Yes, I'm a twin, MJ. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. Listen, I learn something new every day. So Jacob is a longtime friend of the show. Jacob is well known on Tampa Bay radio stations. Jacob, everything okay? You fare okay during the storm?
Yeah. Except for my fan in the spare room went out a couple times, MJ. It went out at 2. It went out at 2 a.m. and then it came back on at 2:30. And I appreciate you and Uncle Fester being there for me, MJ Kelly, especially after your time slot, you know, because I do know that you guys come on at 6, but I do appreciate you being there for me, MJ Kelly, when I get up. You know, MJ Kelly, this is a big help to me, you know.
Listen, Jacob, whatever we can do, we would love to hear from you, Jacob. Stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay, I can call you anytime, right, MJ?
Anytime, Jacob. You know how to get a hold of me.
Anytime. I mean, can we stop you?
Okay.
I mean, really, Jacob. If we say no, you're still going to call in. You're welcome anytime, buddy.
Okay, Uncle Fester. You stay safe, MJ. You tell your daughter, Chloe, that I said hi, okay? Do you tell Chloe about me, MJ, or what?
Whoa, hey, now.
Well, Chloe listens to the podcast, so she hears whenever you call in.
Well, hey, sweet Chloe, I wish I could meet you sometime.
Whoa.
You're so sweet.
Are you using the show to pick up on Chloe?
Pick up my daughter.
Whoa, Jacob.
Anyway, I'll make sure that Chloe hears this, okay, Jacob?
Okay.
All right, Jacob,
buddy.
have a good one, buddy. Appreciate you calling in. All right, where are we? I got to take a break here in a few minutes.
Do we have somebody on hold here named Moron? Look at line 1.
Oh, wait a sec.
Look at line 1.
I'm looking at the call screener. Yes, on line 1 it says that the caller's name is Moron. All right, hang on.
We got to take this call.
All right, we do. Okay, I'll bite. Hello, Moron in Palm Harbor. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm the only moron in the news as of the last 48 hours, maybe longer.
What happened?
No, I had to sleep in my storage unit through the storm.
Wait.
Oh, my God.
Wait a sec. Why did you have to sleep in your storage unit?
It was the only place I could hunker down right at the time.
Well, hold on. Why did you have a
150 mile per hour winds? So it's not a big deal.
Well, hang on. Well, we didn't have 150 mile an hour winds here, but why were you not in a better location? Why did you have to stay in your storage unit?
Couldn't find anybody that'd let me stay at their house. So
wait a minute. Where do you are you homeless?
No, indigent.
All right. So, but where do you normally stay?
Storage unit.
Okay.
Wait, so you do live in a storage unit typically?
Correct.
I mean, and a lot of people don't realize this, but this is more common than people know. There are people, and listen, I don't want to call you moron. Do you want to give us your first name?
Moron.
Okay. All right.
I feel bad here,
Marone, listen, it's just a situation that you're in, that this was the place you had to stay. I thought you had a house somewhere and you were just in your storage unit rearranging boxes and you got stuck there.
No.
So I don't think you're a moron in the news.
So what is your real name?
Oh, well, I'm south of Massimo's.
Okay.
Okay, that's the location. That's the location.
All right, but what is your real name?
Anonymous.
Okay,
all right, fine.
Anonymous.
We'll
Listen,
go back to moron.
How long you been living in a storage unit?
2008.
Well, hold on a minute. You've been in a storage unit for 15 years?
Yeah.
Do they know that you're living in the storage unit, or you kind of bounce around?
No. I'm living under the radar. Slip in, slip out. They got cameras.
For 15 years.
Hold on. The same unit for 15 years, or have you moved to different units?
No, same one.
Well, and is there a power cord inside?
No, there's no electric. So it's just like camping.
Just like it.
Wow. All right, listen, Anonymous, thanks for checking in. I do appreciate
I'm
it.
glad you're safe.
But listen, a lot of people don't realize that. There are people that do live in storage units. It occurs. It happens. I was out with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. I was doing a ride-along probably, 6, 7 years ago. I was with now retired Steve Lewis, and we did a call, and I think it was heavy marijuana smoke coming from a storage unit. And this was actually off of Bierce.
Yes.
So you know the storage unit, if you come off at 275 and Bierce, and if you head toward, was that
you turn,
Florida, right? Oh, no, Nebraska.
You turn toward Nebraska.
Yeah, and then it's down on the left.
Yeah, you go over the train tracks.
Yeah.
And then there's a storage unit there.
I went on an HCSO call there a number of years ago for heavy marijuana smoke apparently coming from one of the units. And we show up at the unit, and they had a whole build-out inside. So you lift up the metal door, then they had like a false plywood front with a walk-through door with a lock, like a regular door frame. You open that up, and they had like a whole like little lounge and a recording studio set up inside the store. It was like crazy. It was like they were recording music in there. And there was all kinds of marijuana smoke coming out of it.
Sounds kind of awesome the way you describe it.
But I mean, the crap that goes on inside storage garages, folks, you wouldn't believe it. Jamie in Temple Terrace. Jamie, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
How's it going, MJ, Fester, and Roxanne?
Hi, Jamie.
No Froggy, but Roxanne did make it in this morning. Go ahead.
Right. So I live out in Temple Terrace, and MJ, tell me if you think this is just weird. Our power is still on, but it'll flicker out for maybe 5-10 seconds and then just come right back on. And last time I did it was like at 5:30 this morning. Is that weird? Or I hear stories of people that were without power for 3, 4, 5 days, but I was without power for like 5 seconds. So is that is that weird?
Listen, I've had power flicker on and off. I've had power go off for a minute or two. I've had power go off for 5 minutes. Usually, when it trips like 3 times, and this was explained to me, and it's like the circuit breaker, it's the fail-safe system, whatever. But if your power goes and then comes back, then goes again and then comes back, the 3rd time it's generally off for good. So it's like the rule of 3s with power. If you just went out for a bit, that could be some kind of a transfer. I don't know. I'm not a power expert.
Yeah.
But, going out for 5 seconds and coming back, listen, just count your stars that didn't go out for good. So I don't know if it's weird. I mean, all kinds of crap can happen with power. My wife says we did not lose power at the house in South Tampa, which is great. I'm going to call Chief Burkaw now. Let me just send him a note. TPD, calling now, 727.
Yeah, let's get the chief on the line.
Yeah, I'm going to call. I just sent the text to the new chief of police, but long time veteran at the TPD, calling Chief Burkaw to see what's going on in the city of Tampa, and after action here. Let me dial him up on his cell. Hold on a minute. Details. Get his number. So 813. All right, calling up the chief of police live on the air, TPD.
Hey there.
Chief Burkaw, MJ, and the crew live on Q105. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
Can you give us an update? What is TPD working on? What are the rough patches? What type of action and calls for service during the storm? What do we need to know?
Okay, perfect. Thanks for giving us the time. So if you haven't seen already, Bayshore's flooded. We have Gandy and West Shore flooded. We have some areas downtown. Davis Island, you can't get on or off because of the flood. However, you still can get access to the hospital. So the important message that we're trying to get out is even if it looks like the water's starting to recede a little bit, it's still going to peak around 1 or 2. So to stay home. If you are in an emergency situation that is life-threatening, we do have high water rescue vehicles, but we would ask that you only use that for an emergency, life-threatening emergency, because there's only so many of those vehicles out there, but we are out to assist. But anybody that can stay home, we don't want to put our public safety in any unnecessary danger, but I have basically the entire department out here keeping everybody safe.
And listen, and that that's an amazing credit to law enforcement. The sheriffs, we had Sheriff Chronister on earlier today, and they put the whole team is on. And how many officers total with Tampa Police right now?
We have 1,000 patrol sworn officers, plus we have reserve officers, and we have professional staff on top of that. And I'll tell you, they're sacrificing their family. I actually had one officer who his house got in the water, and he had to go home early and actually swam to his house to clear out some paperwork.
Oh.
So, it impacts public safety just as much as everybody else. But the key point we want to get is don't drive in water. So if you see water, turn around, don't drown. I've already had 3 people on Bayshore that we've had to rescue out, and the last thing we want is anybody to get hurt, much less ruin your car.
Absolutely. And, my wife and I used to see the people in South Tampa, right around the Carriage Plaza, around Neptune and Dale Mabry. And it would just amaze us, and we'd kind of pull off to the side during some of those heavy South Tampa thunderstorms. They fixed the drainage a little bit over there, but we used to pull into some of the parking lots, like B of A over there, and when we were over there, and we'd like to sit there and we just watch these people just driving their cars, the water over their hoods, splashing on their windshields. It's like, what are you doing?
You're exactly right. And this is a little bit different because now this isn't rainwater. This is actually the sea coming above. We actually have on our website, you can go to it, it's tampa.gov/flood map, and we have flood maps there that you can see in real time, the flooded areas. And we want to stress that we don't want our public servants put in danger because someone is out checking flooded streets. So keep your self-safety in mind and our officers' safety in mind.
Yeah, listen, just stay in. If you're not essential, if you don't have to be out, don't looky-loo, just stay in. Chief, can you tell us about the 3 water rescues on Bayshore? Can you give us any more details on that?
Yes, there were 3 cars in there, and they drove in the water, and we actually had to go in and get them out. Because
was this like Bayshore and Willow area? Where was it?
It was right in between Bayshore and Willow. I have to get the exact cross street, right. But there were 3 cars, and that was before daybreak this morning. Yeah,
because one of your great officers is a good friend of mine, and he sent me an image of right around Bayshore and Willow this morning, and the water was extremely high. So 3, I'm sorry to interrupt. So back over. So 3 people rescued in just regular cars that flooded up
Yes.
to their windows?
Yes. Just driving on the street, not realizing how deep it is, and before you know it, you're stuck.
So did the fire department jump in, or did your officers wade through the water to rescue people?
We actually have high water rescue vehicles. You may see those out and about.
Right. And of course, those people's cars are wrecked.
Yes, they're totaled, and thank goodness they're okay. I mean, ultimately, we want everybody to be okay. But you can avoid it all. Avoid driving down there, avoid putting us in danger, avoid putting yourself in danger, and, of course, save your car.
We spoke to Sheriff Chronister earlier this morning, and he was on West Shore, which is obviously, TPD area, and he actually pulled someone over because there was a pickup truck flying down West Shore and splashing water all over the place. So Sheriff Chronister actually pulled this truck over himself this morning and told the guy to knock it off.
I want to see the body-worn camera on that traffic.
Yeah. I don't think the 100 level unit has the body cam, but is what I'm guessing. So we were looking at the traffic cam earlier, and I got to figure out how to get home because you know where I am. I'm in Beach Park. And Howard Franklin is closed in both directions. And if I wanted to take the Gandy, now I believe the Gandy is open, but right near the Coast Guard Auxiliary and the boat ramp on the Tampa side, do you still have Gandy blocked off and people have to get up on the elevated?
Correct. You have to go over the elevated.
How bad is the flooding, though? So where is the flood? It's over near West Shore and Gandy, or how?
Pretty much that intersection that's overtaken, Gandy and West Shore, and to the west.
And how much water are we talking about? What are your officers saying?
You're not going to be able to get a car through or a truck through at all at this point. And high tide is supposed to be around 1 o'clock. So we're not expecting this water to recede until later in the afternoon or early evening.
All right, but Chief, what you don't understand is MJ has a rental car with complete insurance on it. So if anybody can get through it, he has like a Grand Cherokee, or what is it? The Grand Wagoneer?
Yeah, it's a nice. I'm not going to wreck.
Don't
drive.
No,
I'm not. I'm not going to wreck. I'm not going to wreck this awesome Hertz Grand Wagoneer. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do it, Chief.
Well, what else do you take the insurance out for?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, MJ, I want to thank you for getting the message out, because the more people we can get the message out not to drive in this water, the more lives we can save, the more cars we can save, and then it leaves our public safety available to deal with the life-threatening emergency.
And listen, that's the important thing is, if you don't need to be out, don't be out. Don't tax the system even more. There are going to be real emergency calls for service. Don't hinder the system. Don't clog up the works. Don't get stuck. And again, Chief Lee Burkall, Chief of Police, City of Tampa, thanks for joining us. And, of course, anything you need us to get across ever, just hit me up on my text. You got my personal cell number. And, Chief, we got to have you in the studio here coming up.
Absolutely. We're doing a lot of recruitment efforts, so I'd love to come talk about it.
I'll tell you what, next couple of weeks, why don't you plan on coming in and let's talk about people listening becoming a Tampa police officer.
Absolutely. Thank you for getting the message out, and thanks for what you all do.
All right, thanks, Chief.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Chief of Police, City of Tampa, new Chief Burkall. Yeah, really cool guy. MJ Morning Show listener for decades. He listened back during the MJ and BJ days. You're going to love this. When he was a patrol officer, this is a great story. When Chief Burkall was a patrol officer with TPD back in the mid-'90s, he won, I think, $5,000 from the MJ and BJ Morning Show.
That's awesome.
That's crazy.
He won some kind of contest.
He was the right caller or whatever. He won
$5,000 from us. So he loves us.
That's great.
That's cute.
All right. So we were trying to get Sheriff Gualtieri on this morning. Andrew, any success with the PIO? Okay. So we're trying to get Sheriff Gualtieri on. Again, we've got a whole list, trying to get some of the big agencies on to find out what they're working on, what the issues are. Listen, great stories. I had no idea that TPD rescued 3 people from floodwaters on Bayshore in South Tampa.
And that's the things you want to hear on the evening news either. We got it straight from the chief.
Yeah, pretty amazing. All right, we're at 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. That's how you get through to the MJ Morning Show. I'm going to try to cold call here. Michelle's sister is in Chiefland.
Okay.
And Chiefland had some pretty nasty stuff on the dirty side of the storm and not far away from Perry, not far away from the Big Bend where landfall happened. So let me see if I can get Mandy on the phone. I've got Mandy's cell number here. Let me give it a shot and see how they fared up in Chiefland. Hang on a second, I misdialed. I'm just trying to do all this live here, folks. All right, so let me grab here. All right, let's see if we can get through.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected.
Oh, I misdialed again. What the hell's wrong? I'm a little tired, folks. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Listen,
Understandable.
The show started at 5 a.m. We're going on 5.5 hours, a little over of live broadcasting.
Let's see if this, I think I dialed it correctly. Let me just check the digital readout. Yeah, I did dial it correctly this time. All right. What am I? Am I brother-in-law?
You are brother-in-law.
Yeah, I'm brother-in-law.
She is your wife's sister. You are the brother-in-law.
Yeah. Let me see. She might not recognize the number.
Who the hell else is calling her?
I don't know, but
call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
I mean, listen, she gets a call from some 727 number and doesn't recognize it. Maybe I just texted her that I'm calling you. Are you okay? Can I call you live? We're on the air so much. I don't have all this time to during breaks to set stuff up. I'm just calling. Oh, okay. She just texted back. Okay, sorry, didn't know it was you. All right, hang on. Answer phone. All right, here we go. Let me call her back. Yep, she just responded back. Just didn't recognize the number, so let me dial her back here. 91. All right, here we go. Now she's going to pick up. Look at this. I'm brother-in-law, right?
Yes.
This is Michelle's sister, so I'm brother-in-law.
Hello.
Hey, it's me live. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. So we spoke to a gentleman up in Steinhatchee, and they got pounded. Now you're not far away. You're not far away from Perry. You're up in Chiefland. So Mandy, how did you guys fare?
Chiefland, we did good here. We had, I would say, rain started last night, but nothing major. I went to bed around 2 a.m. and nothing much was going on. This morning, about, I would say, 7 a.m., the power started flickering, but we didn't lose power.
Oh, wow.
Every time it flickered, it might have been off a couple seconds, no more than 5 seconds.
Mandy, what county are you?
Levy.
Oh, so you're Levy County. So if you look at Levy County right now, look at this. Fester, is that the latest on the map?
I just clicked it, yeah.
Wow. So listen, Mandy, you've got power. This is pretty good because half of the county is without power in Levy County.
Yeah. Even so, I live outside the city limits of Chiefland, and a lot of times the people in the city will lose power, but we don't.
Because
where we're sitting is a really good power grid and really good. They clear the trees and stuff, and we've never lost power in any of the hurricanes that I've been here for.
Yeah, that's pretty good because 24,868 power customers in Levy County and 11,217 are out.
Wow.
So that's
now,
almost.
Levy County is really big.
Hold on a minute. I just refreshed. Actually, it's more. 24,868 customers in the county and 13,900. So over 50% are out of power in your county.
Yes.
Any trees down? Did you have any water issues?
No water issues. We, yesterday and the day before, Brian dug out extra drainage ditches so that water could be diverted from the house. He cleared out our French drain. He cleared the gutters on the roof.
Good.
So we took a lot of precautions to make sure, we didn't have any water coming into the house if it rained a lot. Our pool was a little bit low, so that captured a lot of rain also. We've got a little bit of damage from some limbs on the pool screen, but nothing major.
You look at what's going to, happen up where landfall is, and we're just hearing just tons of trees down near Taylor and Dixie counties, near Perry. I tell you what, though, it could have been worse. I mean, this thing could have plowed right over Tallahassee, and it did move to the east. It was, it was not going to hit Tallahassee, and then it started jogging west, and it looked like it was heading toward Tallahassee, and then it took a turn to the right away from Tallahassee. Mandy, I'm glad you guys are okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mandy, we'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right, so that's Michelle's sister, Mandy, who's about 4 or 5 years younger than Michelle.
Whoa.
Yeah. Folks, you want to get in, again, we're going to be in the home stretch here. I think we're going to go for a few more minutes. We'll go to about 11 o'clock this morning. If you would like to get in any reports around the Tampa Bay area, if you witnessed anything that we should know about, if you've experienced any flooded roads, any flooding in your neighborhood, if you're a business owner, if you need to get a message out, we'll grab your calls here in the final stretch of our special coverage here on the MJ Morning Show. The number 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047. But what we're hearing from law enforcement and from first responders is if you don't need to be on the roads right now, do not go on the roads. Stay off the roads. Don't hamper, don't hinder. If you don't have to be out, don't go out just to look. Oh, I want to see the high water. Guess what? You can see plenty of high water by watching the TV, okay? You can see plenty of reporters out there with their waders on, walking through, a foot and a half of water. You don't need to go out and experience it yourself. But if you did and you'd like to report to us, just
let us know.
Yeah, fire up the phones at 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. Andrew, can you grab Pat? Oh, you know what? Andrew's screening calls right now. Andrew, yeah, just stick with stick with screening the calls.
Pat might be gone. I think Pat had to leave a little bit.
Oh, did he?
A little while ago. Yeah.
So I just wanted to get the latest on the big roads, the bridges. We know that the Gandy is open, but if you're coming across the Gandy from St. Pete, you're not going to be able to go on to Gandy Boulevard. It's all flooded from the Coast Guard Auxiliary Office over there and the boat ramp. It's flooded all the way down to West Shore, so you can't get through there. You got to go up on the upper deck. You got to go up on the elevated new portion of the flyover if you want to get through. All right, let me grab some more phone calls here. And again, folks, if you want to get in, we've been taking phone calls all morning long. 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. Let's grab Jose in Clearwater. Jose, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Yes, hi.
Go ahead.
Well, we had a huge explosion about 5 a.m. out here, and the lights have been out since. I've been trying to get a hold of Duke Energy, but I'm not successful at all getting any information for this area. And I was just wondering if you guys had any details, or maybe reach out to Duke Energy and find out what's going on.
Yeah, trust me, Jose, let me tell you right now that if your power is out, they know it. So when power is out, they know they know down to the addresses of which customers are without power. So trust me, they're working on it. And I'm guessing the huge explosion was a transformer blowing. And if you were outside or you looked out the window, you would have seen a big, giant blue flash with the explosion. So if I look at Pinellas County right now, let me look at the power outage map. And in Pinellas County, where you are, so you told Andrew you're off of South Missouri?
Yeah, I'm right on South Missouri.
Oh, you're on South Missouri. All right. So in Pinellas right now, out of 567,348 customers, there are 18,427 without power. So if let me look at Duke, so I can look at the breakdown on Duke Energy. Duke has a total of 42,999 customers out. And of that, in Pinellas, we said it was 18,427. So listen, they know your power's out. I'm sure they're going to get you turned on as quickly as possible.
Right. Okay.
All right. Best of luck, Jose, and thanks for listening. Thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a great day. Let me grab Nick in St. Pete. Nick, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing today?
We're doing well. Go ahead.
All right, nice job. Right now, because of all the rising water, some of it's going to be hanging around. The swells are going to have more water. The alligators are not going to be restricted over the next few days. And at night, they can go wherever they want where the hunting is good. So if you're walking your dogs or you're even walking around in high water and roads, watch out because wildlife could be in them yet.
This is a good reason why we take phone calls. That is excellent advice. With water overshooting retention ponds, with water going to different spots, the wildlife like alligators are not going to be contained necessarily in their normal environments. And you're right. People that walk dogs in communities with ponds and lakes, don't walk your dogs close to the edge of the pond. We've had plenty of stories where the gator pops out of the water and grabs little Snuggles, some little Shih Tzu,
Oh, not Snuggles.
And it's an hors d'oeuvre. It's an hors d'oeuvre all of a sudden.
Snuggles, no!
But listen, this is a great point that there's so much water that areas where you might not have an alligator, you might have an alligator.
Yep.
Yep, and they're small. Some of them are small right now. They could just get caught in the current, and in months to come become a problem that you don't know we're going to have yet. So
they might end up in inland lakes they would never have otherwise found.
Hey, where was the alligator that got run over? We had a call earlier this morning.
We had several calls. Andrew, do you remember?
Where was that?
Oh,
I heard
it was State Road 56.
Yeah.
By
Wesley Chapel.
By the Grove. Was it Grove?
Yes, I think so.
The shopping plaza, the outlet area?
Yes, State Road 56. There was a gator that was run over in the road that was struck by a vehicle. We had a call on that earlier this morning. And Nick, I appreciate the phone call. Thanks. That opens up a line. If you want to get in, listen, that's just great advice. If you have any life advice, if you've got observations in the final minutes of our special coverage here on Q105, fire up our phones. 800-990-1047. That's 800-990-1047.
We're going to take calls on life advice now.
Listen, dude,
let's do it.
Hey, the call from Nick about be careful of alligators in places that you might not expect them right now.
That's very specific advice.
That is good life advice. That is great life advice. Let me grab Jerome. Jerome in Tampa. Jerome, you're on the MJ Morning Show. Hello.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Doing well. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just letting everybody know on the interstate to be safe and be sound because there's a lot of cars sliding off the road right now. I work MOT, and, we're just trying to keep the roadway safe. So
hold on. You work with what? Say it again.
I work with the traffic control.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to let everybody know, just make sure y'all are paying attention and staying off the phones because we've been seeing a lot of cars in the middle of the ditch. A lot of people been getting pulled out, and safety first.
Yeah, 100%. Now,
hope everybody be safe out there.
Now, Jerome, where are some of the areas that you're seeing cars off the road?
We're on 75 South right now, and it's a lot on there going north. So I don't know.
Good advice, Jerome. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for checking in. I highly appreciate it. Let's grab Lance in Tampa. Lance, you're on the MJ Morning Show special hurricane coverage here on Q105. Go, Lance.
Yeah, thank gosh you've answered. Long-time listener, MJ.
Thank you, buddy.
Good to hear you. Lots of flooding along West Shore, definitely along, especially the west side. Beachway completely flooded.
That's my neck of the woods. So Beachway completely flooded?
Yes, Beachway is flooded. Cars are being towed near that park near Bay to Bay on the west side.
Yep.
Yep. So be careful going home because I'm glad you got an SUV.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a big Hertz rental, brand new Jeep Grand Wagoneer, and it's a nice vehicle. I'll tell you that. Listen, I'm not gonna drive through anything that I shouldn't be driving through. I'm wondering, if I should try to come home in a few minutes or if I should just wait a little longer and maybe water will subside.
No, it's only going to get worse moving on.
Well,
it looks like a car pulling out of Beach Park. He was able to pull out, but Beachway flooded. All those side streets leading up toward Culberth Isles are all flooded on the west side.
Yeah, see, that's my neck of the woods over there. So I might have some difficulty getting home. Maybe I can maybe get a chopper to pick me up and just lower me on the grappling hook or something.
Yeah, because you want a helicopter in this weather. That's what you want. Let's go from one bad idea to a worse idea.
So, Lance, how many cars have you seen stranded in South Tampa?
There was two right there being towed away. One was a nice red Tesla.
Oh, you got to be careful with those Teslas and the batteries and salt water. Oh man, those things will catch on fire and explode.
That thing's totaled.
That's Corrosion City as we speak.
Oh man, yeah, that car's done. All right, Lance.
Be careful going home around that area.
Lance, great advice. Listen, I'm getting life advice from Lance about my neighborhood right now.
That's right. Physical therapist assistant at your service.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks, Lance. Have a great one, and thanks for listening.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
All right, let's grab Chad and Brandon. Chad, you're on the MJ. By the way, that opens up a line. Lance's line is now free. If you want to call in road conditions, flooding, anything you've seen, your neighborhood, any water in your home, 800-990-1047 is how you get in. 800 990-1047 gets you on. Chad and Brandon, you're next. Hi, Chad.
How you doing?
Doing well. Go ahead.
Hey, that one caller called in regards to the wildlife and the floodwaters. One thing that's worse than the wildlife is hepatitis. Your septics, everything backs up. It floats. You don't have to work for Chris's Plumbing to know that you're walking in feces. That's one thing we want to keep the wake waters down, keep from pushing that into people's houses. You know, it's a pretty bad thing.
Yeah, and who knows? With water like this, the contaminants, petroleum products, chemicals,
feces,
feces, pieces.
You know what's in my head now is walking on sunshine, but instead of walking in sunshine, it's walking in feces.
Walking in feces.
I've gotten the MJ disease where I sing in my head.
Feces. Whoa.
Are you kidding me?
It popped into my head as soon as he said that.
Instead of walking, Katrina and the waves.
Walking on feces.
The feel-good hurricane of the year.
That's right. Roxanne is walking on feces. Come on. Are they large chunks of feces? All right, that's enough.
Thank you, Chad.
Chad, have a great day. Oh, man, we should probably just wrap things up here.
We got a couple more.
Kara in Pinellas Park. Kara, you're on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hi.
Hi. Just want to let people know, eastbound Gandy by the dog track.
Yep.
Everybody needs to be very careful. They're pulling all the Amazon trucks and putting them on the road.
Oh,
putting them on the side of the road because it's so flooded.
So we got a picture earlier
Yes.
of Amazon trucks sitting in 8 or 10 inches of water.
Yeah, it wasn't that far up the tires. So Fester, listen, everyone knows Fester's private cell number is 813-310-8444.
That's right.
So somebody sent Fester an image of a Derby Lane parking lot where all those Amazon delivery trucks are staged, and we could see dozens of trucks with water, maybe 5-6 inches up their tires. But you're saying now they're moving all of those trucks onto the side of Gandy to get it out of the parking lot?
Yep, there are a line of them right now that's there.
Yeah, that's just a half mile from our studio right here at 4th and Gandy, effectively.
There's one that it's coming up. The water's already coming up the tires because it's so flooded over there. We just drove by there.
All right, listen, thanks for the update. See, these are the eyes and ears. These are why we're taking the phone call, so we appreciate it. Kara, thank you for checking in. Andrew just sent me a report. A 40-year-old Spring Hill man was killed in a crash that happened around 6:15 this morning. According to the Florida Highway Patrol, the man was driving a pickup truck eastbound on St. Joe Road, east of I-75. In the bad weather, troopers say traveling too fast for conditions, the man lost control of the Ford Ranger, which left the roadway, and he went head-on into a tree off of St. Joe Road and died. So he suffered fatal injury at the scene of the crash, according to FHP. That's terrible. Again, driving too fast for conditions. All right, so in the closure of today's program, we still have the king tide. So the highest of tides, technically, is coming for the Tampa Bay area in the next couple of hours. So the time frame is Sarasota, 12:16 this afternoon. Ballast Point is going to be 2:12 this afternoon in South Tampa. St. Pete high tide, 1:54 p.m. Bayport, 2:12, and then up at Crystal River, 2:47. So what remains to be seen, even though this is the king tide, we don't have the wind-driven effects of the bands of the hurricane moving up and paralleling our area along the coast. It's well inland now, trucking along. I'm sure it's over 20 miles. Did we get let's go to the 11 o'clock. Yeah, the 11 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Fester, I've got it over here. Yeah, get your hands off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get it.
right, hang on. Let me see if the 11's out. So let me see. First, let me look at the static and see where this is positioned at this point. So it is.
Is it almost to the state line?
It looks like it's sitting on top of the Florida-Georgia line. That'd be a good name for a band.
Hillbilly music, though, right? Yeah, not like rock.
Florida. What's the name of that band?
Georgia.
Is it
Florida?
The Florida-Georgia line, right? Yeah, it's the name of the band. Yeah, I don't know much about country music, but I know there was a band, something like that. All right, so yeah, it looks like the system, which is the 11 a.m. advisory, is still sitting at 90 miles an hour. So we still have a hurricane that is well inland now on the Florida-Georgia line. And it's headed toward across southern Georgia, and it's headed to the Georgia-South Carolina line. It looks like it's going to parallel the South Carolina coast and then actually exit tomorrow morning, looks like off the North Carolina coast. Maybe around Cape Fear-ish is what it looks like.
Right now, it looks like it's sitting right at I-75.
It does. Yeah,
where the interstate crosses the state.
It does. That's almost looks like it might be at the Welcome Center.
It might be.
Is where it is. So as of the 11 a.m. advisory, it is moving at 20 miles an hour. So it's gonna even pick up more speed, I would imagine. But the bizarre thing is that once it goes off the Carolinas, it goes back into the Atlantic, and there are some models that have it doing a loop-de-loop and coming right back in Florida. So we'll have to actually wait and see what happens there and see if that actually develops. So we shall see what happens. All right, folks, I think that is going to bring an end to the MJ Morning Show and our special content.
When it comes to radio hurricane coverage in Tampa Bay, nobody beats MJ. All the info you need on Q105.
All right, any final words, Roxanne, Fester, Froggy, would you like to call in, or are you still sleeping at 11 o'clock in the morning at home?
He's probably still sleeping.
I respect that he can go back and forth in his sleep times. I always wake up early, even on the weekends.
Yeah. Fester, any last words?
Just still be careful out there. A lot of people are working to keep the roads safe. Don't be a jerk.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that we can return to somewhat normal on tomorrow morning show. We'll still have some aftermath. We're going to have plenty of news, all the after-action reports. So we'll have some news, obviously, tomorrow on the cleanup and everything. But we're going to try to get back to more of a normal show tomorrow here on the MJ Morning Show. Folks, you're listening to WRBQ HD1 Tampa, a Beasley Media Group station. MJ and the crew here, and I think we're going to go back to another hour of the 80s and more. And do me a favor, please, let's be careful out there.